Chapter 2671. Wu Xian. The strong wave of heaven ultimate God's divine power suppressed Jian Wushuang's body like a tsunami. The burly man called Wu Xin's cold staring toward Jian Wushuang with both his eyes were like two rays of explosive lightning. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Definitely. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently, and seemed extremely at ease under Wu Xin's suppressive aura. How much would you like to bet? Wu Xian asked. My bet just now with Ling Xing was already 200 divine elixir pills. You're a heaven ultimate god, so your bet needs to be higher. Let's agree on 500 divine elixir pills, said Jian Wushuang. All right, I agree. Wu Xian directly nodded. We maintain the fight on laws and principles understanding while I'll take note to hold back my divine power. Let's begin. Wu Xian did not waste time after he finished speaking with his extremely cold voice as his body started moving. The same situation happened as a large number of apparitions appeared. These Dragon Phoenix Pavilion heavenly prides came to the sacred palace because of the space-time beast, as all of them had meditated on the space-time law. It was without a doubt that Wu Xian had the highest understanding among them in space-time law. The apparitions that concurrently appeared overwhelmingly blotted out the entire void and ground, as Wu Xian had conjured 1,000 apparitions at that moment. 1,000 apparitions were the limit for apparitions cultivation. Achieving this step meant that Wu Xin's space-time law understanding had reached the peak of the first stage, with his next improvement being achieving the second stage, space-time strangulation. Such a level of understanding was definitely extremely strong among heaven ultimate gods. Many peak heaven ultimate gods were also unable to achieve the second stage space-time strangulation after all. You have quite a good understanding of space-time law. Jian Wushuang only smiled indifferently as 1,000 apparitions also appeared following a slight twitch of his body. A large number of apparitions filled the entire battlefield as both of them were moving at high speeds and soon clashed head-to-head with each other. Clank! Loud clanking sounds of metal on metal could be heard as the people surrounding the battlefield immediately looked towards the sound's origin, but only to see two strong divine powers fighting against each other before another loud humming sound could be heard at another void not far from that location. An Earth Ultimate God's Sacred Palace disciple could not control himself and ask, can you guys see where their true bodies are at? I can't. I can only see these apparitions while following the sounds. I can't see them too. They are moving too fast. This is true speed. I've seen two primary level heaven ultimate gods fighting, and their speeds were also extremely surprising. However, there's a huge difference between them and these two. Even if hundreds of work together, they'll only be easily killed by those two under such extreme speed. If this was a real battle, as peak Earth ultimate gods attacks won't be able to touch those two under such scary speed, in addition to having so many apparitions. The surrounding sacred palace disciples stood there in shock as they looked at Jian Wushuang and Wu Xian bumping into each other in the middle of the battlefield. However, they only saw them fighting unstoppably, with nobody capable of seeing clearly their true body's location. Sounds of exclamation naturally could be heard expanding. Even the three heavenly prides of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were also making noises as they saw the course of events before their eyes. Two figures were slowly walking over in the void far away from the battlefield. Brother Sijin, I'm sorry for troubling you this time. A black-robed elder with eagle-like eyes was smiling softly. My Dragon Phoenix Pavilion disciples have met with some bottlenecks in their space-time law understanding, and the space-time beast in your sacred palace is quite intriguing. They must be able to learn something after meditating for 1 month in front of the space-time beast in your sacred palace. Haha. It's no trouble at all. Brother Teng, there's no need to be so polite with me. You've paid a certain price after all. Palace Keeper Sijin was also smiling. At this moment, continuous humming noises could be heard from the void in front of them. The black-robed elder and Palace Keeper Sijin were both surprised. I specifically asked your disciples from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to take action and teach my sacred palace disciples a lesson. However, their interaction should have long finished, as so much time passed. Why are they still fighting until now? Palace Keeper Sijin was slightly surprised. Let's go over and have a look, said the black-robed elder with a smile. The duo immediately increased their speed and soon arrived at the void outside the space-time palace, only to notice the battle in front of them. Wu Xian actually took action. The black-robed elder squinted his eyes when he saw the battlefield scene. The person fighting with him is a peak Earth ultimate god. However, his speed isn't any weaker than Wu Xian and is equal with Wu Xian in this fight? The black-robed elder asked. Palace Keeper Sijin, who's this young guy? He had no idea that Palace Keeper Sijin was slightly stunned at that moment. He definitely recognized the person fighting Wu Xian, and it was none other than Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang had been training in retreat as per his knowledge. When did he come out? He knew slightly about Jian Wushuang's strength. He purposely requested those heavenly prides from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to teach the Sacred Palace disciples a lesson at that time so that his disciples would understand the limits of their abilities on top of wearing down their inner ignorance, and create awareness that there were stronger people out there in the world. However, he had not previously considered these Dragon Phoenix Pavilion disciples would end up fighting with Jian Wushuang. Palace Keeper Sijin replied upon hearing the black-robed elder's question. This guy is Jian Yi and had just become one of the Sacred Palace's disciples. He had been keeping a low profile ever since and had been training in seclusion. I wonder why he suddenly came out from his seclusion today and got involved in the fight against these Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's people. The black-robed elder praised. Jian Yi? This youth is quite good. Although he's just a peak Earth ultimate god, his space-time law understanding has reached the first stage's peak. He's as good as Wu Xian on top of being so brilliant in swordsmanship. Brother Sijin, who would have expected you to have such a strong genius in your sacred palace? Palace Keeper Sijin could only embarrassingly smile. He has a high understanding of space-time law but is sadly only a peak Earth ultimate god. There's still a slight difference between him and Wu Xian. The black-robed elder smiled indifferently. Look, Wu Xian is starting to take things seriously. Palace Keeper Sijin immediately looked over. Sure enough, the duo who were fighting furiously on the battlefield distanced themselves from each other before Wu Xian took out a smaller and thinner golden-purple staff apart from the dark gold staff he initially held in his hand. This golden-purple staff had a very unique aura that was surrounded by a surging space-time law power. Chapter 2672, Another Bet? That's the Evolving Sky Godly Staff? Palace Keeper Sijin squinted his eyes as he recognized the staff. There were all sorts of mystical weapons that suited various laws in the ancient god domain. The Hongjun golden sword that Jian Wushuang once controlled was a weapon suitable to be used with space-time law. The evolving sky godly staff Wu Xian presented at this moment was also suitable for space-time law and was as well known as the Hongjun golden sword. The evolving sky godly staff immediately changed into a ray of golden purple light under Wu Xin's control as it traveled through the void toward Jian Wushuang. That ray of golden purple light traveled extremely fast, but the most crucial point was its equally strong power. Jian Wushuang waved his Blood Mountain sword and collided with the golden purple light twice, which forced his body to move slightly backwards after the collision. You are losing, Wu Xian said with his cold voice as he stared at Jian Wushuang. He admitted that Jian Wushuang's law's perception was much stronger than himself. However, it was still within the manageable range. The golden purple ray once again attacked Jian Wushuang with even more power than before. This is interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently before also waving his hand. A total of 9 black-colored infernal crimson divine swords appeared at the void in front of him, and quietly floated. Go! Those 9 infernal crimson divine swords turned into 9 huge black holes upon Jian Wushuang's finger-pointing before shockingly attacking the golden purple ray. They met the golden purple ray head-on within the blink of an eye, and caused loud booming sounds. Clank! 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 Several muffled clunking noises were heard. Although the 9 infernal crimson divine swords had the number advantage, it was still repeatedly sent flying over by the golden purple ray upon knocking into each other. It's useless. Although your 9 divine swords are quite powerful, their strength is too dispersed and not fast enough. Although I only have 1 Yentian godly staff, it's enough to entirely crush you, Wu Xian said. Really? A playful smile appeared on Jian Wushuang's face before he pointed his right hand again. Swords, combine! Hum! The black holes formed from the 9 infernal crimson divine swords immediately overlapped each other, as a vast reincarnation passage appeared out of nowhere. At the end of the reincarnation passage, a black divine sword covered in infinite samsara strength abruptly traveled outward. This black divine sword had a sky-high aura and was extremely fast. It once again knocked into the golden-purple ray of light in the blink of an eye. Clank! It resulted in another huge explosive noise. However, the golden-purple light on the evolving sky godly staff had immediately turned dull upon that collision. The golden-purple light ray abruptly flew outward due to the collision, while the black divine sword once again traveled outward as though it was unaffected. Clank! Clank! After another 2 head-on collisions, the light on the evolving sky godly staff was almost gone as its power was reduced to almost nothing. How's this possible? Wu Xian was shocked. He had no idea that despite his evolving sky godly staff being strong, it was just a standard weapon generally found in the ancient god domain. However, the extremely strong transmigration sword formation shown by Jian Wushuang was created by Sword Lord Tong Xian. In addition, Jian Wushuang had an extremely high transmigration law understanding of having already reached the peak of the first stage and was not lower than Wu Xin's space-time law understanding. Both were law understanding where the space-time law was faster, but its power fell short when being compared with transmigration law. The most important point was Jian Wushuang's transmigration sword formation mastery being higher with frequent usage than Wu Xin's evolving sky godly staff mastery. It was natural for Jian Wushuang's transmigration sword formation to easily crush Wu Xin's evolving sky godly staff with the combination of all those 3 points. Time for you to lose. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently before the black divine sword formed from the transmigration sword formation once again exploded outward and directly hit Wu Xin's divine body this time. Jian Wushuang naturally did not use any strength as the black divine sword did not even break Wu Xin's divine body defense. However, the results of this battle had been decided upon arriving at this point. He's lost? Senior brother Wu Xian lost? The 3 Dragon Phoenix Pavilion disciples stood there in disbelief. Wu Xian was one of the publicly recognized top geniuses in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion after all. His talents were sufficient for him to be in the top 10 among all those Dragon Phoenix Pavilion geniuses. In addition, his realm was 1 level higher than Jian Wushuang. How could Wu Xian still lose under such circumstances when both parties were competing in the understanding of laws and principles? Transmigration sword formation. What Jian Yi just used should be the transmigration sword formation, right? The black-robed elder stared at Jian Wushuang with electrified eyes. Yes. Palace Keeper Xijin nodded as he also recognized it. Congratulations to you, Brother Xijin. It's been some time since such a clever genius appeared in your sacred palace, said the black-robed elder. I'm just lucky. Just lucky. Palace Keeper Xijin could only laugh. Wu Xian gritted his teeth as he stared at Jian Wushuang somberly in the void in front of them. Transmigration law. Who knew you'll have such a high understanding of the transmigration law apart from your space-time law understanding that has reached the peak of the first stage? In addition, you have such a powerful sword formation. My loss in this battle isn't an injustice. Wu Xian was not a narrow-minded person. He admitted both his defeat and also his law understanding not being as good as Jian Wushuang, even though Jian Wushuang's cultivation realm was a whole level lower than himself. Hey, race 500 divine elixir pills. Wu Xian flipped his hand and gave Jian Wushuang an interspatial ring. Jian Wushuang scanned the ring after receiving it as a calculative look flashed through his eyes. He only received less than 200 divine elixir pills. Although he made bets and won against the ancient witch and Ling Xing during the previous 2 battles, he only received 300 pieces of divine elixir pills, as the rest were replaced with precious items of the same value. However, the 500 divine elixir pills he received from Wu Xian were ready-made divine elixir pills, as Wu Xian did not use any same-value precious items to replace them. This made Jian Wushuang quite happy. "Dragon Phoenix Pavilion disciples are really rich," mumbled Jian Wushuang, and suddenly rolled his eyes as an idea emerged from the bottom of his heart. "Your name is Wu Xian, right?" Jian Wushuang once again looked towards Wu Xian. "Yes." Wu Xian nodded. "You have an extremely high understanding of the law and are really talented. You must be one of the top geniuses in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. You must be unreconciled with your loss today, as we did only competed on laws and principles understanding without showing any of our other skills after all. Why don't we make another bet?" Jian Wushuang said with a smile. "Another bet?" Wu Xian turned and stared at Jian Wushuang. The people around them also looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. Chapter 2673. All-out. Jian Wushuang had fought against 3 Dragon Phoenix Pavilion disciples in a row since the beginning of the gamble fight, and even won against his strongest opponent, Wu Xian. He wants to fight again? "Jian Yi, I admit you're a talented genius, but don't take it too far." Wu Xian coldly eyed Jian Wushuang. "Haha, let's hear how we'll go about this gamble fight first," suggested Jian Wushuang with a faint smile. "Though I've defeated you in the earlier fight, we were fighting based on the perception of laws and principles only, while you didn't even get the chance to display your true strength. Let's change the rules this time, where both of us can make our best effort without any scruples in this battle. You can fully display your divine power and various techniques. How about that? Are you asking me to do my best?" Wu Xin's eyes narrowed. He had confidence in his status and abilities as Heaven Ultimate God after all. Although Jian Wushuang earlier defeated him, he had been maintaining his divine power at the peak Earth Ultimate God level while not using his many methods and techniques, purely competing based on the perception of laws. If he was able to go all out without restrictions. "How many divine elixir pills would you like to bet on in this battle?" Wu Xian asked. "We bet on 500 divine elixir pills just now, so we have to do at least 1,000 divine elixir pills this time," said Jian Wushuang in a deep voice before stretching out a finger. 1,000 divine elixir pills. He actually wanted to bet more, but he was worried betting too many divine elixir pills would scare Wu Xian off and made him reluctant to fight. Wu Xin's face sank slightly when he heard the 1,000 divine elixir pills bet, and said, "I can't fork out 1,000 divine elixir pills." He was telling the truth, as he had lost 500 divine elixir pills, which was all he had. It was impossible for him to further take out 1,000 divine elixir pills. However, "Wu Xian, go ahead and agree with him," said a gentle voice. The black-robed old man approached alongside Palace Keeper Xijin. "Elder Tang, Wu Xian, Ancient Witch, and Ling Xing immediately made obeisance respectfully. Palace Keeper Xijin. The many expert disciples of the Sacred Palace also made obeisance to the Palace Keeper Xijin. 1,000 divine elixir pills is nothing for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. You just have to do your best," said the black-robed old man. "Yes." Wu Xian nodded and immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. "We're fine with 1,000 divine elixir pills. Let's fight." "Sure, I'm ready." Jian Wushuang beckoned to Wu Xian. Anger was brewing in Wu Xin's eyes as his unbridled heavenly ultimate god divine power finally erupted. His evolving sky godly staff, which had gone dim after colliding several times with Jian Wushuang's transmigration sword formation, lit up once again with much stronger power and brightness than before. Wu Xin's divine body also began to change at the same time. He was originally the size of a normal human, but had very quickly grown and soared to nearly 5 yards tall, while his skin and hair had completely turned purple, such that even his pupils were dazzling in a strange purply luster. An inexhaustible purply divine power surrounded him, and he looked like a tall purple demon deity. "This is one of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's 6 secret techniques, Purple Blood Demon Deity. Based on Wu Xin's divine power breath, He has practiced it up to the Secret Technique's 3rd volume. Amazing! Palace Keeper Sijin was admiring the purple blood demon deity that Wu Xian formed. Palace Keeper Sijin had seen some of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's top secret techniques. An ordinary primary level heaven ultimate god was usually able to practice up to the 2nd volume of the purple blood demon deity secret technique, but Wu Xian had made it to the 3rd volume, which only spoke volumes of his extraordinary talent. He was originally a primary level heaven ultimate god with a solid foundation and extremely powerful divine power. His combat prowess is comparable to a high-level heaven ultimate god now that he has turned into a purple blood demon deity, which skyrocketed his overall strength on top of coupling with his perception of space-time law and evolving sky godly staff. Palace Keeper Sijin said in a low voice. Wu Xian was indeed emanating a powerful divine power at that instance, which obviously exceeded the powers of a primary level heaven ultimate god. Moreover, Wuxin had also fought against a high-level heaven ultimate god before. Although he was defeated in that battle, the fight that had carried on for a long time only further proved his fighting capabilities against high-level heaven ultimate gods. He was not shocked or frightened by the 1,000 divine elixir pills that Jian Wushuang bet upon having such powerful strength as his backing. Jian, you're so full of yourself! Wuxin's purple eyes were extremely cold as he stared at Jian Wushuang and spoke with a loud voice. Maybe. Jian Wushuang merely smiled faintly with a calm expression. Humph! Wu Xian did not waste more time talking as he snorted and fiercely charged forward. Buzz! There were almost 1,000 apparitions in action once again. The 5-yard-tall purple blood demon deity apparition flooded all corners of the battlefield, while the evolving sky godly staff turned into a stream of purply golden fleeting light in the battlefield's center, with a long tail dragging its back whilst it fiercely launched at Jian Wushuang. Wu Xian had previously only used the power of a peak earth ultimate god to perform the same method. The purple golden fleeting light's penetrating power was several folds stronger than before after he used much stronger divine power to perform the same technique. Too strong! This power is way too strong! I think such terrifying power is on par with a high-level heaven ultimate god's power. How could Jian parry off the attack? He'll lose for sure. Definitely. I don't even know why Jian is so courageous. How dare Jian challenge Wu Xian, who is giving his all in the fight? He even bet 1,000 divine elixir pills. Many experts from the sacred palace who gathered around secretly marveled at Wu Xin's skill. All of them felt an irresistible power from the purply gold fleeting light Wu Xian displayed. Its power was extremely strong. However, Jian Wushuang merely smiled faintly when he looked at the densely packed purple blood demon deity apparitions before him and the purply gold fleeting light that came swooping down at him. With a wave of his hand, "Space-time strangulation!" Buzz! The world was shaken up. A huge strangling force instantly exploded and engulfed the entire battlefield. The vigorous strangling force violently strangled everything within its reach and instantly strangulated the almost 1,000 purple blood demon deity apparitions on the battlefield before all of them went poof and disappeared. The battlefield was finally left with Wu Xian, who stood there in awe. Jian Wushuang then made another move. He did not use the transmigration sword formation, but just very casually wielded his own Blood Mountain sword without adding in any complicated sword techniques. Nonetheless, the sword movement contained a part of divine power coming from Jian Wushuang and also 2 space-time blades. Chapter 2674 1. Space-time blade technique was a secret technique that one could master after reaching the 2nd stage space-time law. It was an extremely powerful technique. Theoretically, a single space-time blade was enough to easily kill a primary-level heaven ultimate god. Jian Wushuang made a breakthrough in his perception of space-time law and mastered his first space-time blade 9 years ago. In the following 9 years, he spent time cultivating the A-finger-pointing heavenly technique, while also improving in his space-time law perception, which somehow allowed him to display his 2nd space-time blade during that period. His ordinary sword movement became extremely terrifying when 2 space-time blades had been condensed in his sword. Clang! There was a loud noise, and soon the purple-golden fleeting light that was madly charging forward immediately went dim, such that even the evolving sky godly staff was thrown off. Jian Wuxuang then did a simple body jerk. It was just a simple jerk without any apparition discharged, but his figure teleported across and appeared next to Wu Excian. Why is it so fast? Wu Excian looked astonished without even having time to react. Jian Wuxuang's longsword struck. Snap! Wu Excian was sent flying away, and the fight was over even though he was uninjured. Thank you? Jian Wuxuang withdrew his blood-mountain sword and smiled faintly. Wu Excian, on the other hand, did not manage to react at all. The people that were watching their fight were shocked and became speechless. They were shocked when they saw Wu Xin's real strength, with thoughts that Wu Xin's strength was too strong and Jian Wuxuang probably had no chance of winning at all. They were even more shocked when Wu Excian was defeated in the blink of an eye. He was defeated too fast. He was able to fight head-on with Jian Wuxuang for a long time when he was relying on his law's perception and principles understanding. Why would he be defeated in such a jiffy when he did his best? What could that possibly reflect? This Jian Yi, a peak earth ultimate god, unexpectedly defeated a not ordinary primary level heaven ultimate god, but the pride of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, whose combat prowess was estimated to be comparable with high-level heaven ultimate gods. That's so unbelievable. Jian Yi. Jian Yi, I feel like I've heard of this name before. Oh, I've recalled. A heaven ultimate god expert from Sacred Palace suddenly exclaimed in horror. It's him. He's the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord, Jian Yi. He managed to resist attacks from 3 primary-level heaven ultimate gods while having the cultivation base of a peak earth ultimate god decades ago, who not only didn't lose miserably but also made both Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon Sect offer a reward of 100 million primordial stones to capture him. Yes, it's him. There was an uproar from the battlefield following Jian Wuxuang's identity announcement by the heaven ultimate god. The black-robed old man from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Elder Teng, was closely staring at Jian Wuxuang from the surrounding void, dumbfounded. It's Space-Time Blade. It turns out to be the Space-Time Blade. Jian Yi. Palace Keeper Xijin also stared at Jian Wuxuang in awe. They were startled by the technique that Jian Wuxuang displayed. The Space-Time Blade was a secret technique that one could master only after reaching the second stage Space-Time Law. Many peak heaven ultimate gods had never reached the space-time strangulation of the second stage space-time law, yet a peak earth ultimate god such as Jian Yi managed to do it? He isn't only well-versed in space-time law, but he has also reached the second stage. His divine power also isn't any weaker than an average primary-level heaven ultimate god. The black-robed old man's expression looked cold. This kid! His strength is far above Wu Excian, but was hiding his true potential from the beginning and gradually set his traps, allowing Wu Excian to fall victim in his plan to get a large number of divine elixir pills from Wu Excian. What a cunning brat! Even the black-robed old man, Elder Teng, who had reached the grand ultimate god level, thought Jian Wuxuang was cunning. He had agreed with the 1,000 divine elixir pills bet because he never thought Jian Wuxuang could beat Wu Excian. As a result, they fell into Jian Wuxuang's trap and were tricked into giving away so many divine elixir pills. Although he's cunning, it's undeniable he's indeed very powerful. It's unbelievable that a peak earth ultimate god like him can reach this level of strength. This kid is an exceptional genius and much better than most of the experts from our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. I'm afraid only one person from our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion can be his match, murmured the black-robed old man. Jian Wuxuang had already stretched out his palm in the void up front. Now, hand over 1,000 divine elixir pills. Wu Excian shuddered as he turned and searched for the black-robed old man's gaze. The black-robed old man frowned and slowly walked up. Young man, are you Jian Yi? The black-robed old man studied Jian Wuxuang. Yes. Jian Wuxuang nodded and behaved humbly around the grand ultimate god. The black-robed old man asked, You're indeed very powerful. Are you interested in joining my Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Palace Keeper Xijin, who was next to him, grunted his dissatisfaction when he heard that. Brother Tang, aren't you a bit too much? It's so hard to finally have such a genius in my sacred palace, and you still want to take him away? Haha, I just casually asked. Palace Keeper Sijin, don't be angry just yet. This young man here may not be willing. The black-robed old man smiled. I'm really not very interested in joining the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, so I'd better stay in the sacred palace, replied Jian Wuxuang conveniently. The black-robed old man's face stiffened and could only smile awkwardly at the situation. Brother Teng, you'll have to give away the divine elixir pills. 1,000 divine elixir pills are nothing but a drop of water in the bucket for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, said Palace Keeper Sijin. Of course. The black-robed old man smiled before taking out an interspatial ring and handed it to Jian Wuxuang. Little guy, these are the 1,000 divine elixir pills you've just won. 1,000 divine elixir pills are nothing to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Perhaps you can reconsider it carefully. You'll have everything you need if you join the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. You can have as many resources as you need. Brother Tang. Palace Keeper Sijin's face sank and was getting a little annoyed. Haha, all right. All right. The black-robed old man waved his hand again. The black-robed old man then led Wu Axian into the space-time palace whilst Jian Wuxuang happily left upon receiving his divine elixir pills. At the space-time palace. Elder Tang, am useless. Am sorry to have let you down. Wu Axian blamed himself. This matter isn't your fault, and you're not useless. You met an extraordinary opponent. He's genuinely an exceptional genius, and perhaps only one person in the entire 9 realms of Golden Crow could defeat him, said the black-robed old man. You mean junior sister Lang? Wu Axian was startled. It's her, but it's a pity your junior sister Ling is too talented. She's not someone my Dragon Phoenix Pavilion can house. The black-robed old man secretly sighed. Chapter 2675 Muddy the Waters. Jian Wuxuang stood in the sacred palace's void with a mischievous smile on his face while holding an interspatial ring in his hand. I went to the space-time palace to see if I can gain something, but didn't expect to meet those people from Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. They're so good that they send me so many divine elixir pills. Jian Wuxuang had decided to challenge the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion disciples to a gamble fight on a whim, but the outcome was clear. What a joke! Although he was only a peak Earth Ultimate God, his combat power was definitely at the peak Heaven Ultimate God level. How can he possibly lose a gamble fight with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion disciples? Unfortunately, these 1,800 divine elixir pills are still not enough to help me to make a breakthrough from a peak Earth Ultimate God to Heaven Ultimate God, mumbled Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang had absorbed and refined more than 1,200 divine elixir pills to make a breakthrough from high-level Earth Ultimate God to peak Earth Ultimate God. Besides that, he had also used the divine power he accumulated for decades. Therefore, he would need much more divine power to make a breakthrough from peak Earth Ultimate God to Heaven Ultimate God. The divine elixir pills Jian Wuxuang had accumulated were a far cry from enough, as he estimated that he probably needed 5,000 to 6,000 divine elixir pills. I won't be able to make a next-level breakthrough anyway, so I don't need to absorb and refine these divine elixir pills in a hurry. Perhaps I can use it for some other purposes later. Jian Wuxuang kept the interspatial ring, but his gazes gradually became sharper. My strength should have reached the peak now. It's almost impossible to make any large progress in a short period, so it's useless for me to stay in the sacred palace. I should start my next plan. Jian Wuxuang left the sacred palace on the same day. In a hidden secret chamber, Jian Wuxuang had once again disguised himself as Su Han and used the black stone to cover up his real divine power breath in his body. He was originally only a peak Earth Ultimate God, but his divine power had already reached the high-level Heaven Ultimate God level. He was carefully looking at a document with detailed information in his hand. It was the information of various powerful sects in the Danyang continent. Danyang continent was the core of the Danyang holy domain where experts gathered. The activities within Danyang continent were complicated, as there were countless sects, forces, and clans involved regardless of their size. The top 5 forces are the Crimson Stone Fort, Nanhua Palace, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and the Dongfang clan. Jian Wushuang had seen information about the 5 forces before, so he naturally did not need to read further. He was looking at the information of the first-rate, second-rate, and even third-rate forces in the Danyang continent. Those forces must not be trifled with, since they were able to occupy a place within Danyang continent whereby grand ultimate gods were respected, heaven ultimate gods were plentiful, and earth ultimate gods everywhere. Take those first-rated forces as an example. There were as many as 12 first-rated forces on the Danyang continent, and each of those forces had extraordinary strength. At the very least, they had at least 2 to 3 grand ultimate gods and many experts under their leadership. Any one of those first-rated forces was not weaker than a small faction within Crimson Stone Fort. The second-rated forces were able to secure a foothold within Danyang continent from having grand ultimate gods and a lot of heaven ultimate gods, with quite a few peak heaven ultimate gods, some as many as 10. The third-rated forces were much weaker. The weaker ones generally had 1 or 2 grand ultimate gods in charge and up to as many as 20 to 30 heaven ultimate gods under their command. Moving down below was the much weaker but larger number of third-rated forces. They could be destroyed very quickly. There are 5 top forces and 12 first-rated forces with many second-rated and third-rated forces. The Danyang continent has no less than a few hundreds of forces and sects if I add them all up together. Jian Wushuang pondered. The Danyang continent is huge, with matters looking good when the Crimson Stone Fort had absolute power during his tenure, but it's now equivalent to a big pie that everyone is trying to get a share, yet all hell did not break loose. I guess it must be the 5 top forces that kept matters in check, right? Jian Wushuang had studied the situation in Danyang continent for a long time. The current Danyang continent was indeed very peaceful. Contention between the forces was inevitable, but fights between various forces to rake in profit were scarce. The Danyang continent managed to establish such a balance because of the top 5 forces' deterrence effect. Jian Wushuang planned to destroy the balance. The reason Crimson Stone Fort is falling apart is due to their internal disputes being too chaotic, with 7 factions frantically competing within a single entity. You'll be surprised if Crimson Stone Fort remains strong despite all that. The top 4 forces, namely the Nanhua Palace, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang clan, are all sitting back and relaxing while waiting to reap easy benefits. They are waiting for Crimson Stone Fort to wither away before striking and destroying the Crimson Stone Fort when the opportunity arises. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. They are currently living so comfortably. I can't let these top forces stay at ease, keep accumulating their power, and get stronger if I want to help Yin Suer. They'll have to muddy the waters and make things chaotic for the entire Danyang continent, as Crimson Stone Fort cannot be the only force in chaos. The more chaotic the better. Only when the entire Danyang continent is completely messed up will the 4 top forces, Nanhua Palace, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang clan be pressured. They have their attention divided, which will relieve some stress off Yin Suer. Jian Wushuang thought carefully. He had to find ways to instigate competition between various forces to muddy the waters in Danyang continent. He needed manpower and authority to do so, as he could not do it alone. In other words, he needed to be in control of a powerful force. It was too late for him to build up step by step, as he had to take shortcuts and exercise absolute strength to forcefully subdue one of those forces. That was why he was carefully looking at the information of each force and sect, seeking a suitable target. The easy ones are those who aren't influential. I can easily subdue 1 or 2 of those forces with my strength, but they usually have weak foundations and very few experts. Chapter 2676 Dragon Divine Sect. Many of those mediocre forces were randomly formed by a few heaven ultimate gods. However, they did not have foundations or territory, hence Jian Wushuang felt it was pointless to bring those forces under his control. He would like to target the third-rated forces or above at the very least. However, the third-rated forces in Danyang continent were not weak either, as any of them had 1 or 2 grand ultimate gods in charge with a bunch of high-level and primary-level heaven ultimate gods under their command. It was not going to be easy for Jian Wuxuang to work on them. He had to comb through the force's information he had on hand in search of a suitable target. A name popped up after some thorough research. Dragon Divine Gang? Jian Wuxuang narrowed his eyes. Dragon Divine Gang was obviously a gang from its name. There were a few like them in Danyang continent. However, the reason Jian Wuxuang shortlisted the Dragon Divine Gang was not only because it was relatively weak among the many third-rated forces, but most importantly the only leader in the Dragon Divine Gang who reached the peak ultimate god level fought with someone not long ago and was beheaded on the spot by his opponent. The Dragon Divine Gang was in a frenzy without a leader, hence it was a good time for Jian Wuxuang to step in and gain control. The Dragon Divine Gang's foundation isn't weak and at least has occupied a city in Danyang continent, murmured Jian Wuxuang, quite satisfied with the Dragon Divine Gang. They had a foundation and base. Although they were very weak, they seemed to have the complete package with also a substantial amount of Heaven Ultimate Gods and Dragon Divine Gang. Let's go and check it out. Jian Wuxuang put away the information and headed toward the city occupied by the Dragon Divine Gang. The city was called Dragon City. The Dragon Divine Gang's lair was in the center of Dragon City. A huge black castle made of blood gems could be seen with its surface covered with various unusual beast patterns. There was also a black dragon sculpture kept in the castle's middle while circling it with its head slightly raised just above the black castle. The facade made the black castle look quite majestic. This place looks quite imposing. Jian Wuxuang stood above the void and looked down at the black castle below before taking action and went straight into the castle without bothering the castle guards. At that instant, nearly 30 figures were gathered in a magnificent hall in the deepest part of the black castle. Those figures were emanating a tyrannical divine power breath at the level of Heaven Ultimate God. Most of them were primary level Heaven Ultimate Gods with 5 high-level Heaven Ultimate Gods among the group of 30. That was the entire Dragon Divine Gang Heaven Ultimate God's level strength. They used to have a leader at the peak Heaven Ultimate God but unfortunately was beheaded not long ago. Everyone. A graceful red-clothed woman stood up and glanced at the people around her before slowly saying, "We're 3 days away from the 1-month deadline given to us by the Purple Beast Alliance. I'm uncertain if all of you have thought about it. Are we going to fight or surrender?" The expressions of the many Heaven Ultimate Gods present turned a bit ugly when they heard the woman. "Let's just surrender." A purple-haired middle-aged man, one of the 5 high-level Heaven Ultimate Gods present, stood up. "Our current strength isn't a match for the Purple Beast Alliance ever since our sect master was killed. The Purple Beast Alliance master alone is enough to slaughter all of us. We won't end well if we're still stubborn under such circumstances. Yes, the Purple Beast Alliance master could have wiped us all out, but choose not to. He instead gave us a month to consider. I think he's already really good to us. We're just being ignorant if we don't surrender. Let's just surrender. Our current strength will not be able to resist the attack from the Purple Beast Alliance. We'll all die if the battle continues. I also agree that we should surrender." Many people immediately agreed with the purple-haired middle-aged man. The Dragon Divine Gang was in a dire situation and thought their best option was to surrender. However, humph! A cold grunt sounded without warning came from a bald old man called Long Shan who was and had always been the recently deceased Dragon Divine Gang Master's most loyal servant. A bunch of useless scum. Long Shan stood up and cursed. "Long Shan, what did you say?" The purple-haired middle-aged man's face turned sullen. Both of them were high-level Heaven Ultimate Gods. The purple-haired middle-aged man might watch out how he behaved around Long Shan when the sect master was still alive. However, he no longer showed even the slightest respect for Long Shan at that moment. "Was I wrong?" Long Shan sounded cold. "Sect master was not bad to you, was he? 90% of the various annual benefits we got from Dragon City were distributed to every one of us here and he only kept 10% to himself. He had also tried his best to help all of you here to get whatever you wanted so that you could focus on improving your strength. The sect master has just been killed by the Purple Beast Alliance master not long ago, but all of you are giving up on avenging him and surrender at the feet of the Purple Beast Alliance. What are you if all of you aren't some useless scum? Long Shan, you're not entirely right. The graceful red-clothed woman frowned and said, Of course, we want to avenge our sect master, but you have realized our current situation. How on earth can we fight against the Purple Beast Alliance based on our current strength? We're just committing suicide if we act rashly and carry on with the fight. That's right. Long Shan, we won't stop if you're loyal to the sect master and want to go crazy with revenge, but don't bring all of us down together with you. The purple-haired middle-aged man bellowed in a low voice. You! Long Shan was anxious, but he did not know what to say. A figure suddenly appeared in the hall out of thin air without any signs. It's quite lively here! A hearty laugh echoed in the hall as soon as the person appeared. Many Dragon Divine Gang's Heaven Ultimate Gods in the hall were shocked and turned to look at Jian Wushuang one after another. Who are you? How dare you break into our Dragon Divine Gang's lair? The purple-haired middle-aged man stared at Jian Wushuang with seemingly angry, electrified eyes. A high-level Heaven Ultimate God? The graceful red-clothed woman squinted slightly before softly said, Are you from the Purple Beast Alliance? Purple Beast Alliance? No, I'm not. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly before swiftly moving his figure and then sat down on the hall's main seat. The seat which was used to be occupied by the Dragon Divine Gang Master. A domineering voice also suddenly resounded after he sat down. My name is Su Han. I'll be the new leader of the Dragon Divine Gang from today onwards. I wonder if any one of you disagree? Chapter 2677, No Chance to Survive Even Though Surrendered. I'll be the new leader of the Dragon Divine Gang from today. I wonder if any of you disagree? Jian Wushuang's voice rang in the ears of everyone present, making all the Dragon Divine Gang's Heaven Ultimate Gods astonished. A hint of anger rose from the bottom of their hearts after a brief moment of stupor. It was not surprising they were agitated by a stranger who came out of nowhere and broke into the hall before claiming to be their new Dragon Divine Gang Master. They would feel better if the person was a peak Heaven Ultimate God, but Su Han, who plunged into the gang leader's seat, was only emanating the aura of a high-level Heaven Ultimate God. Did that person who was just a high-level Heaven Ultimate God want to be their leader? What a joke! Your Excellency is too full of yourself. Although the Dragon Divine Gang is just an ordinary third-rate sect, not anyone can just barge in and bully us, said the graceful red-clothed woman in a deep voice. The purple-haired middle-aged man shouted in a very low voice. Humph, you're just a high-level Heaven Ultimate God while we still have 5 high-level Heaven Ultimate God here. You won't make it into the list even if we were to vote for a new leader. Get lost! The others were also glaring fiercely at Jian Wushuang. It seems that all of you are not willing. If that's the case, Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently and just cracked a smile. Buzz! He discharged an earth-shaking sword intent before completely displaying his 10,000 miles sword world. The terrifying sword world oppressed the audience and shocked all of them. There were nearly 30 people present, with all of them being at the level of a Heaven Ultimate God, yet their expressions changed drastically under the sword world's shock and oppression. It's Principal World! What a terrifying Principal World! It's only at Profound Realm, but gives me the feeling that it's no less than a complete Principal World realm. Oops, the deterrent effect of this Principal World is so strong that it has greatly restricted my strength. Is Su Han going to attack us? All the Heaven Ultimate Gods were frightened and were ready to take action. Jian Wushuang made a move under their gaze. Buzz! His figure disappeared out of thin air and reappeared next to the purple-haired middle-aged man as though he teleported. This speed! The purple-haired middle-aged man's eyes went wide. He was a dignified and honorable high-level Heaven Ultimate God, yet incapable of reacting to Jian Wushuang's terrifying speed. Jian Wushuang casually tapped his sword against the purple-haired middle-aged man's divine body before his figure became blurry and faded away again. Jian Wushuang's phantom-like body hurtled around the hall as he appeared and disappeared next to all the Heaven Ultimate Gods like a flickering star. Those Heaven Ultimate Gods failed to capture Jian Wushuang or organize any attacking strategy. Clang! 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 There was a series of low grunting sounds when Jian Wuxiang's Blood Mountain sword tapped on all the Heaven Ultimate Gods. However, Jian Wuxiang did not use his divine power, he just wanted to make them tremble. Jian Wuxiang was back in the main seat again after a while with his Blood Mountain sword sheathed as the sword world that flooded the hall slowly vanished. Jian Wuxiang wore a faint smile and commented, "Am I qualified to be your leader now?" The hall fell silent. Almost 30 Heaven Ultimate Gods were staring at Jian Wuxiang in horror. It was too fast. Jian Wuxiang was too fast. They were incapable of reacting in time. In that very short time, Jian Wuxiang used the body of his long sword to tap on each of them once. They would have died in that short time if Jian Wuxiang used his sword's edge to cut their heads instead of the flat side. Too strong! It was too fast. He can kill us like killing chickens with this terrifying speed. Not only the primary level Heaven Ultimate Gods but even the high level Heaven Ultimate Gods won't be spared. He's only a high level Heaven Ultimate God. How can his speed possibly be so fast? It's space-time strangulation. His perception of the space-time law must have reached the second stage space-time strangulation, otherwise he won't be so fast. In addition, he's assisted from the great shocking effect of his sword world. Although he looked like just a high-level Heaven Ultimate God, he's more terrifying than a genuine peak Heaven Ultimate God. It's not easy for a peak Heaven Ultimate God to kill us, but he can easily kill us. The Dragon Divine Gang Heaven Ultimate God looked at Jian Wuxiang in awe. Experts were highly respected in the world. It was the same in Dragon Divine Gang. They initially thought just a high-level Heaven Ultimate God such as Jian Wuxiang was not qualified to be their leader, but no one dared to think as such at that moment. Surrender or die, choose for yourself. Jian Wuxiang spoke again with his cold voice at that moment as a faint killing intent filled the hall. The Dragon Divine Gang's high-level Heaven Ultimate Gods shuddered. Long Shan is pleased to meet the gang leader. Long Shan, the bald old man, was the first to bow down to Jian Wuxiang and surrendered to Jian Wuxiang. This old thing, didn't he insist we should fight the Purple Beast Alliance master just now? The graceful red-clothed woman and the purple-haired middle-aged man were both irritated. They did not know that Long Shan was not courageous but only loyal to the deceased Dragon Divine Gang master, and wanted to avenge his leader who was killed by the Purple Beast Alliance master. He was of course not willing to surrender. However, Long Shan chose to surrender to Jian Wuxiang without hesitation because Jian Wuxiang had nothing to do with the Purple Beast Alliance on top of being incredibly powerful. Those who don't surrender, are you seeking death? Jian Wuxiang's cold eyes glanced at the graceful red-clothed woman and the purple-haired middle-aged man. Master Suhan. The graceful red-clothed woman took a deep breath and solemnly said, Dragon Divine Gang has always respected the strong. Anyone powerful could be the leader. Master, you are indeed qualified to be our leader based on your strength. However, do you know of the Dragon Divine Gang's current situation? Your current situation? Tell me about it. Jian Wuxiang looked down. Our gang leader was beheaded by the Purple Beast Alliance master who gave us a 1-month deadline to submit to them. Otherwise, he'll kill all of us as he wants to wipe the Dragon Divine Gang out. The graceful red-clothed woman did not continue her words. So, that's the situation. Jian Wuxiang smiled indifferently. It's easy. He'll handle the Purple Beast Alliance, and dismiss them when they are here. Chapter 2678, Purple Beast Alliance. Dismiss them? The Heaven Ultimate Gods from the Dragon Divine Gang stood gazing at each other. We have already planned on yielding to the Purple Beast Alliance. Our Dragon Divine Gang will naturally honor you as our leader if you manage to resolve the Purple Beast Alliance, said the graceful red-clothed woman. The purple-haired middle-aged man and the rest standing beside them also nodded, having the same thoughts as the graceful red-clothed woman. How much time is left from the due date the Purple Beast Alliance gave you? Jian Wuxiang asked. We still have 3 days. A huge group of masters from the Purple Beast Alliance will arrive after 3 days if I'm not mistaken. The Purple Beast Alliance master will also be here in person, said the graceful red-clothed woman. It'll come again 3 days later if that's the case. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently and immediately left with his apparitions. A racket immediately started in the meeting hall after Jian Wushuang left. Everybody, let's discuss this. Can this person really get rid of the Purple Beast Alliance 3 days later? The Heaven Ultimate Gods started discussing amongst themselves. Dong Shui, what do you think? The purple-haired middle-aged man looked at the graceful red-clothed lady. I have no idea. The graceful red-clothed lady shook her head. Although this Su Han is only a high-level Heaven Ultimate God, all of you've seen his strength displayed to the extent we're unable to resist his attacks at all. He's too fast, and it's very simple for him to kill us. He definitely can go up against an ordinary peak Heaven Ultimate Gods with his speed. However, all of you know the Purple Beast Alliance Master's strength. Not only is he a true peak Heaven Ultimate God, but he's also very powerful such that our previous gang master died in his hands. Su Han won't have a high possibility of winning if he goes against the Purple Beast Alliance Master, but he'd at least be qualified to fight him. Aren't you just wasting your breath? The purple-haired middle-aged man rolled his eyes. Haha. I cannot judge if this Su Han can really defeat the Purple Beast Alliance Master and make the Alliance leave. However, I'm sure of one matter, it's something between him and the Purple Beast Alliance while the Dragon Divine Gang retains its middle ground. It has nothing to do with us if he's really defeated or died in the hands of the Purple Beast Alliance Master. We only need to surrender to the Purple Beast Alliance after everything ends. We'll only need to surrender to him if he's really strong and can make the Purple Beast Alliance leave with his power. Our Dragon Divine Gang won't suffer any losses no matter the outcome, said the graceful red-clothed woman called Dong Shui. That's true. All the Heaven Ultimate Gods around her nodded in agreement. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The experts from Purple Beast Alliance really came attacking them once their time was up. The Purple Beast Alliance was much stronger than the Dragon Divine Gang with almost 40 Heaven Ultimate Gods when it came to overall strength. The Purple Beast Alliance had gone all out at that moment. The Purple Beast Alliance Master had personally led around 40 Heaven Ultimate Gods along with many Peak Earth Ultimate Gods and arrived at the void on top of Dragon City. More than 100 densely packed figures were standing in the void. The Purple Beast Alliance Master was a more than 2 meters tall burly man with purple-colored armor. He was casually sitting on a huge purple-colored throne while engrossingly looking at the black fortress underneath him. A petite old man asked, Alliance Master, 1 month has gone by and there's still no news from the Dragon Divine Gang. It looks like they don't plan to surrender. Shall we directly take action? There's no hurry. The Alliance Master waved his hand. This Dragon Divine Gang is a third-rated clan. Although I've killed their gang leader, they still have many Heaven Ultimate Gods under their control. It'll be a waste if we kill all these Heaven Ultimate Gods. We'd be able to include them into our Purple Beast Alliance if they proactively surrender, and therefore once again increase our overall strength. Our Purple Beast Alliance will be considered extremely strong among the third-rated clans in the Danyang continent by then. How about this? Let's give them another hour. We shall directly take action and wipe them out if they still aren't making any moves within the next hour. Noted. The petite old man nodded before opening his mouth and spoke in an austere manner. Those from the Dragon Divine Gang, your 1-month time limit is up. Let us know if you choose to surrender or we'll wipe you out. My Alliance Master has given his orders to grant you another hour. Our Alliance will take action and wipe out your Dragon Divine Gang if you don't respond after the hour. The austere voice which came from the Heaven Ultimate God's mouth echoed mightily throughout the entire Dragon City. Many Dragon Divine Gang experts gathered in a castle surrounded by the huge dragon located in the center of Dragon City. Each of them had a serious expression on their faces after hearing that voice. We only have 1 hour left, what should we do? The purple-haired middle-aged man was extremely worried. Don't panic, let's see if Su Han will take action. We can just surrender in the end if he doesn't, said the graceful red-clothed woman Dong Shui. The Dragon Divine Gang experts could only suppress their fear and continued waiting there. However, their wait did not last long as a figure slowly rose upward in Dragon City. That figure's appearance immediately caught those Dragon Divine Gang experts' attention. It's Su-Han! He has finally appeared! Let's see if he can chase away the Purple Beast Alliance. The Dragon Divine Gang experts looked on in anticipation. At the bottom of their hearts, they preferred surrendering to Su-Han, as the Purple Beast Alliance had previously killed their gang leader, making them resistant to the Alliance, as their previous gang leader had always treated them well. Jian Wushuang had already appeared in the void and before those Purple Beast Alliance experts. The Purple Beast Alliance experts also looked towards him, but none paid him much attention, as they noticed the divine power spreading from Jian Wushuang's body was only at the high-level Heaven Ultimate God, while their alliance had several high-level Heaven Ultimate Gods. You're the Purple Beast Alliance Master? Jian Wushuang had an indifferent smile on his face as his sight directly landed on the Alliance Master sitting on the throne right in the middle of the crowd. The Alliance Master glanced at Jian Wushuang but was too lazy to reply to him. The petite old man beside the Alliance Master shouted in a deep voice. You aren't one of the high-level Heaven Ultimate Gods from the Dragon Divine Gang. Who are you? Jian Wushuang replied. I'm Su-Han. Unfortunately, I've set my eyes on the Dragon Divine Gang, hence the Purple Beast Alliance can only return to whence you came from. Jian Wushuang spoke as though nothing mattered. However, the petite old man immediately gave him a strict glance and said, How dare you! Reckless idiot! Where did this idiotic young man come from? The expressions of the Purple Beast Alliance experts turned cold. The Purple Beast Alliance Master calmly said, Kill him! Chapter 2679, 1/Kill. Kill him! Two figures took action at the same time upon the Purple Beast Alliance Master's order. Those two were the petite old man, while the other was an evil-looking woman in black clothes, the left and right guardian of the Purple Beast Alliance. They were both extremely strong high-level Heaven Ultimate Gods. The void seems as though it had been pierced open as a black sword appeared beside Jian Wushuang, and quietly pierced toward his heart. On the other hand, the petite old man with a golden hammer in each hand directly attacked Jian Wushuang. However, the black sword and golden hammers failed to touch Jian Wushuang's actual body but traveled through his figure instead. Whoosh! It was unknown when, but Jian Wushuang's body had appeared in a nearby void. He seems to have good speeds. The petite young man and the evil black-clothed woman immediately looked toward Jian Wushuang. I'm not interested in mediocre people. Jian Wushuang mocked, but his eyes were fixated on the Purple Beast Alliance Master. The Purple Beast Alliance Master had extremely strong combat power among the peak Heaven Ultimate Gods and is especially good at attacking and killing, but his physical protection capabilities can only be considered normal, mumbled Jian Wushuang softly. He also obtained detailed information about the Purple Beast Alliance Master and his expert's true strength. He only dared to appear openly because he had all that information. The Dragon Divine Gang isn't weak, whilst this Purple Beast Alliance is slightly stronger. I can subdue both forces, but I'll have to show my absolute strength to make both forces' experts surrender willingly. I have to kill this Purple Beast Alliance Master neatly. Jian Wushuang had a cold look in his eyes, while the magnificent divine power on his body had already expanded, while a huge amount of golden divine power coagulated like crazy behind his back. The 3,000-meter-tall golden god shadow appeared behind Jian Wushuang in the blink of an eye. The golden god shadow was extremely majestic as it looked down at everything in heaven and earth. At the same time, the 7 stars secret technique in Jian Wushuang's body was also unleashed outward. The divine power on his body had immediately skyrocketed the moment he used the 7 stars secret technique. Those below Undying Saint could directly elevate their strength by an entire realm with the 7 stars secret technique scroll too. Jian Wushuang was only a peak Earth Ultimate God, but his realm was directly raised to the primary level Heaven Ultimate God after displaying the 7 stars secret technique. The divine power he emitted was that of a peak Heaven Ultimate God stage under the Black Stone's disguise. His aura has strengthened. Peak Heaven Ultimate God, it's a peak Heaven Ultimate God's divine power. The expressions of many Purple Beast Alliance experts darkened. Even the Purple Beast Alliance Master, who initially did not pay much attention to Jian Wushuang, also looked at him with a peculiar expression. Jian Wushuang's combat power had been raised to an astonishing level after using both the 7 Stars secret technique and Divine God of Punishment. These 2 secret techniques should be more than sufficient to kill this Purple Beast Alliance Master. Jian Wushuang secretly smiled. He then directly made his move. His figure had only slightly moved forward, but it ended up with him directly crossing the lengthy distance and appearing in front of the crowd. The speed he burst out in that instant staggered the crowd. This speed! The Purple Beast Alliance Master was also startled. Bang! The Purple Beast Alliance Master banged on his throne's armrest as his divine power was immediately unleashed. His figure was like a primitive beast as he attacked Jian Wushuang. So what if you're fast? The battle between experts has never relied on speed, said the Purple Beast Alliance Master coldly as a domineering axe appeared in his hand. The axe could be identified as a high-level heavenly treasure, as it looked extremely powerful. As the Alliance Master was about to wave the axe in his hand, Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently before him as he slowly stretched out his palm and pointed at the area Purple Beast Alliance Master was located. A finger-pointing heavenly technique. A simple finger-pointing had evoked the space-time energy around that area. The Alliance Master's figure paused in the middle of the air without any warning. Although his body paused, his face still had that hideous expression along with his one hand raised while still maintaining the action of waving his axe. However, the space-time he was in had already completely paused. A finger-pointing heavenly technique, the divine technique Jian Wushuang comprehended for 9 years before he barely grasped it. Although he had only barely grasped the technique and his strength was too low, fully displaying that skill with his perception of the space-time law at that moment was not something a usual peak heaven ultimate god could pull off. He could make the space-time an ordinary peak heaven ultimate god was to fall into an extremely short stasis. The period was extremely short. It was just a moment that was even shorter than the blink of an eye. However, this short moment was enough to decide lots of matters in a fight between experts. It could be seen that Jian Wushuang's figure was unaffected at all and had already appeared in front of the Purple Beast Alliance Master. The latter remained in his axe-waving position but without the axe landing the entire time. The space-time where the Alliance Master was in only returned to normal when Jian Wushuang had waved his long sword. The Blood Mountain sword had attacked toward the Alliance Master like a poisonous snake, and was only half a centimeter away from the Alliance Master's head. The Purple Beast Alliance Master could not react in time despite space-time around him having already recovered. Slurp! The cold sword flitted through mercilessly, and the Alliance Master's head had flown outward as his life had started to fade away. The Purple Beast Alliance Master still had that frightened expression on his face just before he died. How can he be so fast? The corners of his mouth were still mumbling softly. He was in a situation where both space-time and his consciousness was stagnant. He had no idea about what happened during the time his consciousness was stagnant. Therefore, he still thought that Jian Wushuang killed him with incredible speed. He had no idea Jian Wushuang had used divine techniques. Although Jian Wushuang was fast, it was not so exaggerated. My divine power and space-time law perspective are sufficient to fight with an ordinary peak heaven ultimate god. In the strongest among the experts of the peak heaven ultimate god stage once I displayed the 7 stars secret technique and divine god of punishment. It's very easy to kill an ordinary peak heaven ultimate god with this almost godlike finger-pointing heavenly technique. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. The Purple Beast Alliance experts surrounding them looked extremely stunned. In their impression, their Alliance Master was extremely strong since the previous peak heaven ultimate god dragon divine gang leader was directly killed by their Alliance Master. However, their powerful Alliance Master died in someone else's hands at that moment. In addition, it happened so fast. Chapter 2680. Surrender. It was really too fast. In just a short face-to-face moment, their Alliance Master's head had already been chopped off by somebody even before they had time to react. Cleanly and neatly killed by a sword cut. Why did this happen? Is this an illusion? How is it possible the Alliance Master was so easily killed? Could this Suhan be a grand ultimate god? Multiple pairs of horrified eyes were glued on Jian Wushuang's body as the Purple Beast Alliance experts were completely stunned. They were not the only ones, as the Dragon Divine Gang experts inside the Black Fortress were also completely stunned. Although they already knew that Jian Wushuang was strong from early on and could fight the Purple Beast Alliance Master, they only thought he could fight against him with a small chance of winning. The result was the Purple Beast Alliance Master being killed in a short moment. A Heaven Ultimate God in the Dragon Divine Gang said, "Did you guys notice how the Alliance Master seemed to pause for a short moment just now, as though he was completely stunned on the spot? Yes, Suhan must have displayed some sort of secret skill to cause this, if I guessed correctly. The Purple Beast Alliance Master was completely powerless to resist and was directly killed because of this secret skill." What secret skill is that? It can make a person stop completely? I don't know, but it should be a secret skill regarding space-time. The Heaven Ultimate Gods from the Dragon Divine Gang were discussing among themselves. All of them noticed that Jian Wushuang displayed a secret skill, but nobody knew which secret skill it was. They only knew it was an extremely special secret skill and played a huge part in the Purple Beast Alliance Master's instant death. It was indeed the truth. A finger-pointing heavenly technique was too frightening. Although I've previously barely grasped this skill, I've never used it against anybody yet and never totally understand its might. I've finally learned about it now. Jian Wushuang stood in the void as he was slightly shocked. He made a move to kill the Purple Beast Alliance Master for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted a clean kill to instigate the best shocking results. Secondly, he wanted to measure the power of the finger-pointing heavenly technique. Jian Wushuang discovered that he had belittled that secret skill after he used it. The Purple Beast Alliance Master was a peak Heaven Ultimate God. He was considered one of the strongest among the peak Heaven Ultimate Gods, yet failed to withstand the attack after Jian Wushuang displayed the finger-pointing heavenly technique and entered a stagnated state before inexplicably killed by Jian Wushuang. This skill is really too powerful. Using it with just my current power, nobody among the peak Heaven Ultimate Gods will be able to withstand it, apart from those who also have a high insight towards the space-time law. It'll be able to directly kill them, as they will be my target once they fail to withstand this skill of mine and enter a temporarily stagnated space-time state. It'll be able to wipe out 90% of the peak Heaven Ultimate Gods with this skill. If I include my large collection of skills and hidden tricks, I can be considered invincible among the ultimate Heaven Gods. Jian Wushuang tightened his grips as the piercing look in his eyes intensified. The Purple Beast Alliance Master was dead, but the Alliance's Heaven Ultimate Gods were still there. Many among those Heaven Ultimate Gods were close subordinates of the Alliance Master, such as the petite old man who used hammers and were loyal toward the Alliance Master. These Heaven Ultimate Gods snapped out of their shock after a short while and reacted. He killed the Alliance Master! Kill him to avenge the Alliance Master! Attack! Many Heaven Ultimate Gods immediately took action and attacked Jian Wushuang under the petite old man's leadership. However, several people did not make any movements. Jian Wushuang glanced across these people as the look in his eyes turned cold. Boom! The scary sword world was directly extended as the Heaven Ultimate Gods attacking Jian Wushuang immediately felt his sword world's suppression. They also activated their principal world in hopes to withstand the sword world. Although their principal world was almost at the profound achievement, their profound achievement worlds would still crumble like chicken coops under the suppression of Jian Wushuang's perfect sword world that stretched for 50,000 kilometers. Jian Wushuang moved his body following that. His ghost-like figure moved as though he was teleporting and appeared beside every Heaven Ultimate God before attacking with the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. These primary level and high-level Heaven Ultimate Gods were incapable of reacting under that scary speed. The Heaven Ultimate Gods were mercilessly killed by Jian Wushuang one at a time. The swords slashed out as heads were cut off one by one like harvesting wheat. The Dragon Divine Gang experts in the Black Fortress felt shivers travel through their spines as they observed the occurrences. They were extremely familiar with this scene, as Jian Wushuang had attacked them as such 3 days ago, but with reserved strength at that time. However, at that moment, massacre! This is a total massacre! It's just like killing chickens! If Su-han had attacked us intending to kill 3 days ago, would also have been slaughtered by him. The people from the Dragon Divine gang discussed among themselves with bated breaths. Within less than 2 breaths' time, the Heaven Ultimate Gods who wanted to avenge the Purple Beast Alliance Master, apart from a small number of people who escaped when they saw the situation, had been killed by Jian Wushuang. Among them included the petite old man. The void above Dragon City was covered in a huge amount of blood, with the entire place painted a crimson-red color. Bodies fell one by one and landed on the ground below before being laid spread across the ground, while Jian Wushuang stood alone in the middle of the void with the Blood Mountain sword in his hand, blood still slowly dripping from the blade's edge. He had a cold expression on his face as his cold eyes swept through the experts of the Purple Beast Alliance who escaped to their surroundings. Surrender or prepare to be wiped out! Jian Wushuang's demon-like voice echoed around the void above the Dragon City. Many of the remaining experts looked at each other when they heard Jian Wushuang's words and were secretly frightened. The evil black-clothed woman who previously attacked Jian Wushuang was the first to walk forward and respectfully said, "Lord Su-han, I, He Yen, along with the Purple Beast Alliance experts, are willing to surrender and honor you as our new alliance master." The remaining Purple Beast Alliance's Heaven Ultimate Gods also said in awe, "We're willing to surrender." The Purple Beast Alliance and Divine Dragon Gang were only gangs, not sects nor clans. They only believed in honoring the strongest as their master, as they were formed by a large group of experts with no ideals of absolute loyalty. Anybody strong could be their leader. The remaining people surrendered willingly once Jian Wushuang had shown his absolute frightening strength by killing those loyal to the previous alliance master, like the petite old man. Chapter 2681 Sword Alliance. Jian Wushuang smiled in satisfaction when he saw the Purple Beast Alliance experts that spread around had surrendered. He then walked towards the Black Fortress located below. In the Black Fortress, the Divine Dragon Gang experts rushed out with the graceful red-clothed lady leading them. The Divine Dragon Gang experts did not hesitate as they spoke loudly together at that moment. "Greetings to the Gang Master." "Gang Master?" However, Jian Wushuang smiled with a hidden meaning before pointing at the graceful red-clothed lady. "What's your name?" "Gang Master Im Dong Shui," replied the graceful red-clothed lady immediately. "Dong Shui and He Yen, I'm giving both of you 10 days. I want to see the Divine Dragon Gang and Purple Beast Alliance integrated after 10 days, said Jian Wushuang coldly. Integrated? Dong Shui and the evil-looking black-clothed woman were stunned before nodding with full obedience. Both Divine Dragon Gang and Purple Beast Alliance's highest authorities were willing to surrender under Jian Wushuang's feet at that moment, hence it was not difficult for both parties to completely integrate. In addition, the Divine Dragon Gang and Purple Beast Alliance shall be considered a new clan after the integration. I plan to name this clan Sword Alliance. Does anyone have any opinions? Jian Wushuang swept past the different clans' experts. It did not matter whether those experts were from the Dragon Divine Gang or the Purple Beast Alliance. All of them lowered their heads under Jian Wushuang's gaze. They had completely surrendered to Jian Wushuang so naturally, nobody dared say anything when Jian Wushuang mentioned a change in the clan's name. Therefore, the first clan that Jian Wushuang had set up in his ancient god domain lifetime, Sword Alliance, was born. In the Black Fortress, Jian Wushuang sat in the private room alone with an interspatial ring at hand. He obtained that interspatial ring from the dead Purple Beast Alliance Master. The previous Purple Beast Alliance Master was a peak heaven ultimate god and the ruler of a third-rated clan in the Danyang continent. Almost the entire many resources the Purple Beast Alliance owned were on him. In addition, he had also killed the Divine Dragon Gang Master, hence his net worth should be quite high. Jian Wushuang immediately checked it in detail, but slightly frowned after the check and was disappointed. This Purple Beast Alliance Master really had a high net worth with many cultivation resources, secret techniques, mystical weapons, and treasures. He also had a lot of primordial stones, a lot more than most peak heaven ultimate gods, to the extent that his net worth would not be a lot different compared to ordinary primary level Grand Ultimate Gods. However, the Purple Beast Alliance Master did not have many divine elixir pills despite his high net worth. Only 500 pieces. 500 divine elixir pills. It had to be understood that those previous gamble fights between Jian Wushuang and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion disciples had won him around 1,800 divine elixir pills, which was 3 times more than the Purple Beast Alliance Master owned. I thought killing this Purple Beast Alliance Master will get me a batch of expensive divine elixir pills. However, it seems like it won't be that easy, thought Jian Wushuang secretly. However, he was able to understand as divine elixir pills were uncommon and hard to obtain. Most resource trades were carried out using primordial stones, with divine elixir pills rarely used. Just like the Crimson Stone Fort wherein Suer controlled. She could only get him 800 divine elixir pills despite striving her hardest. In comparison, it seemed quite acceptable for him to obtain these 500 pills from the Purple Beast Alliance Master. As for the 1,800 divine elixir pills he received from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion disciples, it was only because the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was rich. I had almost 1,800 pills and now I've got another 500 pieces. That's 2,000 plus pieces altogether. There's still a huge difference with the amount I need to make a breakthrough from Peak Earth Ultimate God into the primary level Heaven Ultimate God. However, I'm not in a hurry. Jian Wushuang slightly smiled. He had just started implementing his plans and there were lots of chances to get divine elixir pills in the future. I have a clan under my control now that the Sword Alliance has been formed. Although it's just a third-rated clan of an area, it'll grow large enough to threaten those powerful clans as long as it continues to expand. Jian Wushuang was very confident with the Sword Alliance. To be exact, he was confident in himself. 10 days later, the Dragon Divine Gang and the Purple Beast Alliance had completed their integration and formed the Sword Alliance. The name Sword Alliance had completely spread by then. In the Grand Hall, Jian Wushuang sat on a golden throne while Dong Shui, He Yan, Long Shan, and the middle-aged purple-haired man, Zi Wang, stood there respectfully. Alliance Master, these are sent by the Corpse Palace's people. They said that both their palace masters send you their greetings. Zi Wang passed an interspatial ring to Jian Wushuang. Corpse Palace? Jian Wushuang slightly frowned. Our Sword Alliance hasn't even thrown our establishment convention yet. Why did this Corpse Palace send us gifts? I don't know. They might want to greet you in advance, said Zi Wang. Jian Wushuang smiled and asked, Greet me? Our Sword Alliance is the integration of the Dragon Divine Gang and Purple Beast Alliance, so we have 2 cities under our control. We are no longer a small clan among those third-rated clans based on the land we own. Won't there be several people fixated on us? Dong Shui spoke. That isn't necessarily the case. Our domain is located at the edge of the Danyan continent and far from those huge clans. Those huge clans don't care much about this place. Although there are 5 clans near us, they are also just third-rated clans. You don't need to pay much notice to the other 4 of the 5 third-rated clans, as their strength is equal to the Purple Beast Alliance. Now that the Purple Beast Alliance and Dragon Divine Gang have integrated into the Sword Alliance, we're much stronger than any of those 4 clans. Only the 5th clan, the Corpse Palace that sent these presents, is slightly nasty. Why? Jian Wushuang looked towards Dong Shui. Alliance Master. Although this Corpse Palace is also a third-rated clan, they are generally stronger than your usual third-rated clans. The Corpse Palace has more than 70 Heaven Ultimate Gods according to rumors, with 2 Palace Masters. Both Palace Masters are at the Peak Heaven Ultimate God stage, with one of them being the top among Peak Heaven Ultimate Gods. The previous Purple Beast Alliance Master you killed once fought against that Corpse Palace Master and was easily beaten, said He Yan. He Yan was originally part of the Purple Beast Alliance and one of the previous Alliance Master's confidants. She saw the fight between the Alliance Master and the Corpse Palace Master. The power difference was huge. Apart from that, there's also news stating the Corpse Palace deals with the Star Fort, and both of them have a good relationship. Continued He Yan. Star Fort? Jian Wushuang's heart moved. He did not know much about Corpse Palace, but he surely knew of the Star Fort. Chapter 2682. Forming an army. The Star Fort was a second-rated clan of a location, and considered one of the strongest among all second-rate clans in the Danyang continent. Its strength was close to that of a first-rate clan. The reason being their Star Fort master was a Grand Ultimate God. They were considered the first-rated clan as a Grand Ultimate God was personally attending to matters there. People normally would not provoke them unless it was necessary. This Corpse Palace is related to the Star Fort. Jian Wushuang slightly squinted his eyes. He wanted to carry out his plans, and that meant frantically expanding to their surrounding areas and had to conquer turf and resources without stopping to expand their strength. The third-rated clans around the Sword Alliance were his main target, hence he would naturally go head-on against the Corpse Palace. The Sword Alliance has just been formed and there's no hurry to expand it. It's best if we first stabilize it, mumbled Jian Wushuang before glancing at the group of 4 in front of him. Jian Wushuang then ordered, Dong Shui, the many properties in Dragon City will be under your control from today onward. I don't ask for much, as I only want you to stabilize Dragon City while maintaining its previous benefits without huge problems appearing. Hey Yen, you're most familiar with the Purple Beast City that was originally under the Purple Beast Alliance's control. I'm placing the Purple Beast City in your hands now. Ziwang, you'll be in charge of dealing with the other Sword Alliance's internal ordeals, such as getting more experts and so on. All of you can discuss amongst yourself on dealing with matters that you come across in the future, and directly deal with it. Only report to me when it's something important. Yes. Dong Shui, He Yan, and Ziwang immediately took the orders. The 3 of them were slightly happy and surprised. They had no idea Jian Wushuang would give them such huge authority when he just integrated both clans to form the Sword Alliance. For each of them to manage a city while also discussing amongst themselves and resolving small and large matters was equivalent to completely assigning the Alliance Master's rights to them. However, had they not just surrendered and followed this Su-Han? Why did Su-Han trust them so much? They had no idea Jian Wushuang did not have the time to manage the Sword Alliance unlike them. He wanted to expand indefinitely. There would be too many issues to worry about, such as the Sword Alliance's expansion and strength increase. He would not have so much time to manage these matters at that time, so he ordered his subordinates early on to handle them. About the rights that he divided out, Jian Wushuang also did not care much about them. The world where the strongest had control, after all. He alone represented the highest authority in the Sword Alliance. Long Shan! Jian Wushuang finally turned and glanced at the bald old man called Long Shan. Alliance Master. Long Shan also immediately greeted Jian Wushuang. He was slightly worried when Jian Wushuang appointed Dong Shui, He Yan, and Ziwang with authorities but had not mentioned him. There's something I'd like to assign you with, said Jian Wushuang. Please go ahead, Alliance Master, replied Long Shan. I want to reassign a group of Sword Alliance experts and form the Divine Sword Army, said Jian Wushuang. Divine Sword Army? Long Shan was stunned. Forming an army? Dong Shui, He Yan, and Ziwang also had surprised expressions on their faces. In the Danyang continent, only top powerful clans like the Crimson Stone Fort, Life and Death Tower, and Nanhua Palace had formed their legions. The Crimson Stone Fort had the famous Crimson Stone Official Army. During the Crimson Stone Official Army's peak, even their most ordinary army member was a Heaven Ultimate God, and they were not even normal Heaven Ultimate Gods but the best among their peers, the geniuses from every level. Any random army members from the Crimson Stone Official Army at that time were true elites. They could be described as invincible, as they had high combat powers alongside their special military and magic formations. The Crimson Stone Saint had relied on the Crimson Stone Official Army to expand his territory when he was still alive before finally founded the Crimson Stone Fort, which occupied an entire area in the Danyang Holy Domain. Although the Crimson Stone Fort had declined and the Crimson Stone Official Army was not as good as they were, many clans were still extremely afraid of them. The 4 top clans, Nanhua Palace, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan, had also trained their armies. Although they were slightly weaker compared to the Crimson Stone official army, they were still extremely frightening. Many first-rated clans in the Danyang continent had also built their legions or armies, but their effectiveness was low. Long Shan could not control himself and asked, "Alliance Master, our Sword Alliance has just finished the integration and just been born. No matter what, we're just a third-rated clan right now. Won't it be slightly too inadequate to set up an army right now?" "It's indeed slightly inadequate." Jian Wushuang also nodded in agreement. "Apart from many strong experts, a complete legion not only needs a huge number of martial artists, but also all sorts of similar mystical weapons and treasures. The most important matter is that we also need all sorts of special military and magic formations. These things are extremely valuable. In addition, the fact that every soldier in the Legion has a high salary which totals up to an astronomical number. It's not something the Sword Alliance can endure right now. However, what I want right now isn't a complete army, but only the framework of an army." "Zishan, how many Heaven Ultimate Gods does the Sword Alliance have under our control right now?" Jian Wushuang asked. "If we include ourselves, there's a total of 54 people, 10 high-level Heaven Ultimate Gods while the rest are primary-level Heaven Ultimate Gods," replied Zishan. "That's sufficient." Jian Wushuang smiled calmly. "Long Shan, I need you to build for me an army that consists of 30 Heaven Ultimate Gods within a year." "Only 30? Long Shan's facial expression changed for the better. "It's easy. The Sword Alliance has so many Heaven Ultimate Gods, hence I only need to promise them some benefits, and there will be many Heaven Ultimate Gods who'll join the army. Don't be happy so early on. I have my requirements." Jian Wushuang smiled. "Not only do I need these 30 to all be Heaven Ultimate Gods, but I also need them to have extremely strong combat powers among their peers. In addition, you also need to think of ways to guarantee their loyalty." "Loyalty?" Long Shan frowned. "Why? Is there a problem?" Jian Wushuang glanced over at him. "It's not difficult to find 30 extremely strong Heaven Ultimate Gods. They'll be able to entice many strong Heaven Ultimate Gods to join as long as I promise enough benefits. However, it'll be too difficult to guarantee their loyalty. In truth, our Sword Alliance isn't a clan or family that gives an extremely huge sense of belonging. We're only an ordinary clan consisting of experts joining our Sword Alliance due to benefits. There's an 80% chance of them leaving if the benefits are insufficient. We also don't have any methods to restrain them," said Long Shan. "That's true." Jian Wushuang secretly nodded as he knew what Long Shan said was true. "We don't need their complete loyalty if that's the case, but only their capabilities to fight for my Sword Alliance." Chapter 2683. A few tens to 100 billion. It's not difficult to make them willingly fight for the Sword Alliance, but we'll need to support them with lots of resources. In another word, we've to give them the benefits they want," said Long Shan. Jian Wushuang of course knew that people work for the sake of benefits. Experts who joined the Dragon Divine Gang, Purple Beast Alliance, Corpse Palace, and even the many powerful forces in the Danyang continent were after benefits offered. They would leave once nothing grabbed their interest. However, those sects and clans were different. They had nurtured their experts for generations, hence their disciples and followers had a strong sense of belonging. They would fight for their sects and clans even when there was nothing to reap, to the extent they might even be willing to give up their lives for their sects and clans. Sword Alliance must be prepared to provide them with lucrative benefits if Sword Alliance were to win the experts' hearts. They'll find a way to solve matters about resources. All you need to do is to find a way to form an official army as soon as possible. Don't be afraid to recruit too many experts as long as you find someone suitable, as I won't be limiting it to only 30 people. We can even do 50 or 100. There are 200 million primordial stones in this interspatial ring. Use it for now and come look for me when you run out of primordial stones." Jian Wushuang handed an interspatial ring to Long Shan. Jian Wushuang had heaps of primordial stones on hand but could not possibly give all of them at once to Long Shan. Jian Wushuang had not fully trusted Long Shan after all. "Yes." Long Shan took the interspatial ring with his eyes sparkling in excitement. Okay, all of you may go. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. The 4 people immediately bowed and left. Jian Wushuang was still sitting alone in the hall. Jian Wushuang murmured, I have never really built a sect before, hence I didn't have any idea about these training resources. However, I now know how important they are. I have a lot of resources now from receiving 1 billion primordial stones at one go when I sold 10 caddies of royal blood gems to the star-picking pavilion. I'm afraid I'll need a lot more if I were to form a decent-sized official army that's willing to fight for me. It seems that I'll have to find Yin Suer. Jian Wushuang immediately left for the sacred palace after having made a decision. He first went for Palace Keeper Sijin instead of directly looking for Yin Suer. In the palace, Jian Yi, what brought you here? Palace Keeper Sijin asked while standing in front of Jian Wushuang. He once told Jian Wushuang to ask help from the 2 sacred palace elders if he needed anything, and for Jian Wushuang to see him only meant that Jian Wushuang must have some important matters to discuss. I need a large batch of primordial stones, replied Jian Wushuang. How much do you need? Palace Keeper Sijin was indifferent. Jian Wushuang asked for divine elixir pills when he first arrived at the sacred palace, which Yin Suer tried her best and managed to get him 800 pieces. Palace Keeper was not surprised if Jian Wushuang would do the same for primordial stones if that was how Jian Wushuang asked for divine elixir pills. Not many, I'd like to have just a few tens and up to 100 billion of them, replied Jian Wushuang casually. What did you say? Palace Keeper Sijin stared wide-eyed at Jian Wushuang. You think a few tens or 100 billion primordial stones isn't a lot? Jian Yi, you do ask brazenly, don't you? There was an obvious trace of anger in Palace Keeper Sijin's tone. What a joke! Although the primordial stone was far less rare and precious than divine elixir pills, it was used in all kinds of goods exchanges and transactions in the Danyang Holy Domain. Scorpion King was killed because of the blood gems he managed to retrieve from the blood gem mineral vein, which only totaled up to 37 billion primordial stones. It was a huge amount of wealth even for Yin Suer, and managed to slightly lift her pressure due to that batch of primordial stones she got from those blood gems. Yin Suer might not refuse if Palace Keeper Sijin asked her for 100 million to 200 million primordial stones, or even 2 billion to 3 billion primordial stones. However, Jian Wushuang was asking for up to 100 billion primordial stones. What was with his request? Jian Yi, the Fort Master respects you as someone invited by the old Fort Master and ordered us to fulfill your request as much as possible to help you improve your strength. But your request is too much. Why will a peak Earth ultimate god like you need a few tens or even 100 billion primordial stones? Palace Keeper Sijin stared at Jian Wushuang in disbelief. I want these primordial stones because I need a lot of resources to build up a force and expand it, said Jian Wushuang. Build up a force? Palace Keeper Sijin's expression sank before he continued. You should be aware of the situation the Fort Master is facing now as it is. Do you think the Fort Master can get a few tens and up to 100 billion primordial stones? I'm afraid she'll have to pay a hefty price for it even if she can. I know, so this time I won't be asking without offering in exchange. They'll give you something in exchange. No, it should be that I'm giving you something in hopes you can help me find a way to liquidate this thing. You'll be getting either divine elixir pills or primordial stones after disposing of this thing, said Jian Wushuang. What is it? Palace Keeper Sijin asked. Jian Wushuang did not intend to continue hiding it as he flipped his hand and took out a blood-colored blood gem the size of a baby's fist. The blood-colored blood gem was the second royal blood gem in Jian Wushuang's hands. The first royal blood gem was only the size of a thumb and weighed 10 caddies. The second one was the size of a baby's fist and weighed more than 200 caddies. This is... Palace Keeper Sijin stared wide-eyed at the blood-colored blood gem. Royal blood gem. This is the royal blood gem. Yes, it's the royal blood gem, and I think this one weighs around 230 caddies. However, I don't know how much it's worth. Jian Wushuang smiled. 230 caddies of royal blood gem? Palace Keeper Sijin drew in a sharp breath of cold air. He was excited while looking intently at the royal blood gem. He was also obviously coveting the royal blood gem caused by the green-eyed monster in him. Jian Wushuang also noticed the greed in Palace Keeper Sijin's eyes but was not worried that Palace Keeper Sijin would make a move. Jian Wushuang was trying to honor the agreement with Crimson Stone Saint to help Yin Suer after all. He would be much at ease if Palace Keeper Sijin tried to rob the royal blood gem from him, as he could just leave and no longer paid any attention to the Crimson Stone Fort's affairs along with Yin Suer's survival in that case. Palace Keeper Sijin would of course not be doing something so foolish. Jian, how come you have such a big and heavy piece of royal blood gem? Is this from the blood gem mineral vein? Palace Keeper Sijin exclaimed in a low voice. I obtained this by luck and it has nothing to do with the mineral vein. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He would of course not admit that the royal blood gem was obtained from that mineral vein. Chapter 2684. Master Mo. Palace Keeper Sijin frowned but did not press on with further questions. Royal blood gem is one of the main materials for refining holy treasures. It's extremely valuable with many undying saints wanting to get their hands on it. The royal blood gem weighs 230 catties, so its value must be extravagant. However, it was just too expensive that many experts could not afford to buy it, said Palace Keeper Sijin. That's why I'll hand this royal blood gem to you so that Crimson Stone Fort can deal with it. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Jian Wushuang knew that only Star Picking Pavilion could afford to purchase the 230 catties of royal blood gem in the entire Danyang Holy Domain. Jian Shuang had sold 10 catties royal blood gem in the Wushui territory at a way too low price. He had no choice but to sell it at a very low price to the Star Picking Pavilion at that time because he could not find someone else to buy it. He did not want to suffer the same losses again. In addition, he had nowhere else to sell the royal blood gem, with the only channel he could go through was the Crimson Stone Fort. The fort master must have a way to sell this off, but I'm afraid it'll take a while. How many resources are you asking in exchange for this royal blood gem? Palace Keeper Sijin asked. I only need 10,000 divine elixir pills and 100 billion primordial stones. This piece of royal blood gem should be worth much more than that, of course. Hence I'll give the extra to your fort master. Jian Wushuang smiled. Well, I'll go see the fort master now and ask her to decide. Palace Keeper Sijin went to see Yin Suer immediately with excitement. Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry and waited quietly in the hall. The royal blood gem weighs 230 catties? Yin Suer was also quite surprised when she heard about it. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes, answered Palace Keeper Sijin solemnly. Jian has such a large piece of royal blood gem? Could it be from the interspatial ring Scorpion King gave him? Yin Suer squinted before immediately shook her head. No, Scorpion King is loyal to me and told me exactly how many blood gems he received from that blood gem mineral vein with no royal blood gems. The Scorpion King won't lie to me. If that's the case, this royal blood gem must be as he said. He got it by chance. It's that, or he had probably hidden it in advance upon discovering the royal blood gem when the official army guarded over the mineral vein. Regardless, he got it using his own ability in any case, so we can't penalize him. It's true, as Jian is still somewhat conscientious and said that he only needs 10,000 divine elixir pills and 100 billion primordial stones after we sold the royal blood gem. He'll offer the rest of it to you, said Palace Keeper Sijin. The price of the 230 catties of royal blood gem is indeed more than what he asked for. Of course, it also depends on who it is sold to. Yin Suer had a cold expression. There are only those few among the 9 realms of Golden Crow who can take up this royal blood gem. The Star Picking Pavilion is the only chamber of commerce among those few. Do you want to sell it to the Star Picking Pavilion or? Yin Suer waved and interrupted before Palace Keeper Sijin finished talking. Although the Star Picking Pavilion is the first-ranked chamber of commerce, they are the worst choice. They won't be able to sell the royal blood gem for a high price unless they organize a large-scale auction by gathering various experts. Any treasure can only be sold at its greatest value to those people who really need it. The people who are most eager to get it are naturally those high-level refining masters, since this royal blood gem is a refining material after all. Refining master? Palace Keeper Sijin was puzzled but immediately thought of someone. Fort Master, are you talking about Master Emo? Yes, it's him. A smile appeared on Insuer's face. Master Emo isn't only recognized as the #1 refining master in the 9 realms of Golden Crow, but also a powerful, undying saint. His influence and resources are beyond my imagination. Even Father had a lot of respect for Master Emo when he was alive and didn't dare to rub Master Emo in the wrong way. Master Mo's reputation has always been good. Many people have taken the initiative to send him some precious refining materials. He'll also pay a good matching price as long as the resources are precious and rare. On the other hand, the Star-Picking Pavilion only cares about profit, so they'll try to keep the price low while Master Emo won't be bothered to do so. Besides, Master Emo should be quite happy to see the royal blood gem. Correct, Master Emo will never be greedy and snatch the royal blood gem away. Fort Master can safely sell the royal blood gem to him. Palace Keeper Sijin nodded his approval as he had heard of Master Emo. I visit him. I can only find a way to get someone trustworthy and bring a message to Master Emo. Tell him I have a royal blood gem here. I don't know how or when Master Emo will reply to me, so... Insuer narrowed her eyes. Go and ask Jian to hand over the royal blood gem to me. I'll try my best to deal with it, but I'm unsure how much time it'll take. He'll have to wait. As for what he wants, I can't give him much of the divine elixir pills if he needs that cultivation resources urgently, but I can give him 10 billion of primordial stones first. I'll give the remaining divine elixir pills and primordial stones to him after we sell the royal blood gem. Yes. Palace Keeper Sijin responded and went back to the sacred palace. Insuer stood with a wide beam on her face. 230 caddies of royal blood gem. Jian, you've really helped me a lot. In a hall in the sacred palace, Palace Keeper Sijin had once again appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Fort Master requests that you give the royal blood gem to her first, Jian. Shall find a way to deal with it, but it'll take some time. Meanwhile, she can give you 10 billion primordial stones first if you are in urgent need of resources. Palace Keeper Sijin retold Jian Wushuang Insuer's words. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded. He understood that it would not be easy even if Insuer personally wanted to deal with such a large piece of royal blood gem. It was normal that she needed a certain amount of time. Insuer promised to give Jian Wushuang 10 billion primordial stones first, which was enough for him to squander some time. Palace Keeper Sijin, there are 2 more matters that I need your help for, said Jian Wushuang again. Chapter 2685, Chief Steward. Let's talk. Palace Keeper Sijin smiled faintly. Palace Keeper Sijin was obviously quite happy because of the royal blood gem. I used to be the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord and have a maid in the Northern Darkstar Territory called Xiao Tiexin. She's quite capable of managing resources. I was separated from her since the Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon Sect put a bounty on my head. She's probably still fleeing everywhere within the Northern Darkstar Territory. Can I ask Palace Keeper Sijin to send someone to pick her up and send her here to help me? Jian Wushuang explained. This is simple. Just tell me where she is and I'll immediately send someone to pick her up. It won't take long, said Palace Keeper Sijin. The Northern Darkstar Territory was a little far away from the Danyang continent, as it took Jian Wushuang nearly 40 years to arrive at the Danyang continent. The reason was that Jian Wushuang did not use the spatial passage to travel between the stellar regions. Palace Keeper Sijin naturally would not mind using the spatial passages, hence he could quickly travel back and forth between the Danyang continent and the Northern Darkstar Territory. There's a second matter, said Jian Wushuang again. I need some military formations or some type of special formations that can be used by a few people altogether. Military formations? Special formations? Palace Keeper Sijin frowned slightly. What do you want these things for? Are you trying to form an official army? Just let me handle this. Jian Wushwang smiled mysteriously. Palace Keeper Sijin shrugged and said, "The strongest military formation in Crimson Stone Fort is in the hands of the Crimson Stone official army, and will never be passed on to anyone. Even if the fort master personally asks for it, she may not be able to get it from the Blood Thunder King. However, ordinary military formations and magic formations such as those military formations used by various stellar regions' official army in Danyang Holy Domain, I can help you get them. I can also get some of those lower-level magic formations as well. Those ordinary military formations and low-level magic formations are more than enough." Jian Wushwang smiled. The official army he was setting up was not ready yet, therefore some ordinary military and magic formations were good enough. "Wait here for a while," said Palace Keeper Sijin before he turned and left. Palace Keeper Sijin reappeared in front of Jian Wushwang after nearly half a day and handed an interspatial ring to Jian Wushwang at the same time. "Here are 10 billion primordial stones and the military formations you asked for. I've already ordered someone to bring your maid here. She'll be here in the Danyang continent in less than 10 days and he'll send a message to tell you when that happens," said Palace Keeper Sijin. "Thanks a lot." Jian Wushwang thanked him and left after taking the interspatial ring. He did not return to the Sword Alliance but stayed in the sacred palace to wait quietly. 8 days later, Xiao Tiexin came to Jian Wushwang under the personal guidance of 2 heaven ultimate gods. "Master!" Xiao Tiexin looked extremely excited to see Jian Wushwang again. "Shiner, it's been a long time since I last saw you." Jian Wushwang smiled faintly and also noticed the divine power of Xiao Tiexin. Xiao Tiexin was still the same as before, just a primary level ultimate god. Xiao Tiexin's strength had not improved at all after so many years. Jian Wushwang could only secretly sigh. Xiao Tiexin could be regarded as a genius, but she had used some taboo secret techniques which greatly damaged her foundation and limited her strength. It was becoming way too difficult for her to make a breakthrough after reaching the very top of the primary level ultimate god realm. Xiao Tiexin looked at Jian Wushwang again after a simple greeting. "Master, how far are you now in your cultivation realm? I think the 2 masters who came to pick me up before seem to be very powerful." "Of course they are powerful. They're both heaven ultimate gods after all." Jian Wushwang smiled. "Heaven ultimate gods?" Xiao Tiexin was shocked. Heaven ultimate gods. In an ordinary stellar region, an Earth ultimate god could become the territorial lord and be a respectable ruler. Heaven ultimate gods were simply out of her league to Xiao Tiexin. However, her master could get 2 heaven ultimate gods to pick her up in person. How high was her master's cultivation realm? "Shiner, come with me first. We'll talk as we go." Jian Wushwang led Xiao Tiexin directly toward the Sword Alliance. Jian Wushwang began to explain many things to Xiao Tiexin along the way. Xiao Tiexin was shocked when she found out that Jian Wushwang had already created a powerful alliance with dozens of heaven ultimate gods and was flattered when she knew Jian Wushwang's purpose in bringing her back. "It turns out Master brought me here to help him manage his large alliance." Xiao Tiexin held her hands together in excitement. It did not take long before they returned to the Sword Alliance. Jian Wushwang immediately summoned Dong Shui, He Yan, Long Shan, and Ziwang as soon as he arrived at Sword Alliance. "Let me introduce my maid to you, this is Shiner. All the resources and income from various Sword Alliances belongings including the many resources I have on hand will be handed over to her from today onward. You can look for her if you need any primordial stones or resources in the future. She'll be the chief steward of the Sword Alliance." Jian Wushwang glanced around at the 4 people. The 4 people looked at each other and nodded their heads. They kept stealing glances at Xiao Tiexin a few times in puzzlement. All of them could see that Xiao Tiexin was just an ordinary ultimate god, a primary level ultimate god. She was extremely weak such that anyone from the Sword Alliance was much stronger than her. Why would a person like her be appointed as the chief steward of the Sword Alliance? "It seems that the Alliance Master has a lot of trust in her," muttered the 4 people secretly in their hearts. It was indeed impossible for Xiao Tiexin to control all the resources within the Sword Alliance if Jian Wushwang had no absolute trust in her. The most important matter for a force was wealth and resources. As long as the wealth and resources were sufficient, there would be a steady stream of powerful experts joining the force. That was the true lifeline of a force, and generally, the person in charge was the one who controlled both wealth and resources. Even though Shiner is not powerful, she has the full authority to represent me. Her orders will be mine from now on. You'll be killed without mercy if you dare to violate her authority as the chief steward. Do you understand? Jian Wushuang said coldly. Yes. Dong Shui and the others nodded their heads and very humbly paid obeisance to Shiner at the same time. Okay, all of you may go now. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and the four immediately left. Jian Wushuang looked at Xiao Tiexin after they left. He smiled and asked, Shiner, how do you feel? Somewhat excited. Xiao Tiexin sighed. Master, were those 4 people just now also heaven ultimate gods? Yes. However, they are your subordinates starting from today. You can order them at any time. Jian Wushuang smiled. Chapter 2686 Divine Sword Official Army. Those heavenly ultimate gods are my subordinates? Xiao Tiexin was a little dazed. Of course. Although your strength is too weak, these people will obey your orders now because of me. However, it will be difficult for you to control them one day if I leave the Danyan holy domain, so you've to seize the opportunity and do your best now that I have given you such high authority. You have to cultivate your power as much as possible, all right? Jian Wushuang advised Xiao Tiexin. He was going to leave the Danyan holy domain sooner or later, and the Sword Alliance would be left to the care of those he trusted. Xiao Tiexin was the best candidate, but her cultivation realm was too weak, so she must find a way to cultivate her strength. I see. Xiao Tiexin nodded slightly. She was the eldest young miss of a clan and had gone through a lot, so she would know what to do. This interspatial ring is for you. Jian Wushuang handed an interspatial ring to Xiao Tiexin. After Xiao Tiexin took it, she was shocked after she browsed through its content. Primordial stones. There are so many primordial stones. How many are there altogether? Xiao Tiexin was horrified. Not much, maybe around 2 billion. Jian Wushuang smiled. 2 billion? Xiao Tiexin gaped. She became a little emotional and was unable to calm down for quite some time. 2 billion primordial stones isn't much to form an official army in the Sword Alliance. To do so will cost a lot of primordial stones. Long Shan will ask you for primordial stones. You can give it to him as long as his request is for the official army. I'll give these 2 billion to you first, come and look for me if it's not enough, said Jian Wushuang. Understood. Xiao Tiexin nodded firmly. You are too weak. Go see Dong Shui and get her to find 2 powerful and reliable guards to be your followers. Go on then. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Xiao Tiexin immediately left. In the palace, Jian Wushuang sat on the throne and tapped his fingers on the armrest. The current Sword Alliance has just formed and the official army has just been established. I'd better just stay put before the Divine Sword official army combat prowess becomes powerful. Jian Wushuang faintly smiled and soon went into seclusion. He wanted to take the opportunity of his seclusion to absorb those divine elixir pills. Earlier, he managed to get nearly 1,800 divine elixir pills from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion disciples and 500 divine elixir pills after slaying the Purple Beast Alliance master. He had nearly 2,300 divine elixir pills at hand. The pure divine power from those divine elixir pills was too much even with his refining speed. It would take a long time for him to absorb and refine all of them. It took a year and 3 months before those nearly 2,300 divine elixir pills were finally completely absorbed and refined by Jian Wushuang. Just as he expected, he still failed to break through to Heaven Ultimate God Realm after refining all those 2,300 divine elixir pills, but was not too far from it. Jian Wushuang estimated he would need at most 2,000 more divine elixir pills to make a breakthrough to the primary level Heaven Ultimate God Realm. Once he became the Heaven Ultimate God, he would once again usher in a qualitative change to his strength. There would not only be a huge increase in the level of divine power, but the key was the many secret techniques he cultivated would also greatly improve. In the void above Dragon City, Jian Wushuang, Xiao Tiexin, and Long Shan were walking alongside each other with two extremely powerful primary-level Heaven Ultimate Gods behind him. Those two primary-level Heaven Ultimate Gods were chosen by Xiao Tiexin to protect her. It did not take long for the group of people to arrive over a huge camp. Alliance Master, this is the Divine Sword Official Army Barracks. They'll gather all the soldiers, said Long Shan before heading toward the camp. Shiner, how many primordial stones did Long Shan take from you? Jian Wushuang asked. I've given him 1.5 billion. 3/4 of the 2 billion primordial stones you gave me have been given to him, replied Xiao Tiexin. It took more than a year to spend 1.5 billion primordial stones. This Divine Sword Official Army should have begun to take shape, commented Jian Wushuang. The many soldiers of the Divine Sword Official Army soon gathered together, and were divided into 5 rows, standing in lines. Jian Wushuang stood high in the sky and looked down. There were a total of 50 soldiers, each wearing black armor with special secret patterns. That black armor was a heavenly treasure-level defensive armor with an amazingly high value. Each of them was worth about 15 million primordial stones, 50 pieces. The defensive armor alone cost nearly 800 million primordial stones. Those soldiers were exuding an amazing divine power breath, with every single one of them being a Heaven Ultimate God. They were the elites among the Heaven Ultimate Gods. 50 soldiers stood there carrying a very strong breath of combat power. Jian Wushuang and Xiao Tiexin immediately went down and appeared in front of Long Shan. Alliance Master, you told me that it's enough to form a 30-member official army in a short period, but we now have 50 members thanks to the rich resources provided by Miss Shiner. All these 50 very capable people are Heaven Ultimate Gods elites. In addition, they have mastered most of the military formations you gave them. There are 5 members in a small team. Each team comprises a high-level Heaven Ultimate God and 4 primary-level Heaven Ultimate Gods. They have great combat power when paired with the military formations, said Long Shan. Not bad. Jian Wushuang nodded approvingly. His first impression of the Divine Sword Official Army was good. Eh? Jian Wushuang suddenly got startled as he noticed 3 people seemed to look the same among the 10 soldiers standing in the front row. Even their divine power breaths were also the same, as all 3 of them were high-level Heaven Ultimate Gods. Who are those 3? Jian Wushuang pointed at those 3 people. Those are the 3 brothers of the Zhao family. The 3 of them are triplets. Long Shan smiled, and then he shouted, Zhao Tianshan, Zhao Tianhe, and Zhao Tianhai, step out. Each of the 3 Zhao brothers was extremely beefy and tall, like 3 small hills. They immediately stepped forward after hearing Long Shan's comment. At the same time, the 3 brothers were also looking at Jian Wushuang. Brother, who's that person? Zhao Tianhai asked. I haven't seen him before, but Long Shan has a very high status in the Sword Alliance. The only person who will be treated with such respect must be the Sword Alliance Master, said Zhao Tianshan. Sword Alliance Master? How is he only a high-level Ultimate God realm? Isn't he in the same realm as us? Zhao Tianhe muttered. It's kind of interesting that the triplets not only look the same, and so are their cultivation realm. Jian Wushuang smiled. He had also met a pair of twin brothers when he was walking in the Dark Thunder territory of the Northern Darkstar territory. The twin brothers had excellent tacit understanding and even created a set of fusion attack techniques. Their strength was quite extraordinary. Those high-level Heaven Ultimate God triplets looked rather extraordinary. Chapter 2687, The 3 Zhao Brothers. The 3 of you, hurry up and meet the Alliance Master, shouted Long Shan in a low voice. The 3 Zhao brothers hesitated. Zhao Tianhai, the youngest of the 3 brothers, strangely said, Commander Long Shan, is he really the Alliance Master? How come he's just a high-level Heaven Ultimate God like us? He doesn't look very powerful. Jian Wushuang was startled when he heard that. How presumptuous! Longshan yelled and was just about to scold them. It doesn't matter. Jian Wushuang waved his hand before slowly stepped forward, looked at the three brothers, and faintly smiled. What do you think is necessary to become an alliance master? The Sword Alliance controls 2 cities and is considered extremely strong among the third-rated forces in the Danyang continent. Now that they even have the Divine Sword official army, the Alliance Master has to be at least a Peak Heaven Ultimate God, said Zhao Tianhai. Peak Heaven Ultimate God? Jian Wushuang smiled speechlessly. Sometimes, a person's cultivation realm can't represent everything. Why don't we have a battle since you feel that I'm not powerful enough to become the Alliance Master? The 3 of you can join forces and fight against me and see who wins. How about that? A battle? Zhao Tianhai was surprised. Alliance Master, are you sure? The eldest brother, Zhao Tianshan, looked over quizzically. We 3 brothers have a good tacit understanding and work extremely well together. Each of our combat powers is already extremely strong among the high-level Heaven Ultimate Gods. We can fight with a Peak Heaven Ultimate God when the 3 of us work together. Really? I'm looking forward to it even more then. Let's do it. Jian Wushuang beckoned at the 3 brothers. The 3 brothers looked at each other and knew what each other was going to do next without even talking. Whoosh! 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 Those 3 hill-like figures moved all of a sudden. Their divine power breath increased and had a terrifying sense, just like 3 living beasts. The 3 of them appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in the blink of an eye and attacked at the same time with their sabers flung out. Bam! 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 3 bright saber lights fell almost at the same time, with each slashing toward Jian Wushuang from 3 different directions. The 3 of them positioned their attacks from 3 very tricky directions. It effectively blocked Jian Wushuang's figure, leaving him with no possibility of evading. The cooperation between these 3 is impeccable. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. He immediately drew out his Blood Mountain sword and mustered his divine power. Clang! 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 There were 3 repeated low-impact sounds of collision before the 3 brothers were sent retreating backward. That's so powerful! Although he's only a high-level Heaven Ultimate God, his divine power breath is probably very close to a Peak Heaven Ultimate God. Brothers. The youngest brother, Zhao Tianhai, glanced at his 2 older brothers. A magnificent gush of divine power emerged from the 3 of them before instantly condensing together. Rumbling. An extremely violent black mystical ape with a height of 100 feet appeared out of thin air under the trio's joint efforts. The black mystical ape exuded an earth-shattering aura breath. It tilted its head back and roared as soon as it appeared. The roar came with a terrifying sonic attack which gave many Heaven Ultimate Gods a scare. The black mystical ape suddenly charged forward. The 3 brothers indeed are also capable of executing fusion attack techniques, and their strength isn't bad. The black mystical ape they formed together doesn't seem weaker than an average Peak Heaven Ultimate God, whispered Jian Wushuang before lunging forward and was already in front of the black mystical ape. A huge sword shadow formed out of thin air upon a sudden wave of his Blood Mountain sword in his hand. The black mystical ape was tumbling around with its mystical energy as it growled. It then fiercely flexed its sturdy arm and huge as a star fist at carrying an earth-shattering power before slamming right down at Jian Wushuang. Bang! There was a loud noise from the collision of the towering sword shadow with the mystical ape's fist. The light quickly died down along with the sword shadow's collapse. This mighty power is even stronger than an ordinary Peak Heaven Ultimate God. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised as his figure instantly retreated. A part of that terrifying power acted on Jian Wushuang's divine body, but it could not do much to him. Alliance Master, is this all you've got? A magnificent voice came from the black mystical ape. Inside the black mystical ape, the eyes of the 3 Zhao brothers shone with intense excitement. The 3 brothers had been together since they were born and had improved their strengths together. They had also created a fusion attack technique which allowed their combat power when working together to become far greater than their individual strength. The 3 of them seemed to be just high-level Heaven Ultimate Gods at first glance, But when the three formed that black mystical ape, even a peak ultimate god had to retreat. In being underestimated. Jian Wushwang laughed instead of being angry upon hearing the black mystical ape and made a move again. The majestic golden divine power gathered madly behind him while he was moving and condensed into a 5,000-foot-high golden god shadow in the blink of an eye. His phantom was much taller and stronger than the three Zhao brothers' black mystical ape. Jian Wushwang raised the Blood Mountain sword with both hands and sent out the sword again. He still did not use any sword techniques. It was just a slash of pure power, but when the long sword was sent out, it contained endless space-time strength with 2 space-time blades integrated into that sword strike. A horrible sword light emerged suddenly as the long sword fell. The sword light was more powerful than the one Jian Wushwang performed previously. The most important matter was the 2 space-time blades contained in the sword light. That was the real horror. Whoa! The void frantically screamed under the sword light's pressure. The three Zhao brothers and the black mystical ape seemed to have sensed the sword light's power and dared not be careless. They immediately used their full strength, causing the black mystical ape to roar again, and swung out its 2 sturdy arms. However, the result was, the sword light slashed with its horrible strangling power and instantly smashed the black mystical ape's arms. What? The three Zhao brothers were surprised and immediately retreated. Haha, don't run so quickly. Jian Wushwang laughed. The long sword in his hand was placed horizontally and slashed again. The sword driven by the Blood Mountain sword's power smashed the black mystical ape again and again. Jian Wushwang's divine power was close to a peak heaven ultimate god. The power of his sword every attack had greatly leveled up when paired with the divine god of punishment secret technique, and the 2 space-time blades that he had been enlightened from the space-time law. Chapter 2688 7 Absolute City Boom. Boom! Boom! Jian Wushwang treated the Blood Mountain sword in his hand like a stick and struck the black mystical ape again and again. His terrifying power erupted completely, and the black mystical ape obviously was unable to resist. It kept retreating and stumbling backward. The divine power breath in the mystical ape was also fading crazily. Alliance Master, we surrender. We surrender! Alliance Master, please be merciful. The voices of the three Zhao brothers resounded from inside the mystical ape. Jian Wushwang disregarded their pleas and carried on with the attack. He suppressed the black mystical ape until it completely collapsed and disintegrated before finally stopping. Now, do you think him qualified to be the Sword Alliance Master? Jian Wushwang smiled and looked at the three Zhao brothers. However, his smile made the three Zhao brothers shudder with eyes full of horror when they looked at Jian Wushwang. How can this be? He's obviously only a high-level heaven ultimate god, but why is his power so strong? We 3 brothers are the best at power. The black mystical ape formed by our fusion attack technique is also based on power. Even an ordinary peak ultimate god would retreat when facing our black mystical ape, but the Alliance Master had completely relied on his power to crush us. Awesome! Alliance Master is simply amazing. The 3 brothers secretly admired. The 3 of them were simple and honest. They only honored the strong as their leader. They were a little unconvinced when they saw that Jian Wushwang, the Sword Alliance Master, was just a high-level heaven ultimate god like them. However, they were convinced after the battle where Jian Wushwang crushed them with his power. The fact that Jian Wushwang crushed their best-performing technique had gained their recognition. Alliance Master, how do you feel? Long Shan and Xiao Tiexing walked over to Jian Wushwang. The 3 Zhao brothers are not bad. The 3 of them can compete against an ordinary peak heaven ultimate god. As for the other soldiers, I've not fought with them, so I can't see where their level of strength is. Let's do this. They can come and train with me together tonight, said Jian Wushwang. Yes. Long Shan nodded. At night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Jian Wushwang set off with Long Shan and the 50 soldiers of the Divine Sword Official Army. A large group of figures was skimming along on the void. Alliance Master, where are we going? Long Shan, who was by Jian Wushwang's side, asked quizzically. Don't ask first. You'll know very soon. Jian Wushuang smiled. Long Shan dared not ask further. Their group traveled all night and finally appeared before a big city in the morning the next day. That's the 7 Absolute City? Long Shan was shocked when he saw the city before him. 7 Absolute City belongs to the 7 Absolute Palace. Alliance Master, do you want to attack the 7 Absolute Palace? Why can't I? Jian Wushuang smiled. He had planned it a long time ago. There were 5 major forces in the Sword Alliance, all of which were only third-rated forces, with the Corpse Palace being the strongest. The Sword Alliance was formed not long ago, and while the Divine Sword official army was being created, he had been holding back on making a move. However, he no longer needed to hide his plan and began to expand after the Divine Sword official army development. The 7 Absolute Palace was one of those third-rated forces, and Jian Wushuang was determined to take it down in one blow. Alliance Master, the 7 Absolute Palace is a third-rated force after all. Not only is its strength not weak, but is also complicated. Should we put this down on a long-term plan? Long Shan asked worriedly. It was not a trifling matter to attack a third-rated force. Under normal circumstances, Jian Wushuang should have gathered many high-level experts in the Sword Alliance to carefully discuss it, and best to make full preparations before doing it. However, there was obviously no preparation on that other day when Jian Wushuang brought the Divine Sword official army there to immediately attack them. Why the trouble to only take down a third-rated force? Let's go directly into 7 Absolute City and behead all the high-level 7 Absolute Palace experts, and then suppress them by force. Those who dare disobey us shall be killed without mercy. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold with a solemn expression. Long Shan tried to gulp down some saliva to stay calm but did not dare to persuade Jian Wushuang anymore. Whoosh! 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 In just a few moments, many Divine Sword official armed soldiers broke into 7 Absolute City under Jian Wushuang's leadership. Naturally, the high-level 7 Absolute Palace experts immediately noticed a large group of experts that suddenly broke in. The figures of their experts rose into the air. Some restrictions and formations from 7 Absolute City have also been activated. In the center of those experts stood a black-robed old man with an extremely cold and evil aura. He appeared in front of Jian Wushuang while being surrounded by many experts. The black-robed old man was a peak heaven ultimate god, obviously the 7 Absolute Palace Master. Who are you? The 7 Absolute Palace Master looked cold as he turned toward Jian Wushuang. Sword Alliance Su-Han, answered Jian Wushuang. The 7 Absolute Palace Master's face sank. People from the Sword Alliance? We never had any frictions and struggles between our two forces since the Sword Alliance's establishment. What's going on here? Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. I'm here for a very simple purpose, your 7 Absolute Palace's location being right next to my Sword Alliance. I've been eyeing this 7 Absolute City for a long time, so you can choose between you surrendering to the Sword Alliance or perish. Your choice. Presumptuous. The 7 Absolute Palace Master was furious. The many 7 Absolute Palace experts were gawking at Jian Wushuang angrily. They were both a third-rated force, yet the Sword Alliance Master brought a large number of experts to their city and demanded them to directly surrender? How could they be willing? Su-Han, I've heard that your Sword Alliance has integrated the previous Dragon Divine Gang and Purple Beast Alliance. Besides, you've also recruited members on a large scale this year. Your strength is already extremely strong, but you shouldn't be too arrogant. Do you want to take my 7 Absolute Palace down with just a few of you here? I'm afraid you won't be successful, said the 7 Absolute Palace Master coldly. Does this mean that you want surrender? Then there's nothing more to say. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold for a moment. Endless golden divine power emerged from Jian Wushuang's body, which then turned into a majestic golden divine power ocean and frantically swept in all directions from Jian Wushuang. In the blink of an eye, the golden ocean of divine power covered a vast area of heaven and earth, and immediately formed a huge golden prison out of thin air after the golden divine power ocean was formed. The golden prison covered most of the void above 7 Absolute City along with the powerful 7 Absolute Palace experts. The coverage was to the extent that many other 7 Absolute Palace experts and Divine Sword official army soldiers were also enveloped within it. Chapter 2689 Battling the 7 Absolute Palace Master. The 5,000-foot-high golden god Shadow appeared once again behind Jian Wushuang and looked down upon all things in heaven and earth, intimidating them. Jian Wushuang was like an emperor in the golden prison. Buzz! Powerful domain oppression was acting on those 7 Absolute Palace experts. The experts could feel that their strength was limited to a certain extent. What's this? A prison? And one with domain powers? The domain is so powerful! The 7 Absolute Palace experts frowned as all of them could feel the golden prison's sturdy and solid strength around them. They were all trapped within the prison. Divine Sword Official Army, kill! Jian Wushuang pointed toward the 7 Absolute Palace experts in front of him and commanded. Murderous intent instantly rose in those 50 Divine Sword Official Army soldiers. Longshan roared and said, "Everybody, Alliance Master has spent such a high price and time to create us the Divine Sword Official Army, and today is our first battle. Let's show the Alliance Master our combat powers. Listen to my orders. People, go in groups of 5 and kill." The attack command resounded. The cold killing intent diffused as the 50 Divine Sword Official Army soldiers immediately went into groups of 5 and off they went charging at the many 7 Absolute Palace experts. Shocking shouts of killing echoed in the void which shook heaven and earth. Kill! The many 7 Absolute Palace experts also immediately came forth to greet the attack, and both sides were in a heated battle. The war had broken out. Su Han! The 7 Absolute Palace Masters' cold eyes stared hard and hostilely at Jian Wushuang as an endless evil aura permeated the area. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly at him before Sun made his move. Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the 7 Absolute Palace Master in a jiffy as though he teleported before coldly thrusting the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. The gloomy 7 Absolute Palace Master had a purple spear in his hand. Although Sword Alliance Master Su Han is only a high-level Heaven Ultimate God, he was capable of killing the former Purple Beast Alliance Master, and should not be underestimated or taken lightly. A majestic divine power surged as the 7 Absolute Palace Master had fully displayed his own strength. The purple spear in his hand made a sharp forward stab, producing endless power of destruction. The power of destruction formed a huge vortex of destruction in the void, like a wild beast opening its big, wide mouth fiercely at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, who was supported by the sword intent from his long sword that carried the powers of 2 space-time blades, wanted to strangle and break everything in front of him. The two instantly collided. Bang! A low sound like 2 heavy objects collided was heard as 2 shots of terrifying powers exploded before colliding head-on in the void. At the same time as the powers' collision, Jian Wushuang's perfect sword world of 100,000 miles hit the principal world displayed by the 7 Absolute Palace Master, and caused the principal world to be oppressed and almost disintegrated in just a brief moment. How is his sword world so strong? 7 Absolute Palace Master was astonished. His principal world was completely crushed as he was affected by a great shock, instantly weakening his overall strength. He was perplexed because he had learned the destruction law, which had one of the strongest offensive powers among the laws. His spear technique was also extremely good, not to mention that his own divine power was even more tyrannical. Even if he was under the double oppression of Jian Wushuang's sword world and golden prison domain, he was certain it would not affect his offensive powers. However, he ended up recalling himself with a slight advantage after colliding against Jian Wushuang's sword world. Rumbling. The divine power spread in heaven and earth as both of them finally pulled apart, with Jian Wushuang sent staggering back a short distance. Indeed, anyone who learns the destruction law has fierce offensive powers. Jian Wushuang was admiring the power of the destruction law. Soon after, Jian Wushuang stood firm and raised his hand. Buzz! 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 9 infernal crimson divine swords appeared in front of him. Each of those 9 infernal crimson divine swords was filled with transmigration strength. Jian Wushuang thought it was a hassle to use the 9 infernal crimson divine swords individually for attacking, so he had fused all 9 into one. Transmigration Sword Formation's first formation, Heaven's Edge. Boom! A huge black divine sword burst out from the reincarnation passage like a huge awl as it pierced through the void and shot toward the 7 Absolute Palace Master. The Transmigration Sword Formation. Although it was only the first formation, it was performed in its best possible condition. Jian Wushuang had spent more than 40 years in his journey from northern Darkstar territory on his transmigration law perception, which had already reached the first stage's extreme. In addition, his divine power was also comparable to a peak heaven ultimate god at that instance. The black divine sword had shocking power when its full potential was being displayed. The 7 Absolute Palace Master's pupils shrank sharply when he saw the black divine sword coming through the void. He immediately sent the spear in his hand out. Clang! The sound of metallic objects collided could be heard as the 7 Absolute Palace Master retreated a few steps back. The black sword was also shaken off its root but had only skewed slightly before returning to its original position and continued to shoot forward. This sword formation is so powerful. The 7 Absolute Palace Master tightened his grip around his spear before greeting the sword formation attack. The black divine sword attacked again and again, but 7 Absolute Palace Master was able to parry it off. However, the 7 Absolute Palace Master was a little gloomy after the repeated attack. I have fought again and again with this sword formation that even my divine body has been affected. My divine body will sustain further damage if this carries on, but this Su Han is only remotely controlling the sword formation to attack me with his action, merely consuming some of his divine power. It'll suffer if this continues. I can't go on like this. Let's just use that trump card. The 7 Absolute Palace Master's eyes were cold as a gush of divine power surged from within him. Buzz! A weird figure that condensed from destruction law appeared in the void out of thin air. It was a destructive clone formed by the 7 Absolute Palace Master based on his own comprehension of the destruction law that could only last for a brief moment. The destruction clone stood in the black divine sword's path. The 7 Absolute Palace Master rushed toward Jian Wushuang. On his way, a monstrous destructive force had begun to condense in his spear. Destructive Dragon Lord Spear! Boom! The spear that carried endless destructive power exploded all of a sudden. Chapter 2690, Enchanted Boom! 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 3 continuous violent bombings reverberated in the void as 3 dragons howling could be heard accompanying the bombing. The 7 Absolute Palace Master had only made one movement, but 3 sword shadows could be seen appearing. Those 3 sword shadows directly turned into 3 destruction dragons and roared ferociously as they attacked. The destruction power those 3 dragons showed had caused even Jian Wushuang's facial expression to change. Jian Wushuang waved his sword without hesitation, unleashing his divine power and his maximum capacity of 2 space-time blades. Boom! A loud bang. The strong killing power directly killed 2 destruction dragons while the remaining one was unaffected and directly knocked into Jian Wushuang's divine body. Jian Wushuang was sent flying outward until he knocked onto the golden prison's edge and landed on its wall. Have I done it? The 7 Absolute Palace Master stared at Jian Wushuang with a slight satisfaction in his eyes. He could feel that his attack had directly landed on Jian Wushuang's body. This attack was extremely powerful, and also his strongest. A true peak heaven ultimate god would have been badly wounded after suffering such an impact head-on under normal circumstances. Those with slightly weaker physical protection abilities might even be destroyed by that attack. As for Su Han, Clank Jian Wushuang had already broken loose from the golden prison's wall and reappeared in front of the 7 Absolute Palace Master. You're really a peak heaven ultimate god with some real powers. Jian Wushuang glanced at the 7 Absolute Palace Master with a devilish smile on his face. You aren't hurt? Nothing happened to you? The Palace Master looked at Jian Wushuang and was horrified. He had no idea that only a handful could manage to hurt Jian Wushuang, with even fewer capable of killing him, as Jian Wushuang was a perfect chaotic creature. He would be able to recover in an instant no matter how badly he was injured, as long as he had sufficient divine power. For example, the previous attack had really wounded him, but he had recovered in an instant with his combat power still at his peak level. That attack just now should be your strongest attack? Jian Wushuang stared at the palace master with a smile on his face. You've shown your strongest attack and it's my turn now. His aura had started to grow horrifyingly as Jian Wushuang spoke. The 7-star secret technique had been activated. His realm had directly risen from peak Earth Ultimate God to primary level Heaven Ultimate God following the vast star power's activation. His divine power then expanded from high-level Heaven Ultimate God to peak Heaven Ultimate God under the disguise of the Black Stone. His true strength had skyrocketed in an instant. He then slowly rose his head and glanced at the 7 Absolute Palace Master with a weird smile on his face. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang made a move. He appeared in front of the 7 Absolute Palace Master, as though he had teleported. He then made a wave with his Blood Mountain sword. This wave was poignant and heartbreakingly beautiful. It also carried a hint of confusion which made people intoxicated. Many experts in the surrounding void were involuntarily attracted by this sword light when that attack was carried out, and could not control themselves from being intoxicated by it once attracted. It felt as though they were drunk after having several drinks. Although it was a slightly uncomfortable feeling, it was enjoyable. A hint of confusion also flashed through 7 Absolute Palace Master's eyes and brought him to the brink of intoxication. However, he still maintained a sense of understanding towards himself as he tried his best to swing the spear in his hand and block that heartbreakingly intoxicating sword attack. He tried his best to block the attack. However, he was terrified when he discovered his speed was much slower than his opponent who was waving the sword. His speed was too slow and his speed difference with the sword attack was too far apart. He could not block it in time. In the end, swoosh! As their figures met, the heartbreakingly beautiful sword light had already swooshed through his body. Although the 7 Absolute Palace Master was also wearing heavenly treasure level defensive armor, it was not an extremely strong one, and was unable to save his life. Cracks had appeared on the armor, as the sword light had broken his divine body into two from the middle. The 7 Absolute Palace Master's eyes turned lifeless, as he failed to hold on to his life. Jian Wushuang stood by the void next to the 7 Absolute Palace Master, as he looked down upon his body. I've been understanding the laws and studying my sword principle intensively during the 40-year journey from the northern Darkstar territory to the Danyang continent. I've been trying to innovate new techniques, and because I have the transmigration sword formation for transmigration law, I have paused on transmigration sword techniques and focus all my energy on creating space-time sword techniques. After 40 years, I've finally created the space-time sword technique's 7th form, Enchanted. This form is much stronger than the other 6 forms of my space-time sword technique that I've previously created, mumbled Jian Wushuang. The 7th form, Enchanted, caused everybody to long for the enchantment. That form was something he created out of his peak understanding of space-time law, a form that was sufficient to cause a huge effect on space-time. That was the reason this form acted so quickly when he used it. It was so fast that even though 7 Absolute Palace Master was able to respond, he was unable to block it, and was directly killed. It would have been easy to kill this 7 Absolute Palace Master I really wanted. Jian Wushuang secretly smiled. In truth, if he used his many methods. Other matters aside, just the A finger-pointing heavenly technique had allowed him to easily sweep 99% of the peak heaven ultimate gods. Jian Wushuang was not willing to use it again, as the A finger-pointing heavenly technique was too overbearing and nature-defying. A technique he would instead treat as one of his last resort techniques. He could not repeatedly use that last resort technique in front of the crowds, or it would no longer be his last trump card. Just like one of his most powerful last resorts, stately painting, he would not easily use it unless necessary. No matter what, the 7 Absolute Palace Master was already dead. In the voids around them, the 7 Absolute Palace experts who were fighting with the Divine Sword Army naturally saw that scene. The Palace Master is dead? Aye, impossible! If the Palace Master is dead, then aren't we? The experts from the 7 Absolute Palace were horrified and frightened. In contrast to that, the Divine Sword Army had risen morale. Ha ha, their Palace Master has been killed by us! Kill all of them! Chapter 2691. As easy as breaking a dead branch off a tree, the Divine Sword Army consisted of 50 Heaven Ultimate Gods, with each being the cream of the crop among Heaven Ultimate Gods. They were an army fighting against the 7 Absolute Palace experts in teams of 5 in an absolute advantage, with the battle situation could be said to be leaning to one side. The 7 Absolute Palace experts had lost their backbone, and their will to fight following the 7 Absolute Palace Masters' death, which immediately caused the situation to lean towards one side. Their failure was imminent, and became as easy as breaking dry branches off a tree. The 7 Absolute Palace experts had completely lost their capabilities in resisting, and could only be slaughtered by the Divine Sword Army. Whoever surrenders can avoid death, and those who continue to resist will be killed without any hesitation. Jian Wuxuang's cold voice could be heard reverberating in the entire Golden Prison. The 7 Absolute Palace experts were extremely happy when they heard his voice. A huge number of the experts gave up resisting and directly surrendered in front of Jian Wuxuang in the next moment. Most of the experts would choose to surrender without hesitation if their lives were at stake. However, there were still a small number of stubborn experts who were naturally slaughtered by the Divine Sword Army. The Divine Sword Army moved swiftly as the 7 Absolute Palace experts, apart from those who surrendered, were killed. In this battle, Jian Wuxuang had seen the Divine Sword Army's combat prowess. The combat prowess unleashed by a team of 5 under the magic formation's support was astonishing. Putting the divine power depletion aside, the fact that the attack damage they received was shared among those 5 people had caused none of the Divine Sword Army's members to fall in the battle, despite many 7 Absolute Palace experts having died. This is indeed a legion! Jian Wuxuang secretly gasped in admiration. The combat strength between an expert legion set up with money and a team formed with the union of normal cultivators were different. The 50-men Divine Sword Army alone was just a preliminary formation, and many things were imperfect. The magic formation they used was slightly normal, but their combat power was still extremely strong. This caused Jian Wuxuang to uncontrollably think about the first-ranked legion on the Danyang continent, the Crimson Stone Official Army. The Crimson Stone Official Army had a total of 1,000 Heaven Ultimate Gods during its peak, with each of those Heaven Ultimate Gods being elites. They had a great many brave warriors, while their military and magic formations are perfect. This was an extremely invincible legion under the personal leadership of the Crimson Stone Saint and his many other Heaven Ultimate Gods. The Divine Sword Army was still very much weaker when compared to a legion of that level. Immediately send a message to inform Dong Shui that the 7 Absolute Temple has been conquered by us. Ask her to come over with some people to take over the 7 Absolute City and arrange a place for the 7 Absolute Palace experts to settle down. Make sure to use those who are useful, ordered Jian Wuxuang. Yes. Long Shan nodded and immediately sent a message to Dong Shui. After that, Jian Wuxuang and the Divine Sword Army only waited a day in the 7 Absolute City before Dong Shui rushed over with many Sword Alliance experts. The Sword Alliance was originally the integration of 2 third-rated forces. However, there were many experts in the Sword Alliance at that moment due to the many resources which Jian Wuxuang provided within that year, on top of the fact they recruited many others. The Divine Sword Army alone had 50 Heaven Ultimate Gods, with another 50 Heaven Ultimate Gods in the Alliance. At this moment, Dong Shui had brought a group of the Heaven Ultimate Gods to meet up with Jian Wuxuang. Alliance Master, this place is... Dong Shui looked at the surroundings in surprise. She had already guessed what happened here, but she was still extremely surprised by it. Jian Wuxuang had hurried over with the Divine Sword Army and wiped out the 7 Absolute Palace without any preparations or discussions beforehand. I'll leave the remaining steps for you to resolve, as I have other matters needing my attention, ordered Jian Wushuang before glancing over at Long Shan. Long Shan, gather the Divine Sword Army. We're leaving now. We're leaving now? Long Shan was caught by surprise. Alliance Master, where are we going this time? Bloodwater City, said Jian Wushuang. The Bloodwater Gang's turf, Bloodwater City? Alliance Master, do you plan to continue by making a move toward the Bloodwater Gang? Long Shan and Dong Shui widened their eyes. Was his appetite not too huge for immediately making a move towards the Bloodwater Gang after winning over the 7 Absolute Temple? I'm personally leading the Divine Sword Army this time. It's also the Divine Sword Army's first battle. How can we only take down one force, the 7 Absolute Temple? The Bloodwater City isn't too far from the 7 Absolute City. We can arrive there in half a day with our speed, and the Bloodwater Gang won't be able to react under such circumstances. Follow me, Jian Wushuang ordered without further explanation. Many of the soldiers in the Divine Sword Army saw with their own eyes Jian Wushuang swiftly killing the 7 Absolute Temple Master. His strength naturally increased their obedience toward him, and there were no hesitations when they heard Jian Wushuang's orders. The Divine Sword Army immediately took action and headed for the Bloodwater City. The Bloodwater Gang located in the Bloodwater City was also one of the third-rated forces near the Sword Alliance. However, it was much weaker compared to the 7 Absolute Temple. Although the Divine Sword Army had just experienced an intense battle against the 7 Absolute Temple, it did not suffer any huge losses and still contained its high combat prowess. There was no need to mention Jian Wushuang, who was definitely in good shape. The same situation soon happened. The place was also forcefully wiped out and fell apart like broken twigs, just like the 7 Absolute Temple. A normal third-rated force with only a single peak Heaven Ultimate God was unable to stop Jian Wushuang and his Divine Sword Army. The Bloodwater Gang Master was killed by Jian Wushuang, whilst his direct followers also died in the Divine Sword Army's hands within 15 minutes. The remaining Bloodwater Gang experts thereafter surrendered. As a result, Jian Wushuang had also obtained the Bloodwater Gang. Dong Shui thought she was dreaming when she rushed to the Bloodwater Gang with her subordinates, and saw the situation there. It had to be known that the previous Dragon Divine Gang had constantly suffered from conflicts against the other third-rated forces near them. However, those few forces were too close with each other such that it was difficult to create a huge crisis for the other parties. The reason Dragon Divine Gang got into their previous situation was because of the Dragon Divine Gang Master's carelessness. He ended up being killed by the Purple Beast Alliance Master, who found the opportunity to do so. However, their new Alliance Master had swiftly taken down 2 third-rated forces within a mere 2 days, less than a year after the Sword Alliance was formed, with means beyond what others could do. Alliance Master, shall we continue to the next force? Long Shan asked as he stood beside Jian Wushuang. He had previously felt that Jian Wushuang was slightly crazy, but those continuous battles had given him huge confidence. He was looking forward to Jian Wushuang leading the Divine Sword Army and attacking the remaining third-rated forces. He was not the only one, as most of the Divine Sword Army's soldiers felt the same. Jian Wushuang had earlier announced that they could take over their dead enemies in spatial rings in such battles, hence it was natural for them wanting to continue conquering others. One of the reasons being they were enjoying the killing spree, while the other was that all of them had somewhat benefited after experiencing both battles, with some gaining huge amounts of spoils. Chapter 2692 Support of a Powerful Clan. Continue to the next force? Jian Wushuang slowly shook his head. This will be the end of this trip. Our Sword Alliance has huge gains as we've gained control of the lands that originally belonged to the 7 Absolute Temple and Bloodwater Gang after continuously wiping them out. If we continue our path, brothers of the Divine Sword Army might be able to take it, but the remaining third-rated forces aren't dumb. I'm sure they have already gotten news about what our Sword Alliance is doing and will be prepared. There's a possibility that the remaining 3 forces have already gathered together. We might not be able to gain an upper hand if we continue our journey of conquering others. Let's focus on integrating the lands we've just gained and talk about this later. All right. Long Shan nodded. The Divine Sword Army soldiers were slightly disappointed when they knew the journey of conquering others was not continuing, but they quickly settled down. They knew that they were the Sword Alliance's sharpest sword, and they were not in a hurry, as there would surely be a lot more conquering battles like what they had experienced that day. As the Sword Alliance was busy integrating the territories that once belonged to the 7 Absolute Temple and Bloodwater Gang, the rulers of the remaining 3 third-rated forces had already gathered together just as Jian Wuxuang expected. They were in a huge mansion where the Corpse Palace was located. In the huge hall, a bald man who was like a bag of bones was sitting on the throne. There was a wine glass on the table in front of him that was filled with crimson-colored blood. It was the blood of a virgin. The bald old man's face was filled with anticipation and desire as he looked at the virgin's blood in the glass. He picked up the glass and slightly wet the corner of his lips before gulping everything down. He had a prolonged intoxicated and content expression on his face after drinking the blood. Palace Master Gu Mo is still extremely laid back when we're already in an imminent crisis. A slightly unfriendly voice could be heard. The person speaking was a middle-aged man in long robes seated in front of a table at the end of the hall. The middle-aged man in long robes was emitting a powerful peak heaven ultimate god aura. There was a lady in green clothing sitting opposite of him who had her eyes closed but a serious expression on her face nonetheless. The bald old man had finally put down the wine glass in his hands and glanced over at the duo sitting underneath before smiling and asked, "An imminent crisis? Everything is going well, so where is this imminent crisis coming from? Palace Master Gu Mo. Do you really not know, or are you faking it? The Sword Alliance has already taken action. They managed to conquer both the 7 Absolute Temple and Bloodwater Gang in less than 2 days. At this rate, the next force the Sword Alliance will be aiming for could be my Divine Dragon Pavilion or the Purple Dress House. They might even directly take action towards your Corpse Palace. The Sword Alliance is coming at such a menacing rate. We might follow in the footsteps of 7 Absolute Temple and Bloodwater Gang if we don't prepare ourselves," shouted the middle-aged man in long robes who was also the Divine Dragon Pavilion Master in a deep voice. "Brother Xinglong, aren't you worrying unnecessarily? Putting the fact that the Sword Alliance might not even take action against both of you. Even if they really take action against you, you shouldn't be afraid either, as all of us are third-rated forces after all," said the bald old man slowly, who was also one of the Corpse Palace Masters, Palace Master Gu Mo. The Corpse Palace had 2 Palace Masters, Gu Mo and Shiramo. Both of them were peak heaven ultimate gods. Between the 2 of them, Shiramo was much stronger but seldom involved himself in mundane affairs. Gu Mo was the one taking care of the Corpse Palace's daily affairs. "Palace Master Gu Mo, am not in the mood for jokes at such important times," said the long-robed middle-aged man coldly. He clearly understood the strength of his Divine Dragon Pavilion. As a third-rated force, the Divine Dragon Pavilion's strength was similar to the 7 Absolute Palace and Bloodwater Gang. If the Sword Alliance was able to wipe out both forces so easily, they could easily wipe out the Divine Dragon Pavilion and Purple Dress House too. "It looks like Brother Xinglong is really nervous this time." Gu Mo smiled, but the expression on his face gradually changed to a serious one. "No matter what, the Sword Alliance has gone overboard this time and has already become a serious threat to us. Everybody will feel insecure if this continues, hence why don't we make an appointment with the Sword Alliance Master and have a good discussion with him to resolve this matter." "Make an appointment with him to have a discussion?" The long-robed middle-aged man was extremely angry. "Gu Mo, what are you thinking? The Sword Alliance has already openly taken action, and we only plan to make an appointment with the Alliance Master to discuss ways to resolve this matter? What a joke! Is this a joke to you? What great ideas do you have then, Brother Xinglong?" Gu Mo asked. "Simple, the Sword Alliance is a great threat, and its ambitions are clear to all of us. We cannot be sitting ducks and need to grab this chance before the Sword Alliance has full control over the 7 Absolute Palace and Bloodwater Gang's territory. The 3 of us should join hands and wipe out this Sword Alliance before they grow too strong," said the long-robed middle-aged man seriously. "I agree." The green-clothed lady who had been quiet while sitting there in an upright manner also slightly nodded. Both of them had a prior discussion between themselves before coming over to the corpse palace together. Guemo smiled indifferently. The both of you agree to directly take action and wipe out the Sword Alliance. However, have you thought about the fact that it isn't so easy to wipe out the Sword Alliance? If I'm right, the Sword Alliance has a strong power secretly supporting them. What? The expressions on both the long-robed middle-aged man and green-clothed lady changed as they immediately turned their heads to look at Guemo. Guemo continued. I'm just making assumptions, but there's a huge possibility it's true. The Sword Alliance originated from the merger of Dragon Divine Gang and Purple Beast Alliance. Both forces were third-rated forces without many resources. However, the Sword Alliance has been wantonly raising a large army after Su-Han appeared and integrated both forces to form the Sword Alliance. They even offered very attractive terms. Third-rated forces like us offer 1 million primordial stones as payment to a primary-level Heaven Ultimate God for 100 years of service. On the other hand, the Sword Alliance is so rich that they offer 3 million primordial stones to any primary-level Heaven Ultimate Gods who joins and obeys them for 100 years. Their offer is 3 times that of ours. They attracted many experts to join them because they had such attractive terms. This is why the Sword Alliance's strength increased by so much within 1 year till the point that they could wipe out the 7 Absolute Palace and Bloodwater Gang. The Sword Alliance can afford such high payments because they owned a huge amount of resources and had substantial financial support. However, where did these resources and financial support come from? Only relying on high-level Heaven Ultimate God Su-Han is not enough. That's why I'm certain that the Sword Alliance has a huge powerful clan supporting them from behind the scenes. This powerful clan might be an extremely strong second-rated force on the Danyang continent. However, it might also be a really powerful first-rated force. Chapter 2693, A Treacherous Dinner. It doesn't matter if the Sword Alliance has a strong second-rated or first-rated clan supporting them. We cannot easily offend them, said Guemo. The long-robed middle-aged man and the lady from the purple dress house looked sheepishly at each other as they heard this before nodding to themselves. It was true that the Sword Alliance had lots of resources, and it looked like there was a powerful clan secretly supporting them. If a clan secretly supported them, the Sword Alliance was not what several small third-rated clans could offend. That is why we cannot make any rash moves. Let's invite the Sword Alliance master over and have a discussion with him. We need to understand if any powerful clans support the Sword Alliance, and inquire about his true purpose. We shall act based on the situation later on, said Guemo. Act based on the situation? The long-robed middle-aged man and the green-clothed lady dress looked at each other. Both of them naturally understood the meaning behind Gumo's words. Both of us will make our move first if that's the case. Palace Master Guemo, please send a message to the Sword Alliance as soon as possible, said the long-robed middle-aged man. Don't worry. Brother Xinglong will immediately send a message to Sword Alliance, but I have no idea if the Sword Alliance master will attend the dinner or not, said Guemo. The long-robed middle-aged man and the green-clothed lady did not stay any longer. They soon turned and left. However, Gumo's eyes turned cold after they left, and even had a weird smile on his face. Big brother, have you heard everything? Guemo started mumbling to himself. However, an old man who looked cold and did not have any breath of life in him slowly appeared as he finished speaking. This old man was the other corpse palace master, Shirimo. The Divine Dragon Pavilion and the Purple Dress House came to our corpse palace proactively after the 7 Absolute Palace and Bloodwater Gang were continuously wiped out by the Sword Alliance. Haha. Even the gods are helping me. Guemo laughed arbitrarily. Shirimo coldly said, Our corpse palace was originally worried about not having a way to centralize the leaders of these forces. However, the Sword Alliance has helped us in a big way. We've waited for so long to finally get this chance. Star Fort has been prepared since long ago, and I only need to send a message to get them here. As for the Sword Alliance, I'm leaving it to you to send the message. Make sure the Alliance Master comes over no matter what. Don't worry, big brother. Our Corpse Palace has never had any conflict with the Sword Alliance, and I even sent an expensive gift when the Sword Alliance was first founded. I did that to make the Alliance Master have a good impression on me. Now that I'm lowering my attitude to personally invite him, I don't think the Alliance Master will refuse me," said Guemo with a smile. "That's good." Shuremo slightly nodded. The people of the Corpse Palace soon sent a token to the Sword Alliance, which was placed in front of Jian Wushuang at that moment. Jian Wushuang looked at the message on the token as he sat on the throne. His facial expressions changed. "Both Corpse Palace masters personally invited me to attend a dinner at the Corpse Palace. They're lowering their positions by so much? Dinner? What does the Corpse Palace plan to do?" Xiao Tiexin, Dong Shui, Long Shan, and several others stood in front of Jian Wushuang with weird expressions on their faces. "Our Sword Alliance has just wiped out the 7 Absolute Palace and Bloodwater Gang. I'm sure the Corpse Palace has something else in mind when they invite you to the dinner at this moment," said Xiao Tiexin. "If I assumed correctly, people from Divine Dragon Pavilion and Purple Dress House will be attending that dinner too," said Dong Shui. "Perhaps." Jian Wushuang nodded. He could also notice that this dinner might be one with planned treachery hidden behind that was aimed at him. "Alliance Master, it matters not if you don't attend the dinner since it's so dangerous," said He Yen. "That's right. We don't need to be afraid of the Corpse Palace based on our Sword Alliance's strength right now. We can ignore this dinner." Zishan also agreed. "With that said, I don't plan to completely turn against the Corpse Palace now. The Corpse Palace previously gave me an expensive gift and are even lowering their stance right now. It's hard to explain my absence when they've honored me to this extent. Apart from that, I keep having the feeling that this dinner is not going to be so simple," said Jian Wushuang. "It's not that simple?" Xiao Tiexin and the others wondered. "The Corpse Palace acts so weirdly. The Corpse Palace is the strongest among the third-rated forces surrounding us, and even has the support of the Star Fort behind them. Why didn't the Corpse Palace contend for hegemony when they have such a huge advantage? They even treat the remaining third-rated forces around them politely and humbly. It's really abnormal. The Corpse Palace even sent gifts to express good intentions when our Sword Alliance was first founded. As the saying goes, one who's unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. I have this constant feeling that the Corpse Palace is planning something. We should be able to see Corpse Palace's true intentions in this dinner," mumbled Jian Wushuang, who was deep in his thoughts as he tapped his fingers on the armchair. He finally made up his mind after some time. "I'm going to this dinner." "Alliance Master." Xiao Tiexin and the others were surprised. Jian Wushuang waved his hand as he smiled. "Don't worry. Although the dinner might be dangerous, it's impossible to make me stay with only the Corpse Palace's strength. Not only the Corpse Palace, but even the Star Fort behind them also aren't capable of doing it." He was confident about his strength and means. Although there were people in this ancient god domain who could kill him, they did not exist in this Danyang continent. Let alone just a third-rated force in the Danyang continent. Xiao Tiexin and the others glanced at each other but stopped persuading him when they heard that. However, Longshan still said, "Alliance Master, why don't I lead the Divine Sword Army and wait outside the Corpse Palace for safety precautions? If anything happens during the dinner, you only need to send a message and the Divine Sword Army can attack them." "That sounds great." Jian Wushuang nodded. Long Shan immediately commanded the Divine Sword Army to make preparations after a decision was made. 3 days later, Jian Wushuang left for the Corpse Palace. The Corpse Palace was extremely strong among the third-rated forces and had control over a large territory, 3 townships. Corpse City was where the old den of the Corpse Palace was located at. The Divine Sword Army was left outside of the Corpse City as Jian Wushuang entered the city alone. Guemo, who had been waiting there for him, immediately walked forward to welcome Jian Wushuang once he entered the city. "Haha! I've long heard about Alliance Master Su Han's reputation, but we were never fated to meet previously. Finally, I've gotten to meet you in person today." Guemo looked extremely welcoming. "I've also admired Palace Master Gu Mo's since a long time ago. It's a pleasure to meet you today. I wonder if Palace Master Shuramo is also here? Jian Wushwang politely asked. Big Brother is also here, but he's in retreat all year long and will not be able to welcome you. I hope Alliance Master Su Han won't be unhappy because of that, said Gu Mo with a smile. Chapter 2694 Alliance Jian Wushwang and Gu Mo had hidden agendas of their own. However, they had not truly fallen out, so they greeted each other during their first meeting. Alliance Master Su Han, please come in. Gu Mo led Jian Wushwang walking towards the insides of the corpse palace, and soon arrived in a big hall. This was a glorious and splendid hall with tables placed on both sides and almost 100 moving beauties dancing in the middle of the hall. The dancing beauties did not stop after Jian Wushwang and Gu Mo entered the hall. However, a long-robed middle-aged man and a green-clothed lady stood up from behind the tables on both sides. Alliance Master Su Han, said the long-robed middle-aged man. Greetings to you, Alliance Master Su Han. The green-clothed lady looked rather humble. Oh, both Master Xinglong and Purple Dress House Master are also here? Jian Wushwang glanced at the both of them without any signs of surprise. He knew this would be an extraordinary dinner. Apart from the corpse palace, Divine Dragon Gang and the Purple Dress House would come forward. The two of us will not turn down a personal invitation from Palace Master Gu Mo, said the green-clothed lady, Purple Dress House Master. Ha ha! Everybody, take your seats. Gu Mo also sat down in front of the table at the highest point as he waved his hand and smiled loudly. Jian Wushwang and two others quickly found their respective places and sat down. It's been such an honor that all three of you can gather at my corpse palace today. Come, let me call out a toast in your honor, said Gu Mo with a smile as he raised a glass in his hand. Jian Wushwang, Xinglong, and the Purple Dress House Master also raised their glasses to drink together. Gu Mo wiped the edge of his mouth after finishing his glass of wine and started to speak seriously. Honorable guests, I've invited the three of you to this dinner tonight for one reason only. Jian Wushwang, Xinglong, and the Purple Dress House Master immediately turned to look at Gu Mo. I really want to see what this Gu Mo wants to do. Jian Wushwang smiled coldly in secret. Honorable guests, all of you know that the Danyang continent is huge with many forces, powerful organizations, and clans on this piece of land. If we put aside the top 5 peak organizations, there are already many first and second-rated forces on the Danyang continent. As for third-rated forces like ours, there are as many as the stars in the sky, said Gu Mo loudly. Jian Wushwang's facial expression did not change. However, Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master frowned. They previously went looking for Gu Mo so that Gu Mo would hold that dinner in hopes of resolving issues with the Sword Alliance. They wanted to investigate if there was really a powerful clan supporting the Sword Alliance, and the Alliance Master's intentions. However, Gu Mo mentioned the situation in the Danyang continent as soon as he opened his mouth. That caused Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master to feel slightly odd. On the other hand, Gu Mo continued, the situation of the Danyang continent is too complex with extremely crazed fights between the forces. Third-rated forces like Corpse Palace, Sword Alliance, Divine Dragon Gang, and Purple Dress House are like lonely kayaks when caught in such crazy fights. We're so vulnerable that we'll be wiped out and taken over by others at any minute. I believe all of you have the same thoughts as I have. Gu Mo looked over at the trio sitting beneath him with a smile on his face. Jian Wushwang only gave an indifferent smile as a response. However, the facial expression of Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master had completely changed. They could recognize there was some hidden meaning in Gu Mo's words and matters were not going as per what they initially agreed. Palace Master Gu Mo, what are you trying to say? Xinglong asked in his deep voice. Ha. What I want to say is very simple. All 4 third-rated forces, Corpse Palace, Sword Alliance, Divine Dragon Gang, and Purple Dress House, are located in the same area. We are pitifully weak if we remain alone, as none of us will be able to fight if we meet any second-rated forces or a really powerful expert. However, if all 4 of us unite like strings twisted into a piece of rope, even the strongest second-rated force could not easily take action against us. Won't that be nice, as our opportunity of surviving in this Danyang continent would increase? Gu Emo said with a smile. Strings twisted into a piece of rope. I wonder how Palace Master Gu Emo plans to do this? Xing Liang asked. An alliance. The four of us should unite and form a new alliance, replied Gu Emo. Alliance? What you mean to say is a merger, right? Xinglong's eyes grew cold. You can say that too. Gu Emo nodded gleefully. The faces of Xinglong and the purple dress house master completely darkened after hearing that. They had finally understood that the real purpose of Gu Mo's dinner was not to take action towards the Sword Alliance. Uniting them was just an excuse, as Gu Mo's true aim was to take over these three forces. Focusing their aim at the Sword Alliance and investigating the origins of the Sword Alliance was just an excuse to gather them in the Corpse Palace. After all, Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master would not join any of Gu Mo's dinner at the Corpse Palace under normal circumstances. However, Xinglong and Purple Dress House Master were the ones that proactively sought the Corpse Palace out this time. Palace Master Gu Emo were invited here to resolve the matter where the Sword Alliance recently destroyed both the Seven Absolute Palace and Bloodwater Gang. My Purple Dress House is not interested in the alliance that you mentioned, said the Purple Dress House Master directly. Xinglong also seriously said, the same applies to my Divine Dragon Pavilion. There's no need to continue if Palace Master Gu Emo held this dinner intending to form an alliance. They'll make my move first. Xinglong stood up and walked towards the exit after he spoke. The Purple Dress House Master also stood up to leave, while Jian Wushuang was the only one left sitting there. Gu Emo looked on with a smile without any intention of stopping them as the two of them left. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master when they just arrived at the entrance of the hall. My guests, the dinner has just begun. Why are you in a hurry to leave? A cold voice could be heard coming from that person's mouth. It was an elder with a cold and lifeless figure whose voice also sounded as though there was no life in it. Sure Mo. The faces of Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master darkened. Sure Mo, Gu Mo's elder brother, was an extremely strong peak-level heaven ultimate god. At the very least, he was much stronger than both Gu Mo and Xinglong. However, Sure Mo was not the only one who appeared at that moment. Two other figures were standing behind him. They were a man and woman whose aura had also reached the peak heaven ultimate god realm. Chapter 2695 True Intentions Unveiled. The two of them are experts from Star Fort. The faces of Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master darkened when they saw the peak heaven ultimate gods behind Shiremo. They had heard Corpse Palace had a certain relationship with Star Fort. It could even be said that Star Fort was secretly supporting the Corpse Palace. However, those were only rumors with nothing concrete. However, the doubt regarding Corpse Palace and Star Fort's relationship had been cleared the moment those two peak heaven ultimate gods appeared before them. Palace Master Shiremo, what's the meaning of this? The Purple House Master stared at Shiremo in front of her. Haha! Our Corpse Palace sincerely invites both of you to attend this meeting. However, you want to leave when the dinner has just started. Won't that mean you're not giving the Corpse Palace any face? Therefore, it'll be best for the two of you to return to your seats, said Shiremo coldly. Both Xinglong and the Purple House Master were secretly anxious. However, the two of them suppressed their anger at the bottom of their hearts and returned to their seats upon seeing the two experts from Star Fort standing behind Shiremo. At that moment, all of them realized what the Corpse Palace had been planning from the beginning. Based on the situation before them, they could see it was not a day or two since the Corpse Palace had made such plans. Even though the Corpse Palace did not previously show much arrogance and had never proactively attacked the third-rated forces around them, it was because those third-rated forces were too large such that once the Corpse Palace wiped even one of them out, the remaining third-rated forces would immediately unite and deal with the Corpse Palace, which they would then be out of solutions. Therefore, the Corpse Palace could only wait for a chance to gather all the forces' leaders and capture all of them in one move. The Corpse Palace finally managed to invite the various forces leaders due to the incident with the Sword Alliance. At that moment, leaders of all three forces, the Sword Alliance, Divine Dragon Pavilion, and Purple Dress House, had gathered in the Corpse Palace, and the Corpse Palace finally revealed their hidden intentions. They bared their fangs toward the various forces leaders who were like sitting ducks. The beautiful dancers in the hall had already excused themselves. The ambience in the hall turned extremely quiet. Xinglong and the Purple House Master quietly sat by the tables with ashen expressions on their faces. On the other hand, Jian Wuxuang still had an extremely indifferent expression. Alliance Master Su Han. Gu Mo slowly looked over at Jian Wuxuang while being seated at the highest position. What do Alliance Master Su Han think about my suggestion? Gu Mo stared at Jian Wuxuang as Shi Mo also looked over at him. They were already too lazy to care about Xinglong and Purple Dress House Master. The Corpse Palace did not place much attention on Xinglong and Purple Dress House Master, as those two representing the Divine Dragon Pavilion and Purple Dress House were like sitting ducks to them. They had to agree even if they did not want to. However, both palace masters still had to pay attention to the Sword Alliance Master. The Sword Alliance was formed around 1 year ago, but had already taken over 4 cities. Together with the fact that they had many experts in their alliance, they had already surpassed the Corpse Palace, with the only difference of the Sword Alliance not having any real peak heaven ultimate god until that point in time. Although Alliance Master Su Han was only a high-level heaven ultimate god, it was fortunate for them that his combat power was not weaker than peak heaven ultimate gods. I think what Palace Master Gu Mo said makes sense. A third-rated force is really not eye-catching in the Danyang continent, and can disappear just like that. However, if all 4 forces can be integrated and form a singular force, our overall power will skyrocket. We won't be considered weak even among second-rated forces. At that time, we will have stronger powers in the Danyang continent with the possibility of getting more profits, said Jian Wuxuang slowly. Oh, it looks like Alliance Master Su Han agrees. Gu Mo looked at Jian Wuxuang in surprise. Alliance Master Su Han. Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master also looked at Jian Wuxuang in astonishment. They originally wanted to work together with the Corpse Palace and take action against the Sword Alliance. At that moment, they had planned to unite with the Sword Alliance and fight off Corpse Palace together upon observing the Corpse Palace's ambitions. Who knew that Su Han would agree with the union mentioned by Gu Mo? It's true that Sword Alliance Su Han has the cardinal principles in his mind. It's no wonder the Sword Alliance can grow to such an extent in such a short time with an alliance master like yourself. Gu Mo laughed heartily. I'm not done speaking yet. Jian Wuxuang waved his hand. I agree with the union and even the integration of all 4 forces. However, I wonder who'll be the leader of this new force? Can't Alliance Master Su Han see who'll be the leader? In this world, the strongest earns the most respect, and our Corpse Alliance is the strongest amongst our 4 forces, said Gu Mo with a smile. Jian Wuxuang slowly stood up with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Really? I don't think so. In my opinion, your Corpse Palace is also a third-rated force that's unpresentable. You're no different from the 7 Absolute Palace and Bloodwater gang that I previously wiped out. The eyes of Gu Mo and Shi Mo suddenly narrowed when they heard that. Alliance Master Su Han, are you challenging the Corpse Palace's authority? Shi Mo coldly asked. Authority? A mere third-rated force dares talk about authority? You're just 2 old dogs together with 2 peak heaven ultimate gods from Starfort. Do you plan to swallow up my Sword Alliance with such a lineup? You guys are really dreaming here. Jian Wuxuang smiled in disdain. The moment he finished speaking, a wave of majestic divine power suddenly surged out of his body like an awakened god. This wave of overwhelming golden divine power concentrated speedily behind him. A humongous golden god shadow formed in the blink of an eye. The extremely tall 50,000 feet golden god shadow was not something the hall could contain. Therefore, the hall's upper part immediately blasted open upon its appearance. Do you want to fight? Shi Mo's eyes grew cold as the aura of a peak heaven ultimate god burst outward in an instant. Although they were all peak heaven ultimate god, Shermo's divine power was much stronger than the Purple Beast Alliance Master and 7 Absolute Palace Master whom Jian Wushuang killed. Shermo's combat power was much stronger than ordinary peak heaven ultimate gods. Meanwhile, Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master's eyes suddenly lit up. The Corpse Palace had invited 2 helpers from the Star Fort, added to a total of 4 peak heaven ultimate gods. The 2 of them dared not fight against Corpse Palace as Shiremo was also incredibly strong. However, everything was different at that moment when Su Han took action. Although Su Han was just a high-level heaven ultimate god, he was someone who previously killed several peak heaven ultimate gods. He might even win in that fight against Shiremo. Chapter 2696, The Star Fort's FOU. You're really Shiremo. This divine power alone is much stronger than any peak heaven ultimate gods. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently as he could feel the striking strength Shiremo had. However, this degree of power isn't enough. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. Boom! A huge surge of golden divine power grew and immediately turned into an endless sea of golden divine power. This golden divine power sea swept across and crazily impacted every direction. The huge hall they were at directly shattered under the impact as the golden divine power sea continued to expand. Shiremo humphed coldly when he saw that before he unleashed a huge amount of gray aura following a humming sound. Those gray auras were strands of lifeless auras, stagnant and spiritless. It was the death law Shiremo comprehended and mastered. The gray strands of air engulfed their surroundings and crazily collided with Jian Wushuang's golden divine power sea. In a short time, they were stuck in a complete stalemate as there was nothing they could do to each other. Your understanding of death law is extremely high to be able to block my golden divine power sea and prevent the golden prison's formation. How about this then? Jian Wushuang scoffed before a majestic sword essence exploded with a slight movement of his thoughts. The densely packed sword essence rushed straight into the skies and covered the entire territory in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang had opened up his perfect sword world that erupted completely before covering an entire area of 100,000 miles. Shiremo immediately displayed his principal world when he felt the shocking sword essence. His principal world was also of the profound achievement but at first contact. Clatter Shiremo's principal world was mercilessly crushed without any chance of struggling. In the blink of an eye, Shiremo's principal world had crumbled from the suppression. A huge suppression affected Shiremo such that even his facial expression changed. How's that possible? He had no idea Jian Wushuang's sword world would be so strong. Both our principal worlds are of the profound achievement. My principal world had been extended to at least 50,000 miles, but there was no room for it to even struggle. Could his principal world possibly have already extended to 70,000 or even 80,000 miles? Shiremo mumbled. Shiremo suffered a great suppression effect due to the complete collapse of his principal world, causing his overall strength to be weakened. The death law powers coming from him were also weakened. It was originally comparable to Jian Wushuang's golden divine power sea and was in a stalemate. At that moment, he was steadily being defeated and looked like it was going to completely disperse, allowing Jian Wushuang's golden prison to resume its formation once again. All of a sudden, boom! Another principal world exploded open. That principal world was much stronger than Shiremo's principal world. It directly rolled open and crazily impacted Jian Wushuang's sword world without being at a disadvantage. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. The other party's principal world must have reached the complete level for it to fight against his perfect profound achievement sword world. Complete level principal world was the realization of ordinary grand ultimate god. Who's that? Jian Wushuang immediately looked over at the source where the principal world burst forth. A middle-aged man in green robes who gave off an extremely holy aura as though being placed under the sunlight's shower could be seen walking over slowly. The middle-aged man had an extremely charming smile on his face that caused people to be captivated by it. Everybody present could not help but look over at him after his appearance. This person. Jian Wushuang secretly relaxed after taking a look at that green-robed middle-aged man. Jian Wushuang originally thought he was a grand ultimate god since he was capable of creating a complete level principle world. There was a possibility a grand ultimate god from Starfort was personally there. What happened today would be slightly troublesome if that was the case. However, that green-robed middle-aged man emitted divine powers at the peak heaven ultimate god realm. However, for his understanding of principle to be so high when he's just a peak heaven ultimate god only meant he would be extremely strong, much stronger compared to Shiremo. Shiremo, I originally thought you can resolve this on your own based on your capabilities. Who knew I still had to personally take action in the end? The green-robed middle-aged man smiled indifferently as he spoke in his gentle yet prestigious voice. I don't want this, but Alliance Master Su Han is really strong, said Shiremo with a bitter smile. The green-robed middle-aged man slowly walked toward Shiremo before turning his gaze towards Jian Wushuang without any emotions in his eyes. Su Han, allow me to introduce the person standing beside me. He's Fo Wu from Starfort. I wonder if you've heard about him. Shiremo smiled coldly. Jian Wushuang did not react when the name Fo Wu was introduced. However, Xinglong and the purple dress house master were surprised by it. Starfort's Fo Wu? Heavenly Buddha Fo Wu? A huge wave of emotions convulsed through their hearts. The name Fo Wu was extremely well known in the entire Danyan continent, and both of them had heard about him. Heavenly Buddha Fo Wu was the preeminent figure just second to the Starfort Master. Although he was only a peak heaven ultimate god, it was rumored he managed to survive 1 or 2 moves even when met the ordinary primary level grand ultimate gods. Among the many peak heaven ultimate god experts in the entire Danyan continent, Fo Wu was good enough to be in the top 10. It had to be mentioned that the Danyan continent had a vast territory with many forces having a peak heaven ultimate god overseeing ordinary third-rated forces. There were a huge number of heaven ultimate gods in those forces, and Fo Wu's capability to be in the top 10 among peak heaven ultimate gods was not something any normal person could achieve. *T, the Corpse Palace invited Fo Wu over? This Fo Wu is rumored to be capable of wiping out a group of ordinary peak heaven ultimate gods by himself. Even if Su Han is willing to work with the two of us, we'll only be wiped out by Fo Wu. Xinglong and the purple dress house master were at the brink of desperation. They were still hopeful if only 2 peak heaven ultimate gods from Starfort were sent there. There was a possibility of them walking out of the Corpse Palace if Su Han was sufficiently strong. However, they could not see any hope at that moment with Fo Wu personally being there. Fo Wu looked extremely composed even when he was being stared at by the crowd and condescendingly looked at Jian Wushuang. You're Su Han? I've previously heard about you from Shiremo. It's really rare for a high-level heaven ultimate god to have such power. I can ensure a good future for you if you're willing to join our Starfort. Chapter 2697, The Fight with Fo Wu. A good future? You people are just a second-rated force, what sort of good future will there be? Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. You're Fo Wu, right? I really want to see how capable you are that enables you to speak to me like that. The infernal crimson divine swords appeared in front of Jian Wushuang one by one with a total of 9 infernal crimson divine swords. These 9 infernal crimson divine swords merged and a huge black divine sword came bursting through the reincarnation passage before traveling through the void and appeared in front of Fo Wu in the blink of an eye. The black divine sword was incredibly strong, such that an ordinary peak heaven ultimate god would not dare look down at it when they see it. However, Fo Wu smiled in disdain as a phantom sword figure formed with the wave of his hand and collided head-on with the black divine sword. As a result, the black divine sword was instantly sent flying outward. The entire sword was trembling crazily as though it was going to break apart. You're really quite strong. Jian Wushuang focused his sight. His reincarnation sword formation was very strong, valiant, and extremely powerful under his full force. However, Fo Wu had yet to unveil his mystical weapon but already could almost break the reincarnation sword formation with the phantom sword formed from his hand wave. There really were not many people who could achieve such strength among peak heaven ultimate gods. Show me whatever tricks you have up your sleeves or you won't have your chance anymore. Fo Wu was still bathed under the sunshine and looked as though he was high above the rest in an extremely detached state. Jian Wushuang's body slightly trembled before activating the 7 Stars secret technique. His divine power was raised to another level upon activating the 7 Stars secret technique. At the same time, a layer of golden armor covered his body amidst surging golden lights that surrounded the entire sky. He had activated all the secret techniques he owned: the 7 Stars secret technique, the 9 Sparkle Star Armor Golden Armor chapter, and the Divine God of Punishment. Jian Wushuang softly yelled, "Let's try again." Hum! The black divine sword slightly trembled before bursting out once again. The difference being the black divine sword was much stronger than how it previously was. The 7 Stars secret technique had improved his strength by an entire realm. The 9 Sparkle Star Armor's Golden Armor chapter had raised his combat power by 3 times. The current Jian Wushuang was completely different from his previous self. Fo Wu waved his hand again when he saw the black divine sword once again headed over. A phantom sword swept over just like what had happened moments ago. However, it was slightly brighter than the previous. Both parties collided once again and resulted in bang! The phantom sword directly dimmed down and exploded while the black divine sword continued traveling towards Fo Wu to carry out its attack. Fo Wu slightly frowned and directly attacked using his palm as a sword replacement. Clank! The enormous phantom sword almost separated the void into 2 halves. Clank! A loud metal collision sound was heard before the black divine sword was sent retreating in a shiver. However, Fo Wu's figure was also sent 2 steps backward. Fo Wu stabilized himself after stepping back 2 steps before looking at his slightly tingling palm with an indifferent smile. This is much more interesting. Fo Wu finally took his mystical weapon out. It was a crimson-red battle saber that looked as though it was burning in flames when they first laid eyes on it. Apart from that, Fo Wu's sacred aura skyrocketed as a huge red sun appeared behind him. That crimson-red sun was like the scorching sun rising in the morning that silently suspended behind Fo Wu. A red light appeared in Fo Wu's eyes as he raised his head. Boom! The frightening saber essence suddenly rose. The crimson-red battle saber suddenly took action. The blade directly fell downward. Just like the morning sun rising from the east, the red light shone and lit up the entire sky. Jian Wushuang had a serious look on his face. His overwhelming divine power surged outward as the black divine sword's strength rose once again before headed directly towards the sword with the speed of a meteor falling from the sky. Bang! The violent bang roared in the vast sky. It was as though 2 stars had crazily knocked into each other. The surrounding hall had already broken apart to the extent it had affected the huge buildings around it. Those buildings were also crushed into powder following the attack's aftermath. Many of Corpse Palace experts rose to the sky in fright and had already escaped to the distant void from the battlefield. They looked at that scene with widened eyes. Both Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master also retreated to the void nearby. Unfortunately, the 2 of them could not make any moves as Gu Mo and the other 2 Peak Heaven Ultimate Gods from Star Fort were standing beside them, giving them no escaping chances. In the middle of the battlefield. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang looked slightly dire. He had just escaped from a blast before a figure under the red sun's cover had come chasing after him. Fo Wu was holding his battle saber in one hand whilst his facial expression turned cold. A murderous hint appeared in his eyes. Prepare to die! Fo Wu yelled softly. The original young sun that had risen from the east turned into a scorching hot one in the blink of an eye and was burning the entire land. The saber light that swung from Fo Wu's hand had also completely spread out while carrying a raging fire. All the surrounding void turned into a sea of fire upon the appearance of the saber light. As for Jian Wushuang, he suffered the scariest attack amidst the fire. Boom! Endless power came surging from all sides and pushed against Jian Wushuang's body. Jian Wushuang was unable to withstand that degree of attack. He could only rely on his physical protective abilities and forcefully withstand the attack with his own body. Finally, the sea of fire slowly dispersed as heaven and earth calmed down. A humongous red sun was still behind Fo Wu as he stared at the void in front of him before a human figure slowly appeared. Fo Wu was doubtful when he first saw that figure before being surprised by it. In the end, all his emotions turned into disbelief. He might not have died, but why isn't he hurt at all? Fo Wu had indeed seen clearly that Jian Wushuang's divine body did not suffer any harm. He had double armors covering his body. The golden armor on the outer level had already crumbled, but his life armor did not suffer any major damages. His aura did not even suffer and weakened in the slight. Impossible! My attack just now had injured him. No matter how strong his physical protective abilities are, he can't be unharmed. Fo Wu stared at Jian Wushuang. He had no idea that Jian Wushuang had the perfect immortal body as a perfect chaotic creature. He would immediately recover from any wounds as long as his divine power was abundant. Jian Wushuang was wounded by the blow just moments ago. However, he recovered in an instant with divine power to the extent it looked as though nothing had happened to him. Fo Wu, I've to admit that you're really strong. Jian Wushuang stood in the void and had a cold look in his eyes as he looked toward Fo Wu. Chapter 2698. Sweep everything with one move. You're undoubtedly the strongest heaven ultimate god I've seen since stepping foot in the Danyang continent. Unfortunately, you're still unqualified to kill me. Not only that, but you also need to leave behind your life here today. Jian Wushuang's loud noise reverberated across the entire void. The experts looking at the battle from the surrounding area were completely amazed. This Su-Han, Qinglong and the purple dress house master also stared at Jian Wushuang with a hint of expectation in their eyes. On the other hand, Fo Wu had a cold gaze in his eyes. How can you shamelessly brag? Fo Wu once again carried out his attack with the battle saber at hand after shouting. Although he still had a humongous red sun behind him, the saber skill he just used felt like the setting sun. It had a sense of beauty under the autumn breeze. Jian Wushuang glanced at Fo Wu, and the 9 infernal crimson divine swords around him once again integrated into a huge black divine sword. This black divine sword once again came rushing outward with shocking power. This is useless. Although your sword formation is very strong, it's only a joke to me, yelled Fo Wu coldly. Really? Jian Wushuang only lightly smiled before raising his palm and pointed toward the void Fo Wu was located. Unlimited powers of space-time law came sweeping over with his finger pointing. Space-time divine technique. A finger-pointing heavenly technique. Fo Wu's figure paused in the middle of the void without any warnings. He remained in his attacking position with his saber with the humongous red sun still behind him. However, his actions had completely paused. The space-time paused. It was the A finger-pointing heavenly technique. If Jian Wushuang performed that skill at his full capacity, nobody under the Grand Ultimate God realm could withstand his current strength, unless that person was an expert with an extremely high understanding of space-time law. Even Fo Wu could not do it. He was completely caught in the stagnation of space-time. The space-time stagnation only lasted for a short moment in less than the time for a person to blink. However, that amount of time was very crucial to experts. It could be seen that the black divine sword Jian Wushuang controlled was like a huge mountain-sized drill directly attacking Fo Wu's divine body without any obstructions. Fo Wu's space-time had just recovered to normal before he was immediately hit by that horrible attack. Even though his body managed to endure the attack, he immediately vomited a mouthful of blood at that moment as the front section of his divine body had sunken in. His figure was immediately thrown backward like a kite with broken strings. You haven't died from that attack? It looks like your physical protective abilities aren't weak. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. Fear was written all over Fo Wu's face as he finally stabilized himself. He could feel the wounds he had suffered were quite serious. However, what truly frightened him was the technique Jian Wushuang unleashed just moments ago. He had no idea what happened as the sword formation was some distance away from him before it suddenly knocked onto his divine body. He could not respond nor had the time to block the attack. He was instantaneously wounded badly, which greatly damaged his true strength. What had happened? What skills did Su-han use? Fo Wu was in shock. The unknown was always the most horrifying. He was horrified because he had no idea what Jian Wushuang did moments ago. After all, that attack had managed to wound him badly, and he would die if that happened one or two more times. However, the Black Divine Sword once again came toward him under Jian Wushuang's control. Escape! I have to escape! He'll die if I don't escape. Those thoughts immediately appeared in Fo Wu's heart and quickly took over his mind. It was his intuition that he achieved after experiencing many extreme battles and near-death escapades before achieving peak heaven ultimate God realm. He also deeply believed in his intuition. Therefore, he did not hesitate at that moment, and immediately turned around before running backward at his fastest speed. He opted to escape. The last time he ran away was in a one-on-one battle due to coming across a grand ultimate god. However, he could only escape at that moment despite facing someone who was a realm lower than him. The people around them were stunned by that scene as they were observing the battle. However, Jian Wushuang was unwilling when he saw that Fo Wu wanted to escape. Jian Wushuang could be seen raising his hand once again and pointed to the void where Fo Wu with his finger. A finger-pointing heavenly technique. That technique required an extremely huge amount of divine power to activate it. An ordinary peak heaven ultimate god would not be able to use that technique for a second time after forcefully doing it the first time, even if they had quite a huge solid of divine power. However, Jian Wushuang was different, as his divine power was as vast as an ocean. The divine power he used was not even a tenth of his total powers even when using that technique, enabling him to activate that technique several times in a battle. It was his second time activating the technique. At that moment the same scene unfolded once again. Fo Wu was once again paused in the middle of the void. He remained in his escaping posture with no changes to his terrified facial expression. He had completely paused there while the Black Divine Sword that kept following behind him was not affected at all. It once again attacked Fo Wu like a flash of black lightning. At that moment, Fo Wu's divine body could not persist any longer and started falling apart. How's this possible? His space-time had already returned to normal before Fo Wu died. He saw that he was once again attacked and also noticed he was losing his vitality at a crazed speed. He had a horrifying expression on his face and a heart filled with disbelief. However, his life had been completely cut off in the end. Fo Wu, the famous top 10 peak heaven ultimate gods in the Danyang continent, and second only to the Star Fort Master, was killed on the spot. A finger-pointing heavenly technique. This technique is really strong! Jian Wushuang exclaimed uncontrollably when he saw Fo Wu was killed. Regardless of having a heaven ultimate god's strength, even if that person could enter the top 10, top 5, or even top 3 positions in the Danyang continent, they would not be able to withstand that attack as long as that person was not good at the space-time law. He could wipe out 99% of those heaven ultimate gods with just that technique alone. Although Fo Wu was very strong, he was not proficient at the space-time law and was therefore also included in the 99% range. Fo Wu was killed within 2 moves without any chance of struggling. Jian Wushuang did not have time to use his many skills as a result. Jian Wushuang also exhaled softly after killing Fo Wu before slowly looking over at the Corpse Palace and Star Fort's experts. Fo Wu is dead. The rest of you are next. Chapter 2699. Time for our talk. The surrounding void was silent. The many experts, including Shuremo and Gu Emo from the Corpse Palace, the 2 peak heaven ultimate gods from the Star Fort, Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master, had widened eyes with disbelief written all over their faces. Dead? Fo Wu died. Fo Wu, the top 10 heaven ultimate gods in the Danyang continent, was killed by Su-han. They were slightly stunned as huge waves of emotion surged through the bottoms of their hearts. At the same time, they had deep doubts about the occurrence. What are those skills Su-han used just now? They could see the scene moments ago. They saw Jian Wushuang pointing from a distance, and Fo Wu rendered unable to move. His immobility had allowed Jian Wushuang to directly kill him. Such a scene had occurred twice, with Fo Wu heavily wounded the first and directly killed in the second time. However, they had no idea what skill Jian Wushuang had used. They also had no idea how Jian Wushuang managed to stop an extremely strong peak heaven ultimate god from moving in such a short amount of time. However, they knew that the technique Jian Wushuang used was horrifying. At that moment, Fo Wu is dead. All of you'll be next. Jian Wushuang's cold and emotionless voice could be heard echoing between heaven and earth. Corpse Palace experts' faces, including Shi Mo and Gu Mo, immediately darkened. How could they block his attack if even Fo Wu could not withstand Jian Wushuang's techniques and was directly killed? Boom! The violent golden divine power sea once again surged as Jian Wushuang's aura seemed as though it had reached the heavens. His eyes looked at the Corpse Palace experts with a strong intent to kill. Attack together! Shi Mo shouted as a huge amount of death-lost strength crazily burst outward. He wanted to gather the four peak heaven ultimate gods' powers and work together with Gu Mo and the 2 Star Forts peak ultimate heaven gods to fight Jian Wushuang. Gu Mo and the other 2 Star Forts peak heaven ultimate gods also wanted to work together. However, Jian Wushuang pointed his finger again before the others could approach him. A finger-pointing heavenly technique. It was the same technique, but he used it on Shi Mo at that moment. Fo Wu had died, and the strongest person was none other than the Corpse Palace's Shi Mo, hence Jian Wushuang naturally focused on him first. Even Fo Wu could not withstand that a finger-pointing heavenly technique. Although Shi Mo had a high understanding of the death law, his understanding was not on space-time law. The space-time he was located immediately froze with him altogether and rendered Shi Mo immobile. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang's body suddenly shook. His figure appeared in front of the frozen Shi Mo, as though he had teleported. He then waved his blood mountain sword. The sword was beautiful in a sad way. It was so beautiful that it could break a person's heart. There was even a hint of perplexity which caused people to be intoxicated by it. The surrounding experts in the voids were uncontrollably attracted by that sword light, and soon intoxicated by it as it swept away. Although it was slightly uncomfortable, there was an endless aftertaste as though they had gotten drunk after having several drinks. The space-time sword technique's 7th form, enchanted. Under the poignant and intoxicating sword technique, the frozen Shi Mo did not have any capabilities to fight back and was instantly beheaded. 2 space-time blade was activated at the same time before smashing Shi Mo's divine body into powder. Shi Mo immediately died. Big brother! Gu Mo stopped moving after shrieking loudly. He glanced at Jian Wushuang coldly but turned to escape the next moment. He was not the only one, as even the 2 Star Forts peak heaven ultimate gods had also started escaping with a crazed attitude. They knew clearly that if Shi Mo was still alive, they might have an opportunity to fight against Jian Wushuang if the 4 of them worked together. However, only 3 were left after Shi Mo's instantaneous death. There was no room for them to fight back anymore. Therefore, they could only escape. They did not have the time to even care for the Corpse Palace. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold when he saw the 3 of them escape. He then pointed his finger again. Among the 2 Star Forts peak heaven ultimate gods, one of them was frozen on the spot without any warnings. Jian Wushuang's body slightly moved and easily killed that peak heaven ultimate god. However, Gu Mo and the other peak heaven ultimate god had already escaped beyond the range of Jian Wushuang's secret technique, while he was killing the peak heaven ultimate god. Jian Wushuang could no longer chase after them, so he could only let the 2 of them escape. Those 2 had managed to escape, but their location was the Corpse Palace, which meant that Gu Mo had completely given up his territory. As for the Corpse Palace experts, they attacked once Jian Wushuang gave the order. Jian Wushuang had not given any orders. However, the Divine Sword Army commander, Long Shan, could perceive huge changes in the Corpse City and knew there was a crazy battle between experts occurring, hence he directly attacked without waiting for Jian Wushuang's orders. Unfortunately, they still arrived late. They saw many Corpse Palace experts surrendering to Jian Wushuang when they arrived. That scene caused many Divine Sword Army soldiers to be flabbergasted as they wondered what had happened. It looked like their Alliance Master had wiped out the Corpse Palace from their observation. However, their Alliance Master was alone? Long Shan, I'll hand these people in the Corpse Palace to you. In addition, send a message to ask Dong Shui and He Yen for personnel to take over the Corpse Palace's territory, said Jian Wushuang. Yes. Long Shan nodded solemnly. Jian Wushuang turned his line of sight after speaking over toward Xinglong and the purple dress house master at the void beside them. It looks like it's time for our talk. Jian Wushuang smiled mysteriously. Chapter 2700. Subdued. Xinglong and the purple dress house master were very worried. Initially, when they realized the real purpose of the Corpse Palace and knew that they were trapped in the situation, they hoped that Jian Wushuang would show his strength and join them to fight the Corpse Palace. Surprisingly, Jian Wushuang took care of Corpse Palace by himself. Jian Wushuang had beheaded the Corpse Palace Master on the spot, as well as Fo Wu, who was invited by the Corpse Palace Master. His strength was too terrifying. Both Xinglong and Purple Dress House Master were taken aback. Jian Wushuang's strength was so terrifying that it sent chills when they saw the weird smile on Jian Wushuang's face. Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master immediately had a bad premonition. They also recalled something. Although the Corpse Palace had great ambitions to swallow all of the forces, at least the Corpse Palace was more sensible, and had not taken the initiative to act on any of the forces before. However, the Sword Alliance was obviously more ambitious than Corpse Palace and with more sophisticated methods. The Sword Alliance had taken down 7 Absolute Palace and Blood Water Gang one after another. It was a bloodbath. The Sword Alliance was going to bag Corpse Palace anytime soon. Would the Sword Alliance Master Su Han be willing to let the two of them, Xinglong and Purple Dress House Master, go? Alliance Master Su Han, thank you for your action today in stopping the Corpse Palace from carrying out their treacherous tricks and allowing the Divine Dragon Pavilion to be safe. I'll prepare a generous gift and send it personally to the Sword Alliance to express my deepest gratitude after the incident, said Xinglong. The Purple Dress House is also very thankful. The Purple Dress House will do our best to help if Alliance Master Su Han needs any help in the future, said the Purple Dress House Master. They dared not get on Jian Wushuang's wrong side and took the initiative to lower their pride in hopes that Jian Wushuang would let them go. Jian Wushuang sneered after hearing them out. I must say that the two of you are clever. You're going to be disappointed if you think that simply being thankful or a generous gift will settle the past bad blood between us. I'm not interested in listening to your words of gratitude and generous gifts. What I'm keen on are both your territories and experts. Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master were startled. As I've said before, I've no opinion on Palace Master Gu Mo's proposal. That's exactly what I wanted to do, to be precise. I also want to bring the third-rated forces together and form a brand new force. The only difference is that the new force must be called the Sword Alliance with me as the absolute leader. Do you both have any opinions? Jian Wushuang smiled. Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master were extremely furious but dared not refute. Jian Wushuang's purpose was obviously the same as the Corpse Palace, to take over the two forces. In addition, Jian Wushuang was obviously stronger than Corpse Palace. The situation seemed to like they had just painstakingly sent away a wolf, but ended up with a new and worse enemy like a ferocious tiger. Why? Are the two unwilling? Jian Wushuang stared at the two in front of him with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He need not do anything as he believed the two people in front of him should understand their situation laid before them. The two of them had no choice at all. Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master indeed were looking helplessly at each other. Xinglong said after a while, Alliance Master Su Han, what will happen to us after the Divine Dragon Pavilion and Purple Dress House Master merged into the Sword Alliance? Nothing will change, as it's just a simple integration. All the experts from both the pavilion and house will be given a position in the alliance based on their strength. Those with tyrannical strength can also join the Divine Sword official army. I'm sure all of them can be integrated into the Sword Alliance. As for the two of you, Jian Wushuang glanced at Xinglong and Purple Dress House Master. You know that the overall strength of the Sword Alliance isn't weak with me having the highest combat power at the peak Heaven Ultimate God realm. If both of you join the Sword Alliance, you'll only be under myself and my chief steward who is also my maid. I plan to set up another battle hall in the Sword Alliance such that only those above the high-level Heaven Ultimate Gods could join. Both of you can choose to be part of it and become the leader of the battle hall, or you can join the Divine Sword Official Army and become a member of the Divine Sword Official Army. You will either suffer nor be wronged in Sword Alliance no matter which you choose, as your cultivation realm is obviously peak Heaven Ultimate God realm. Moreover, our Sword Alliance has sufficient resources. You'll get to enjoy more resources from the Sword Alliance every year the stronger you are, said Jian Wushuang. Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master were moved after listening to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's offers were not great, but they dared not turn him down. If this is the case, Divine Dragon Pavilion agrees to be part of the Sword Alliance, and respect Master Su Han as our leader, said Xinglong. Likewise with the Purple Dress House. The Purple Dress House Master nodded in agreement. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Alliance Master Su Han, Divine Dragon Pavilion has agreed to surrender. They'll return and summon all the experts to make the announcement, said Xinglong. Hold on. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. You only made a verbal agreement. Although the two of you have agreed now, there's no guarantee that you won't regret it when you return to your respective forces. They'll have wasted my efforts if that happened, won't I? Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master's expression sank. Alliance Master Su Han, don't you believe us? Xinglong asked in a low voice. It's not that I don't believe the two of you, but there must be a surety. It's okay if the two of you leave now, but you have to let me leave an impression in your body without struggling. Jian Wushuang smiled. Leave an impression? Xinglong and Purple Dress House Master were shocked. An impression left in the body was equivalent to one's life being under the other party's control. One must never violate the other party's order from then on. Otherwise, the other party could kill them by manipulating the impression. It was a method to control the other party which was quite similar to soul control. The difference was that soul control would erase the subject's own consciousness and become absolutely loyal to the owner without any doubt. On the other hand, leaving an impression in the body would not have any effect on the subject's consciousness, thoughts, strength, or other areas. It was merely to control the subject by placing a stern reminder in the body, hence the subject dared not disobey the other party's orders. Although the method to leave an impression in the body was not as bad as soul control, it would still make the subject feel extremely anxious. Chapter 2701, Second-Rated Force. Alliance Master Su Han, do you want the two of us to hand over our lives to you? Xinglong's expression was extremely ugly. That's right. Jian Wushuang nodded and grinned. Do you think that both your lives are still safe in your hands? Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master were both stupefied. At that instant, they were still standing safely on the spot. However, Jian Wushuang was right in front of them. He could easily kill both of them even if he did not use any of his techniques to freeze space-time with his strength at that moment. Their life and death were indeed under Jian Wushuang's control. Let me leave an impression in your body, so I can release you without worries. They'll soon send someone to both of your territories to take over the sites and experts under your command before integrating both of your forces into Sword Alliance in a short time. The two of you will naturally be members of the highest order in Sword Alliance when that time comes. Jian Wushuang smiled. Although Xinglong and the Purple Dress House Master were extremely unwilling, they had no choice but to agree to Jian Wushuang's request. The two immediately gave up on struggling and allowed Jian Wushuang to leave an impression in their bodies. Jian Wushuang could easily kill both of them at a fickle of his mind at that moment. Haha, welcome on joining my Sword Alliance. You can now go. Jian Wushuang smiled heartily. Xinglong sighed lightly with the Purple Dress House Master before turning around and left. Jian Wushuang smiled even wider while he watched the two leave. I've earned so much from today's battle. murmured Jian Wushuang. The Banquet Corpse Palace, initially held to integrate the several forces, ended up benefiting the Sword Alliance in the end. The Corpse Palace was destroyed whilst the Divine Dragon Pavilion and Purple Dress House merged into the Sword Alliance. It was equivalent to the Sword Alliance devouring all three forces in one go. All their territories would then fall under Sword Alliance's control. Sword Alliance has controlled 4 cities after taking in the 7 Absolute Palace and Bloodwater Gang. Now Sword Alliance will be controlling 9 cities altogether with the 3 new additions, especially when considering the Corpse Palace that controls 3 cities. Our scale is considered strong even among second-rated forces. As for the experts, although Corpse Palace was destroyed, Jian Wushuang had only killed one of the 2 highest-level palace masters of the Corpse Palace while the other was chased away. Most of Corpse Palace's experts did not suffer any damage and joined the Sword Alliance for the benefits offered. As long as they could get their desired benefits from the Sword Alliance in the future, they would stay and contribute to the Sword Alliance's combat power. Jian Wushuang would very soon integrate both Divine Dragon Pavilion and Purple Dress House into Sword Alliance. Once the integration was completed, the Sword Alliance would have many Heaven Ultimate Gods, many of which would be joining the Divine Sword Official Army to increase the scale and combat power of the Divine Sword Official Army. The Sword Alliance would then be no weaker than any second-rated force in terms of Heaven Ultimate Gods' combat powers. As for the ultimate level of combatant powers, ordinary second-rated forces had several peak Heaven Ultimate Gods. The Sword Alliance had Jian Wushuang himself, Xinglong, and the Purple Dress House Master. Among the 3 of them, Jian Wushuang was capable of handling a few peak Heaven Ultimate Gods at one go. Therefore, the Sword Alliance was not weaker at the highest level of combat power, and might even be stronger than the average second-rated forces. In other words, the current Sword Alliance was a second-rated force. Regardless of its scale or overall combat power, Sword Alliance would never be weaker than those average second-rated forces. Second-rated forces. Jian Wushuang's mouth curled up slightly. His goal was to expand the Sword Alliance to the point it could challenge the top forces. In that case, the Sword Alliance would be able to relieve some of Crimson Stone Fort's pressure, and allow Yin Suer more time and room to deal with Crimson Stone Fort's internal problems of the several major factions. In addition, Jian Wushuang himself would have controlled a very strong force to help Yin Suer in solving the internal conflicts between those big factions. He had taken a big step toward his goal. He secretly sighed, but his expression soon became sullen once again. Although I won a great victory in this battle and my Sword Alliance has taken advantage of it, it has also brought a lot of troubles. The trouble was none other than the Star Fort. Although Star Fort was only a second-rated force, it was considered the ultimate expert among second-rate forces. Those forces were not to be trifled with. Although there are many experts within the Star Fort, the Sword Alliance's overall strength isn't any weaker once the Sword Alliance integrates the 3 new forces and includes the Divine Sword Official Army into the equation. In terms of peak Heaven Ultimate God combat powers, am now fearless with the A-finger-pointing heavenly technique, as 90% of peak Heaven Ultimate Gods are in my match. However, the threat of the Star Fort Master is still too great, thought Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not care about the Star Fort's overall strength, including those top experts it possesses. The Sword Alliance would never become the underdog even if the Star Fort was going to fight the Sword Alliance once the 3 new additions joined the Sword Alliance. The only issue that made Jian Wushuang thread carefully was the Star Fort Master. The Star Fort Master was a true Grand Ultimate God. A peak Heaven Ultimate God was far incomparable to a Grand Ultimate God. As an example, Fo's strength was extremely powerful and ranked in the top 10 among the many peak Heaven Ultimate Gods in Danyan Continent, but he was still far behind Grand Ultimate Gods. The reason Jian Wushuang was able to kill Fo was based on a technique called a finger-pointing heavenly technique, but the trick only worked up to peak Heaven Ultimate Gods and had no whatsoever effects on a Grand Ultimate God. Jian Wushuang was still unable to face a Grand Ultimate God in a battle. Unless he could go one step further and make a breakthrough from peak Earth Ultimate God to Heaven Ultimate God. Fo was worthy of his high status in the Star Fort, being second only to the Fort Master, with such an extremely extraordinary net worth. There were a total of 2,500 divine elixir pills in the interspatial ring he left behind. Meanwhile, one of the corpse palace masters also had 900 divine elixir pills on hand, which added up to 3,400. There are so many divine elixir pills that it's sufficient to help me make a breakthrough and reach the heaven ultimate God realm. However, it'll take a certain amount of time for me to refine so many divine elixir pills. It'll take at least 2 years regardless of how I calculate. I'm afraid the Star Fort Master would have come up here in less than 2 years. Jian Wushuang frowned. If Jian Wushuang broke through and refined the divine elixir pills to reach the heaven ultimate God 2 years later, he would no longer need to be mindful of the Star Fort Master. The point was that the Star Fort Master might not give him so much time. Chapter 2702 Look for a Helper. Fo Wu, whom I've killed, had a special position in Star Fort. It'll come the moment I receive news if I'm the Star Fort Master and give the culprit no chance to plan for his escape. Don't mention about 2 years. The Star Fort Master might personally arrive within half a month, said Jian Wushuang secretly. It seemed impossible for him to achieve another breakthrough within half a month to the heaven ultimate God realm. There's absolutely no way. I guess I can only ask for help from Palace Keeper Sijin. Jian Wushuang then took out a message token. Palace Keeper Sijin. Jian Wushuang sent a message to Palace Keeper Sijin. Palace Keeper Sijin also quickly responded. Jian Yi, are you sending me a message to ask about the sale of the Royal Blood Gem? I've told you that it's not easy to handle the Royal Blood Gem. Besides, the Fort Master has been busy working on this issue, but there's no definite news yet. You might have to wait longer, but you can tell me if you need more primordial stones. Palace Keeper Sijin, I'm not here to ask about the Royal Blood Gem. There's something I want to seek for your help. Jian Wushuang smiled. What's the matter? Palace Keeper Sijin asked. Well, I urgently need the help of a grand ultimate god. I don't need him to fight for me. All I need is for him to stay within the force that I've created. He'll just need to send the enemy away when someone comes and provokes me. They'll probably need his help for 2 years at most, said Jian Wushuang. You need a grand ultimate god helper? Palace Keeper Sijin pondered momentarily, but he did not ask Jian Wushuang for the specific reason and said, If you're looking for grand ultimate god, we have a few here in Crimson Stone Fort who are loyal to the Fort Master. I'm sure it can be arranged as long as the Fort Master orders one of them to offer their help to you for 2 years. However, you probably don't want to use the experts from Crimson Stone Fort, right? Yes, I still don't want people to know the force I've created is closely related to Crimson Stone Fort, hence I prefer a free and independent Grand Ultimate God to help me. Palace Keeper Sijin, you have many friends. Can you help me to get in touch with your contacts? Jian Wushuang asked. Well, I do know a few powerful Grand Ultimate Gods who aren't attached to any forces, as there are several within the Danyang continent. I think it's possible to ask them to be your helper for 2 years, but they'll probably ask for a very high amount of rewards in return, said Palace Keeper Sijin. I think there's always room for discussion as long as he can help me eliminate an immediate problem and doesn't ask for an outrageous amount in return, said Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang knew there was no free lunch in the world. He would have to pay a reasonable price if he wanted the help of a Grand Ultimate God. It'll help you ask around then, said Palace Keeper Sijin. Palace Keeper Sijin, could you please help me find one as soon as possible? I need one very urgently, as there may be a strong enemy coming at any time, pleaded Jian Wushuang. Don't worry, it won't take long. Palace Keeper Sijin smiled reassuringly. Palace Keeper Sijin indeed sent Jian Wushuang another message in less than half an hour. I've contacted a Grand Ultimate God. He doesn't have a name, but most people who know him call him Old Snake or Strange Old Snake. He's a very powerful primary level Grand Ultimate God and had promised to be your helper for 2 years, but he's asking for 1,000 divine elixir pills and 1 billion primordial stones in return. Palace Keeper Sijin said. The corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth twitched slightly. He indeed asked for a lot, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. 1,000 divine elixir pills and 1 billion primordial stones were far less than the treasures Jian Wushuang had previously obtained from Shiremo. It was indeed a high price to pay. However, he knew it was not easy to get help from those aloof grand ultimate gods. It was worthwhile to pay 1,000 divine elixir pills and 1 billion primordial stones in exchange for a powerful primary level grand ultimate god to be at his service for 2 years. Old Snake is asking for divine elixir pills only since primordial stones were of little use and were probably just a number to him. He had asked for 4,000 divine elixir pills, but I've persuaded him to go with the current arrangement. He agreed after considering the close-knitted relationship with myself and Crimson Stone Fort, explained Palace Keeper Sijin. Really? I should thank you then. Jian Wushuang smiled. You're welcome. I've already told him everything and he's ready to make a move at any time. You may send me your location and I'll ask him to immediately go look for you, added Palace Keeper Sijin. In that case, please ask him to come as soon as possible, said Jian Wushuang as he shared his location with Palace Keeper Sijin. Palace Keeper Sijin then helped Jian Wushuang to sort it out quickly. All Jian Wushuang had to do was wait quietly in Dragon City. During his waiting period, experts from Sword Alliance were busy integrating the 3 forces: Corpse Mansion, Divine Dragon Pavilion, and Purple Dress House. 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. They were still busy with integrating those forces, but Old Snake had arrived. In a void not far from the Dragon City, a dark old man dressed in a black robe who had a triangular head pattern-skinned green snake on his shoulder stood quietly. The old man had concealed his divine power breath while giving people a feeling of tranquility and calmness. However, his gaze was extremely cold, like the pupils of the viper on his shoulder. Jian. A pleasure to meet you, Old Snake. Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the old man and humbly paid obeisance while trying to study the other party. Are you the young guy named Jian mentioned by Palace Keeper Sijin? The old man nonchalantly glanced at Jian Wushuang and immediately stretched out his hand. Give me my reward first. Jian Wushuang was startled. He would only pay a part for the deposit under normal circumstances, with the rest to be given after 2 years. However, Old Snake had demanded to be paid at the very beginning. Jian Wushuang felt that Old Snake would care about his identity as a grand ultimate god and would not eat his words. Moreover, he was Palace Keeper Sijin's friend. There should not be any problems with his credibility, so Jian Wushuang gave Old Snake the 1,000 divine elixir pills and 1 billion primordial stones. Jian Wushuang did not care too much about the 1 billion primordial stones, but 1,000 divine elixir pills were quite useful to him. However, he was not very far away from Heaven Ultimate God Realm. He had managed to obtain 3,400 divine elixir pills at one go earlier, but probably only needed 2,000 of them for his breakthrough. Hence it was still fairly easy for him to give away 1,000 divine elixir pills. Old Snake took the interspatial ring and made a rough calculation before nodding in approval. Chapter 2703 Heaven Ultimate God Breakthrough. I won't be taking the initiative in fighting for you according to Palace Keeper Sijin, but I'll stay with the force you've created for the next 2 years. If an enemy arrives and is within my capabilities to handle, I'll dismiss the enemy. However, I'll leave if the opponent is much stronger than me without returning these divine elixir pills and primordial stones, said Old Snake indifferently. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and said, That's all right. Please come with me. Jian Wushuang immediately led Old Snake into Dragon City and arranged a place for his stay. Jian Wushuang then entered his secret chamber and began to cultivate in seclusion. There were a lot of divine elixir pills suspended in front of him in the secret chamber. The Star Fort Master is only a primary level grand ultimate god. Old Snake has probably discovered that I've gotten on the Star Fort Master's wrong side after arriving at the Sword Alliance. He should know that the Star Fort Master would probably be here to seek revenge, yet he didn't say or ask about anything. I guess he's confident that he can deal with the Star Fort Master. In that case, I'll focus on absorbing and refining these divine elixir pills and achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible. 1. Let's start. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and began to refine those divine elixir pills without hesitation. Time began to slowly pass. While Jian Wushuang was refining those divine elixir pills, inside the Star Fort magnificent hall, several figures gathered together with Gu Mo being one of them. Gu Mo and Shi Mo had joined Star Fort a long time ago but did not announce to the public that they had created Corpse Palace just so a new second-rated force could be set up in a short period to enhance the Star Fort's overall strength, as they were planning to discreetly do so. Surprisingly, their long-awaited opportunity ended up becoming great assistance to Sword Alliance instead. In addition, Star Fort had suffered a heavy loss in the battle. I've received news that Su Han is currently cultivating in seclusion, said a middle-aged red-haired man in a deep voice. That bastard is chilling after killing Fo Wu and Shi Mo? How dare he? He doesn't even see Star Fort as a threat. The eyes of the several Star Fort experts were burning with anger. Although he's now in seclusion, we found out that he had invited a mysterious expert to man the Sword Alliance. This mysterious expert has a triangular head pattern-skinned green snake on his shoulder. If I'm not mistaken, he must be the strange old snake of the Danyan continent, said the red-haired middle-aged man again. Old snake? Isn't he a grand ultimate god? Su Han invited a grand ultimate god to man his Sword Alliance? No wonder he dares to go into seclusion without worries. He has gotten help. All of those people present were just peak heaven ultimate gods and were rather knowledgeable. They had heard of Old Snake and knew he was a grand ultimate god they could not trifle with. Star Fort would not dare act rashly to seek revenge with Old Snake in town. Damn it! What the hell is the Sword Alliance's background? How can they get help from a grand ultimate god? A peak heaven ultimate god cursed in a low voice. Gu Mo solemnly said, I've long suspected there should be other forces secretly backing the Sword Alliance. Sword Alliance's rise is too fast. I'm sure it requires a lot of resources to support its growth. Likely some forces are secretly supporting it. We initially thought their support was some relatively strong second-rated forces equivalent to Starfort, which was the reason we dared to fight against the Sword Alliance. Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid that the forces behind the Sword Alliance aren't just some second-rated force, but a first-rated one. The situation in the Danyan continent was complex, whereby it was normal for some powerful forces to secretly support the rise of new forces. However, a first-rate force would give support to the second-rated forces under normal circumstances, and rarely support third-rated forces. It was why Gu Mo and the others subconsciously thought the Sword Alliance had support from some second-rated forces. However, they would never be able to invite Old Snake for help in such a short amount of time if that was the case. No matter who's behind the Sword Alliance, Star Fort would never let them off so easily for killing my big brother and Fo Wu, even if they are the top guns. Gu Mo shouted sharply. Yes, never let them off. Several other people also nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the red-haired middle-aged man was alerted. Everyone, the Fort Master has responded. Quick! Tell us what the Fort Master says. Gu Mo immediately turned to the red-haired middle-aged man. The Fort Master says that he knows about everything, but is currently going through a critical period, so he won't appear for the time being. However, he said it won't take long and would be out of seclusion at most around a year, with his strength also greatly improved by then. He'll lead us to the Sword Alliance when the time comes. As for Old Snake, Fort Master may not be able to handle him now, but things will be different after the Fort Master completes his secluded cultivation. Old Snake alone won't be a threat to the Fort Master by then, said the red-haired middle-aged man. Great! Gu Mo and the others' eyes lit up with hope. The Fort Master told us to hold on and not rush into taking revenge. He'll personally annihilate the Sword Alliance once he completes his secluded cultivation. The red-haired middle-aged man continued. If this is the case, we shall then quietly wait. Gu Mo and others made a decision. Jian Wushuang thought the Star Fort would gather their experts in the shortest possible time, with the Star Fort Master personally leading them in attacking the Sword Alliance. He was prepared to fight the Star Fort but did not realize that the Star Fort Master was also cultivating in seclusion. In addition, the Star Fort Master happened to be at his most critical stage, which was why he could not make a move. Therefore, there was no movement from the Star Fort for some time. As for the movement within the Sword Alliance, the three forces, Corpse Palace, Divine Dragon Pavilion, and Purple Dress House, had all been assimilated into the Sword Alliance. Many experts from the three forces had joined the Sword Alliance, with many even joined the Divine Sword Official Army. The strength of the Divine Sword Official Army had skyrocketed with those new additions. The entire Sword Alliance had become much stronger than before. Time was slowly passing by. Jian Wushuang, who stayed in the secret chamber, had been seizing the time to refine and absorb those divine elixir pills. Jian Wushuang was left with 2,400 divine elixir pills after 3,400 divine elixir pills were deducted with the 1,000 divine elixir pills given to Old Snake, and needed 1 year and 6 months to refine all those 2,400 divine elixir pills. Once it was completed, his cultivation realm had made a breakthrough to the next realm as he anticipated. Chapter 2704, The Attack. I've reached the Heaven Ultimate God realm! Jian Wushuang opened his eyes while in a state of ecstasy. The gap between Earth Ultimate God and Heaven Ultimate God was too huge. He was able to challenge those of a higher realm because he was a perfect chaotic creature. It was almost impossible for an ordinary Earth Ultimate God cultivator to fight against a Heaven Ultimate God. Jian Wushuang had made a breakthrough from peak Earth Ultimate God realm to primary level Heaven Ultimate God realm, with his divine power undergoing some qualitative changes. His overall strength, as well as other great secret techniques he cultivated, had also instantly elevated to a whole new level with great improvements. He had achieved the 7 Stars Secret Techniques second volume, and he could not improve further on that. However, other techniques like the Divine God of Punishment, Primordial Void Celestial Body, and even the 9 Sparkle Star Armor had improved. Jian Wushuang contained the surprise and happiness in him as he remained in the secret chamber to carry on sharpening his skills and secret techniques. Time continued to pass by. Another 3 months had passed by in a flash. In a secret chamber enshrouded by a large number of restrictive shields at the Star Fort, a middle-aged man with neat and black short hair sat cross-legged. There was a special star-shaped mark between his eyebrows which gave away an intimidating feel. The middle-aged man opened his eyes as the pupils in his deep eyes were seemingly doused in elation. "It's done! It's finally done! Haha, how many years has it been? My level of law perception has stayed at this level for many years and I haven't been able to achieve a breakthrough. I even thought I'll be stuck in this bottleneck for the rest of my life, but I've finally broken through this bottleneck." The middle-aged man laughed as his voice echoed throughout the secret chamber. His hand gripped tightly onto an old scroll. "I did it because of this. It's indeed a prized treasure from that place. I have only gotten it for 20 years and it has helped me make a breakthrough in my law understanding bottleneck. I might even improve in my understanding of principles if I continue using this in meditation, and there might be a chance for me to achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation realm." The middle-aged man had his eyes riveted on the scroll. His mood soon calmed down. "I have broken through the bottleneck in law perception and improved on my strength. It's now time for me to seek revenge from the Sword Alliance." The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold as he immediately left the secret chamber. Many high-level experts from Star Fort gathered before him not long after he left the secret chamber. "Our pleasure to meet the Fort Master. Welcome back." Gu Mo and the remaining Peak Heaven Ultimate Gods from Star Fort respectfully paid obeisance. The middle-aged man was the Star Fort Master called Foe. Foe had a similar name to Fo Wu, who was killed by Jian Wushuang. It was obvious those two had an unusually close relationship. It was indeed the truth. Foe and Fo Wu were originally from the same organization. They were experts the organization cultivated since young, with their names were also given by that organization. However, the organization later encountered a powerful enemy and was destroyed. Foe and Fo managed to escape before joining forces and began to work together, gradually showing their talent in the Danyang continent. The two had jointly created the Star Fort. Foe was the Star Fort master while Fo handled all the operations within Star Fort. The two were like brothers who went through thick and thin. Foe naturally would not let the matter rest after his brother was killed. "Deliver my commands. Summon all the experts to come with me and wipe out the Sword Alliance," Foe ordered. The Star Fort experts were very excited to hear that. Soon, Foe personally led all the Star Fort high-level experts and headed straight for the Sword Alliance. Sword Alliance. In nearly 2 years, Corpse Palace, Divine Dragon Pavilion, and Purple Dress House had been completely assimilated into the Sword Alliance. The Sword Alliance's strength had also greatly improved. The Divine Sword official army had also expanded from 50 soldiers to 100 soldiers, with their combat power greatly increased. In addition, there were 3 great combat leaders at the highest level: Jian Wushuang, Xinglong, and Purple Dress House Master. Sword Alliance since then became a second-rated force and was recognized by all the other forces as a powerful second-rated force. The Sword Alliance had developed rapidly. However, today, a large number of Star Fort experts went all the way to Dragon City and stopped in the void before the huge black castle. Rumbling, their tyrannical aura permeated from the void above Dragon City from every direction. The Black Castle was the Sword Alliance's lair. A large number of Sword Alliance experts also rose instantly into the void after sensing the gush of tyrannical aura. At the same time, the Divine Sword official army that was made up of hundreds of Heaven Ultimate Gods also appeared uniformly in the void up above. The soldiers in the Divine Sword official army were carefully selected. They were extremely powerful among Heaven Ultimate Gods and worked well together with great tacit understanding. They stood together to form a military formation at that moment. Although they stood quietly in lines, their cold eyes were focusing on the Star Fort experts. "These people look like an army?" Foe also saw the many soldiers from the Divine Sword official army and was surprised. "They're indeed an army. They're called the Divine Sword official army and were formed in a very short time by the leader at a great cost. According to the information we have, this Divine Sword official army currently has a total of 100 soldiers, with all of them at the Heaven Ultimate God's realm and knowing some military formations. Their combat prowess is particularly strong," said a red-haired middle-aged person next to Foe. "A mere second-rated force has formed an official army in a very short time. Hee, they must be really rich and powerful. I don't know which force is secretly supporting the Sword Alliance." Foe smiled coldly. "Although I don't know who it is, today this Divine Sword official army is gonna be mine." Foe had shown a great deal of interest in the Divine Sword official army. After all, even his Star Fort did not have enough resources to form such a high-quality army. In the void some distance away, the high-level experts from the Sword Alliance had also gathered together. "There are so many people here. It seems the Star Fort is coming all out this time, thinking to destroy the Sword Alliance." Dong Shui gazed coldly at those people from the Star Fort. "The Star Fort experts aren't terrifying. We're good enough to fight against those experts and have a great winning chance with the current combat prowess of the Divine Sword official army. The only issue is the genuine Grand Ultimate God Star Fort Master has also personally come forward." Longshan frowned. Xinglong and Purple Dress House Master felt a great deal of pressure coming from just Foe alone. Chapter 2705 Star Fort Master. Although there was a huge gap between the Earth Ultimate God Realm and Heaven Ultimate God Realm, some top geniuses could still challenge those at a higher realm. The difference between the Heaven Ultimate God Realm and the Grand Ultimate God Realm was even more outrageous. Under normal circumstances, even those extremely talented peak Heaven Ultimate God geniuses from Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could hardly fight against a Grand Ultimate God. The Star Fort Master alone could easily slaughter a large group of peak Heaven Ultimate Gods. "Don't worry, Master has long expected this attack from the Star Fort Master," so he had prepared something before he went into seclusion. We shall just watch quietly. The Star Fort Master probably can't do anything to us, said Xiao Tiexin. Several people around also nodded in agreement. It was indeed true, as not long after the Star Fort experts appeared in the void above the Black Castle, a dark-skinned old man dressed in black robes and carrying a triangular head-pattern-skinned green snake on his shoulder slowly appeared in the void above. "FOE." Old Snake spoke coldly. "Strange old snake, you and I haven't seen each other for a while. Why do you have to intervene in today's matters?" FOE stared coldly at Old Snake. "I've agreed to the responsibility, of course," said Old Snake. "I've promised Alliance Master Su Han to guard the Sword Alliance for him for 2 years. 1 year and 9 months have passed, and we're currently counting down the last 3 months. You should come back in 3 months if you want to attack the Sword Alliance." Old Snake would leave after completing the agreement 3 months later, and would not interfere in any of Sword Alliance's matters at that time. 3 months later? FOE's eyes were extremely cold. "Su Han killed my only brother. The enmity between us is irresolvable. If I wasn't going through a critical time previously and was unable to leave the secret chamber, I would have killed him a long time ago. You want me to wait another 3 months? Sorry, I can't even wait 1 day," Old Snake said. "We have no choice in that case. I'm here to accept it if you want to make a move, but you ought to know my strength level. I'm afraid you won't be able to go past me." "Really?" The Buddha smiled strangely. Boom! The terrifying power of a grand ultimate god spread across. The aura oppressed everything as FOE flipped his hand and a golden spear appeared before he immediately fired his first shot. It was an earth-shattering attack by a grand ultimate god expert. Old Snake was not afraid at all. He emanated a cold breath of aura which spread into the void before stepping forward to greet FOE's attacks. The 2 grand ultimate god experts instantly fought head-on in the void. Bang! 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 A series of earth-shaking noises sounded along with extremely violent divine power every time it happened. The divine powers that spread to all corners were extremely powerful and were enough to easily tear a heaven ultimate god into pieces. It was hard to imagine the level of force at the fight's epicenter. "Retreat! Retreat quickly! Get out of here!" Both the Sword Alliance and Star Fort's experts moved out of the battlefield, giving way to form a larger battlefield. All of them were standing on the very edge of the battlefield, staring at the battle between the 2 grand ultimate gods at the center. Xinglong exclaimed, "Strong, too strong! This is a battle between the 2 grand ultimate gods. I don't know who'll win in the end. The Star Fort Master has been famous for a long time and is extremely powerful. However, Alliance Master has invited Old Snake's assistance and is not someone to be trifled with either," said the Purple Dress House Master. "I've heard about Strange Old Snake. He's a very terrifying Lone Ranger expert. In terms of strength, he's close to the peak among those primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. His reputation is much greater than the Star Fort Master. I wonder how Alliance Master managed to invite him. In terms of fame, the Star Fort Master is not as famous as Old Snake. He's probably also slightly inferior in terms of strength." Several high-level experts from the Sword Alliance were talking. Suddenly, bang! There was a loud noise as a rather embarrassing figure was immediately sent retreating quite far back. Everyone looked on and noticed that person turned out to be the more famous Old Snake. How come? Several high-level experts from the Sword Alliance were surprised. Old Snake's expression became extremely solemn after regaining his footings. "FOE, your strength has improved this much?" Old Snake knew about the Star Fort Master FOE and his strength well. FOE was a primary-level Grand Ultimate God and was quite powerful, but Old Snake thought that FOE should be a little inferior as compared to himself. He fought against FOE many years ago. At that time, FOE was completely subdued by him with no chance to fight back. Time flew and within 200 years, FOE's strength had undergone some tremendous changes. FOE had not only gained the upper hand but had also exerted a tremendous amount of pressure on Old Snake, making Old Snake unable to retaliate. Haha, old snake. I know you were in Sword Alliance a long time ago. Why will I be here if I didn't have a certain amount of confidence? If you know what's good for you, you should go away now. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape today, sneered FOE. Ha, how arrogant. Old Snake's gaze was icy cold as he strode forward and began attacking again. At that moment, Old Snake went all out with his strongest method. Boom! 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 Several more bombarding sounds rang again during the confrontation as the triangular-shaped head green pattern-skinned snake on Old Snake's shoulder shot out without warning. Its size grew in the void before turning into a monstrous python. The giant python opened its mouth and exposed its fangs before charging at FOE. FOE shrank his pupils when he saw that. Go! The spear in FOE's hand suddenly soared with his stern shout, and a terrifying golden beam of light was discharged from the spear. The giant python transformed from the triangular head pattern-skinned green snake had no chance to struggle, and was instantly knocked out of the way. Even Old Snake's figure was shocked by the impact before letting out a muffled grunt as he retreated. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth after he regained his footing. Haha, Old Snake. I was indeed not your match in the last battle, but my current strength has gone through a major breakthrough and has completely surpassed yours. You alone cannot stop me now. If you choose not to leave now, then you may stay here forever. FOE laughed as the aura in his body soared. He was indeed stronger than Old Snake. Chapter 2706 Jian Wushuang out from seclusion. FOE is much better than last time. Old Snake isn't his match at all if they go one-on-one. Old Snake's eyes turned cold. He knew the Sword Alliance's enemy was Starfort but was not bothered because the FOE from Starfort was previously not his opponent. He could easily dismiss FOE. As a result, FOE's strength was somewhat beyond his imagination. Alliance Master Suhan, they'll leave right away if you don't show up, said Old Snake with his voice reverberating throughout the area. His voice had not only echoed in the surrounding void but also spread to the black castle below into the secret chamber. In that secret chamber, Jian Wushuang had been spending time in seclusion to improve his secret techniques. He was improving on the divine god of punishment technique and had yet to reach the very limits that he was capable of achieving. Old Snake's voice came to Jian Wushuang's way. Jian Wushuang was alerted and opened his eyes. He then immediately got out of seclusion. Boom! A powerful divine power breath was discharged from the black castle as Jian Wushuang slowly walked out. All attention was on him as soon as he appeared. It's the Alliance Master! The Alliance Master is finally out. Look at his divine power breath! Someone exclaimed, and everyone soon noticed it too. Jian Wushuang had achieved the Heaven Ultimate God realm, but his divine power breath was raised to a new level under the disguise of the Black Stone to the Peak Heaven Ultimate God realm. Peak Heaven Ultimate God, Alliance Master has made a breakthrough again! The Sword Alliance experts were overjoyed. Jian Wushuang stepped forward and walked toward Old Snake. Old Snake, are you alright? Jian Wushuang asked. I'm fine, but FOE's strength is a little beyond what I imagined it to be. I can't stop him alone, said Old Snake. Jian Wushuang glanced at FOE and nodded. FOE's divine power breath was indeed amazing. Although he was only a primary level Grand Ultimate God, he was much more powerful than the average primary level Grand Ultimate God and was not far inferior to the King Scorpion whom Jian Wushuang had previously met. King Scorpion was an outstanding primary level Grand Ultimate God and extremely strong among primary level Grand Ultimate Gods. He was able to compete against 3 other primary level Grand Ultimate Gods at the same time with his extraordinary strength. FOE was very close to the level of King Scorpion, hence it came to no surprise that Old Snake was not his match. Alliance Master Suhan, I heard that you previously can wipe out any Peak Heaven Ultimate God without breaking a sweat when you were only a high-level Heaven Ultimate God. Your combat prowess must have improved since you have reached the Peak Heaven Ultimate God realm. You should be able to fight against average primary level Grand Ultimate Gods. We might be able to handle FOE if we join forces, suggested Old Snake. Join forces? Jian Wushwang shook his head and smiled. Old Snake, you don't have to intervene in this battle for the time being. Let me deal with FOE for now. Leave it to you single-handedly? Old Snake narrowed his eyes suspiciously and looked at Jian Wushwang. Old Snake had always thought Jian Wushwang was too arrogant. FOE was not what he used to be. His strength had reached the top amongst primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. Even though Old Snake thought they might have a chance to fight against FOE if he joined forces with Jian Wushwang, the odds of winning were still not great. Old Snake was perplexed that Jian Wushwang refused to join forces. Does he think he could manage FOE single-handedly? Alliance Master Su Han, you have to think carefully. The strength of a Grand Ultimate God isn't as simple as what you think, said Old Snake coldly. He was merely giving a reminder as the decision still lies in Jian Wushwang's hand. Don't worry, I'm quite confident. It won't be too late for you to join in if I fail. Jian Wushwang smiled. Old Snake accepted the arrangement. He was just a helper invited by Jian Wushwang at a high price. There was no friendship between him and Jian Wushwang. It had nothing to do with him even if Jian Wushwang died and the Sword Alliance was destroyed. He could just leave. Jian Wushwang looked at FOE after making his decision. You are Su Han? FOE was also looking at Jian Wushwang with surging killing intent in his eyes. It's you who killed my only brother FO Wu? It's me. If you want to avenge your brother, you can do it. However, I don't know if you have the capabilities. Jian Wushwang smiled faintly. It's time for you to die. FOE did not hesitate as he mustered his terrifying Grand Ultimate God powers and sent it toward Jian Wushwang. He had also made another move with the golden spear in his hand as it gleamingly burst in bright golden lights. Many Star Fort experts had gathered together behind FOE and watched attentively. Gu Mo was among them. Su Han doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he compete with the Star Fort Master alone? Gu Mo sneered coldly. I have to admit that Su Han has good skills. He managed to kill FO Wu when he was a high-level Heaven Ultimate God. Now he has broken through to the peak Heaven Ultimate God realm. His combat power should be stronger. However, how can he even think of handling a Grand Ultimate God no matter how powerful he has become? That's really stupid. The gap between a Heaven Ultimate God and Grand Ultimate God is so huge. There's no way he can close that gap. Watch out, Su Han will be beheaded by the Fort Master soon and will then immediately destroy the Sword Alliance. The Divine Sword official army will also become a part of Star Fort. The Star Fort experts had absolute confidence in FOE. FOE with his significantly improved strength was able to suppress Old Snake. How could a peak Heaven Ultimate God Su Han be his opponent? Jian Wushwang's eyes flickered with a sharp light while FOE was charging at him. Grand Ultimate God. Jian Wushwang was excited. Although he had seen a powerful Grand Ultimate God in action before, it was the first time he fought against one. My strength was already extremely strong among peak Heaven Ultimate Gods before the breakthrough, but my divine power has skyrocketed this time after making a breakthrough, while my overall strength has increased by leaps and bounds. The most important matter is the improvement I've achieved on my secret techniques. I should be able to fight against an ordinary primary level Grand Ultimate God. Let's find out whether I can beat FOE or not. Jian Wushwang stretched out his tongue and licked his lips. At the same time, he discharged a surge of golden divine power from his body. Chapter 2707 Battling a Grand Ultimate God Rumble. The vast golden divine power condensed behind Jian Wushwang as a huge and infinite golden god shadow with a height of 8,000 feet appeared in the blink of an eye. An 8,000 feet tall divine god of punishment. It's a pity that FOE came a little earlier. If he had given me more time, the divine god of punishment would be more than 8,000 feet tall, at least 9,000 feet, or even exceed 10,000 feet and achieve the third level of the divine god of punishment. The power of this secret technique will then have a qualitative change. mumbled Jian Wuxuang to himself. However, his 8,000 feet tall divine god of punishment was much stronger than his previous 5,000 feet tall. The huge golden god shadow formed was overlooking heaven and earth. Jian Wuxuang then unleashed the 7-star secret technique and caused his divine power to skyrocket at an extremely terrifying speed. His divine power had already reached the peak heaven ultimate god realm under the Blackstone's disguise. However, his divine power had increased crazily once again and exceeded the heaven ultimate god realm in the blink of an eye. It ended up elevated to the grand ultimate god realm. Grand ultimate god? He has risen to the grand ultimate god realm? Those people who were watching the battle exclaimed. So what if he's a grand ultimate god? Foe did not take Jian Wuxuang seriously and dashed forward. The tip of the golden long spear in his hand condensed at one point as a bright golden light suddenly burst out. Jian Wuxuang gave a cold snort before taking a step and soon appeared in front of Foe. He then swept his blood mountain sword across. The movement seemed soundless and stirless, but space-time, heaven, and earth seemed to have completely overlapped. A unique sword shadow was fleeting amidst the overlapping. Space-time sword technique's 6th form, overlapping shadow. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang as Jian Wuxuang discharged his entire divine power. His sword shadow collided with Foe's golden light before frantically permeating terrifying powers. Foe's face sank. This kid has such amazing power. He's so tyrannical. Foe was quite surprised. He did not know that Jian Wuxuang had relied on his perfect chaotic creature's physical ability combined with the primordial void celestial body to produce divine power at the level of a peak heaven ultimate god before making a breakthrough. After he had had a cultivation breakthrough and performed the 7-star secret technique along with the divine god of punishment, all of that strength combined was definitely not weaker than the average primary level grand ultimate god. In fact, it could even be stronger. The reason they were evenly matched was only that Jian Wuxuang's had performed the space-time sword technique against Foe's golden law. Among those two techniques, Foe's golden law was much stronger. Buzz! A slight sound of heaven breaking through could be heard as Foe narrowed his eyes and noticed the void next to him. A huge black divine sword had appeared at some point like an awl that could drill through a mountain. It pierced through the void and shot toward Foe. It was so powerful that Foe dared not take it lightly. Retreat! Foe stepped back and slightly lifted his golden spear amidst moving before causing his spear tip and the black divine sword to crash into each other. The black divine sword was slightly shaken and thrown into the nearby void before Foe wielded the golden spear and swept it across in a special trajectory. Dazzling golden light flashed again and aimed at Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang was fearless as he swung his blood mountain sword in concert with the transmigration sword formation to fight against Foe. Clang! 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 There were incessant sounds of metal clashing with each clash accompanied by a pervading majestic force. Old Snake was watching from a void nearby and secretly groaned. Jian is powerful for someone that's only a peak heaven ultimate god. He's not weaker than the average primary level grand ultimate god. We could have handled Foe together had he joined hands with me, but now. Old Snake shook his head slightly. As expected, the golden spear in Foe's hand turned into a golden python in just a moment. It was swaying around and finally slammed against Jian Wuxuang's blood mountain sword and sent Jian Wuxuang flying into the air. At the same time, Foe sneered. Your divine power isn't weak, but your understanding of the laws and principles is unfortunately too low. You can only dream of fighting against me with such strength level. Foe continued to attack and had completely displayed his true strength. He thrust his golden spear again and again. Every movement was mercurial and stronger than before. For a time, Jian Wuxuang could only put on a defense mechanism and retreated while being completely suppressed by Foe. Jian Wuxuang's face sank. I'm no weaker than him in terms of divine power. In fact, I'm slightly better than him. I'm indeed a lot worse than him in terms of law and principle understanding. Jian Wuxuang knew his shortcomings well. His true cultivation realm was only a primary level heaven ultimate god after all. He was merely relying on his special physical abilities and also his secret techniques to reach the divine power level he was displaying. In terms of law and principle understanding, he was considered extremely strong amongst the heaven ultimate gods, as many peak heaven ultimate gods were not as good as him. However, he was still lacking when compared to a genuine grand ultimate god. More so when he compared himself with Foe, whose strength had reached the peak of a primary level grand ultimate god. That was the reason Jian Wushuang was at an absolute disadvantage in the battle. The gap between our law and principle understanding is too large. I can only compensate for it with secret techniques. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. In the next moment, majestic divine power erupted from his body. The divine power was so pure that a layer of dark golden armor was formed over his body in the blink of an eye. The dark golden armor was exactly the 9 sparkle star armor. The difference being only a piece of golden armor was formed over his body when Jian Wushuang previously used it. The one he had on his body at that moment was dark golden in color. The dark golden armor was no longer the golden armor, but had become the precious armor. The third level of 9 sparkle star armor, precious armor. The dark golden armor covered Jian Wushuang's entire body, which made him look even more intimidating, but his divine power had not changed in any way. However, the fact that his divine power had not improved did not mean his strength had not. Boom! The black divine sword, which resembled an awl that could drill through a mountain, once again shot out under Jian Wushuang's control and sent forth at Foe. It was still the Transmigration Sword Formation's first level, Heaven's Edge. Foe glanced at the black divine sword but did not fluster. He picked up his golden spear just like before and tried to cast the black divine sword away again. However, the result was... Chapter 2708 The Vanquisher Clang. Foe felt a huge force coming his way as a low-impact crashing noise resounded. The golden spear in his hand slightly changed its direction under the huge force, but the black divine sword continued to shoot at his head without losing any momentum. What? Foe was taken aback but managed to immediately recover his senses. He abruptly retreated, withdrew his spear, and collided it again with the black divine sword before finally able to resist the black divine sword's attack. However, the huge force had forced him to miserably retreat. Why did his divine power suddenly increase by so much? Foe was shocked. He could feel the black divine sword's power was far more powerful than before. The 9 sparkle star armor was one of the 5 most powerful secret techniques of the 7 stars black sect. The armor formed from the secret technique greatly enhanced the one's strength once worn and fused with the cultivator. Jian Wushuang had previously cultivated only to the golden armor chapter level, which allowed him to increase his attacking power by 3 folds. On the other hand, the precious armor chapter could increase his attacking power by 6 folds. What exactly was the concept of 6 folds? Jian Wushuang's divine power was originally a bit stronger than Foe. However, his strength had crushed Foe after a 6-fold divine power increment. I'm no better than you in terms of understanding the laws and principles, but I know one thing's for sure: brute force conquered all. Brute strength is all I need to annihilate everything. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold as he stared at Foe. Kill! The black divine sword formed by the Transmigration Sword Formation was sent out again with great power upon his loud commands. At the same time, Jian Wushuang's figure also moved at an astonishing speed with the space-time lost strength's help. Boom! 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 The black divine sword charged again and again, while Jian Wushuang's blood mountain sword was attacking fiercely. The motion was almost unrealistic as it was a pure frenzied bombardment of power. It was such a brutal attack that exerted a great deal of pressure on Foe. It's way too powerful. His power is way too powerful. Although he's not as great compared with a high-level Grand Ultimate God, he's much stronger than ordinary primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. He had such a powerful force brings despite being only a peak Heaven Ultimate God. Fighting him incites fear in me. How on earth can he be so strong? FOE was amazed. What FOE did not realize was that Jian Wushuang's divine power was not that powerful. He was at the primary level Heaven Ultimate God realm at that moment. Even with his perfect chaotic creature physique, his divine power had merely increased to the peak Heaven Ultimate God. It was simply his basic level of strength. The reason he was able to discharge a much stronger divine power was because of the secret techniques he had cultivated. The 7 Stars secret technique improved his cultivation realm by realm. The divine god of punishment with the 8,000-foot-tall golden god shadow improved his divine power strength. The primordial void celestial body that he had completed to the 3rd scroll raised his divine body and power to a greater strength level. The most important part was the precious armor chapter in 9th Sparkle Star armor that boosted his power by 6 folds. All those had superimposed to create Jian Wushuang's outrageously powerful strength level. FOE had also realized that pure power could crush everything. Jian Wushuang's understanding of laws and principles was far inferior to FOE, but his power was so strong that FOE felt fearful when confronting Jian Wushuang. FOE could only use some petty actions and methods to indirectly attack Jian Wushuang, but its effects were minimal. As such, the state of battle had completely inverted with Jian Wushuang taking the absolute initiative and upper hand as he ruthlessly crushed everything and completely suppressed FOE. How did it turn out like this? The many experts who watched the battle around them were astonished. Those Star Fort experts' eyes especially widened and they were almost unable to believe what they saw. Their fort master was a genuine grand ultimate god with his strength having skyrocketed since exiting from his seclusion. He could even suppress the famous old snake but failed in Jian Wushuang's hands who was merely a peak heaven ultimate god. An absolute crushing power. Jian Wushuang is merely a peak heaven ultimate god. How can his power be so outrageously horrifying? Old Snake was shocked. One on the battlefield. Boy, don't be presumptuous. FOE shouted as his divine power breath was raised to a new height in the next second. A bright golden light burst out from his divine body and turned it into gold. He became like a shining Buddha. The golden spear in his hand had also leveled up. It thrust fiercely and collided with Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword. As a result, both of them were sent backward by the momentum. Jian Wushuang regained his footing and stared at FOE who had turned into a golden Buddha with his slightly narrowed eyes. No wonder he's able to suppress Old Snake. His strength is indeed impressive. His secret techniques are also very good, said Jian Wushuang secretly. FOE's face was extremely ugly. I've performed my strongest secret technique and best trump card, yet he merely needed to use his sword to resist. It seems that we're equal in terms of strength. Such a scary power. It seems impossible for me to kill him and avenge my brother. In addition, that old snake is nearby. I'm afraid I'm not their match even if I tried my best once they joined hands. I shall leave for now and continue improving my strength with that treasure's help. I'll be back to seek revenge when I'm confident of killing him once my understanding of law and principle improves or when I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation realm. FOE made a decision. Boy, you are lucky this time. They'll make you pay for my brother's death sooner or later. Let's go. FOE gave a low cry and had decided to turn around to leave. You want to leave? What do you think the Sword Alliance is? Do you think you can come and go as you wish? Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold and sharp. His golden divine power instantly erupted and swept frenziedly toward FOE before blocking his path. FOE's face sank with a fit of strong vengeful anger. He had decided to retreat, but it was Su Han who was unwilling to let him go at that moment. Chapter 2709 Star Armor Domain. Jian Wushuang and FOE were separated by a certain distance in the void as they held each other with their gazes. Why? Are you thinking of making me stay here forever? FOE stared indignantly at Jian Wushuang. I do think so. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. FOE, I've just learned a powerful method not too long ago and never performed it in front of anyone. I guess he'll try it out on you today. Foe's pupils constricted in horror. Jian Wushuang's lips curled as dark golden light shone from the dark golden armor on his body and permeated in all directions with just a thought. It filled the entire place in the blink of an eye. This is a domain-type method? Foe's expression changed as he could tell the dark golden light covering the entire area was a domain-like method. Jian Wushuang was quietly feeling the dark golden domain's power. Is this the star armor domain? It looks good, but I don't know how powerful it is, Jian Wushuang murmured. Star armor domain was a method that came with the 9 sparkle star armor secret technique. It was the same as prison of punishment and divine extermination of punishment that came along with the divine god of punishment. Jian Wushuang could only display the star armor domain method when achieving mastery over the precious armor chapter. Jian Wushuang had just cultivated the precious armor chapter of 9 sparkle star armor not too long ago, hence the domain type method was still new to him. He had then fully displayed the star armor domain. What can this domain do to me? Foe's divine body remained in a golden shade as he looked like a golden Buddha. He observed the dark golden domain around him but did not take it seriously. Let's give it a try. Jian Wushuang smiled before waving his hand. Star armor domain, oppression! Rumbling. A terrifying oppressive force suddenly erupted from the dark golden domain and exerted its effect on Foe. Foe was not bothered at first, but his face drastically changed when the domain began oppressing him. This domain is so powerful! Foe was horrified. Foe had no idea the star armor domain was from one of the 5 powerful secret techniques of the 7 stars black sect, 9 sparkle star armor. It was incomparable to any ordinary domain secret techniques. In addition, Jian Wushuang's divine power was extremely powerful at that time when he displayed the star armor domain, causing the oppressive force to be terrifying. Foe felt his divine body was strapped on with a heavy chain, while his strength was greatly restricted. It was just the beginning. A large amount of golden divine power erupted from Jian Wushuang's body after unfolding the star armor domain. The divine power instantly turned into a vast golden divine power ocean that swept around in a frenzied manner. The golden divine power ocean also covered most parts of the void before a huge golden prison soon took shape. The golden prison was none other than the prison of punishment from the divine god of punishment. Not only did the prison of punishment form a golden prison and sealed the world, but a powerful domain power had also erupted from within the prison. The 2 domain-type methods, prison of punishment and star armor domain, overlapped. In the end, an appalling sword intent rose as Jian Wushuang displayed his 100,000 miles perfect sword world. Jian Wushuang's sword world did not give much of an oppressive effect on Foe as his sword world was still at the profound achievement level, whereas Grand Ultimate God Foe had a perfect principle world. However, the double domain type oppression of prison of punishment and star armor domain were enough to make Foe cringed. My strength was suppressed by a good 40%. Foe opened his eyes wide in shock. It was true that his combat power was top tier even among primary level Grand Ultimate Gods, but with his strength being suppressed by a good 40% by the double domain type oppressive method, he was only left with 60% of his strength. His combat prowess dropped sharply and was only able to display strength estimated to only be at the level of an ordinary primary level Grand Ultimate God. Even Strange Old Snake could easily subdue Foe with a single move under such circumstances. It was unfortunate that Foe was facing Jian Wushuang, who was much more powerful than Strange Old Snake. Foe, I told you before that Sword Alliance isn't a place where people can come and go as they wish. You and your men should stay here forever since you've made the trip. Kill! Jian Wushuang shouted sternly, and the transmigration sword formation suspended in the void suddenly rose in power and shot out again. Its strength was extremely fast and powerful, and was indeed much stronger than before with the help of those domain-type methods. Rumbling. Though the Black Divine Sword had not yet reached Foe, its terrifying power had been propagated and shocked Foe. Foe wanted to wield the golden spear in his hand and tried his best to resist the attack. However, Jian Wushuang, who stood in the void before FOE, slowly raised his palm and pointed his finger in FOE's direction at that critical moment. Space-time divine technique. A finger-pointing heavenly technique. Buzz. The vast power of space-time law permeated the space-time where FOE became completely stagnated without any warning. FOE stood frozen, unable to make the slightest movement. Although Jian Wushuang had made a breakthrough in his cultivation realm, he did not make much improvement in the perception of space-time law despite the power displayed when he executed that move was much stronger than before. It would not be a problem had he used the same move against a heaven ultimate god, but its effect was not the same against a genuine grand ultimate god, FOE. Therefore, FOE quickly recovered after falling into stagnation for a very short time. The black divine sword was right in front of him when the space-time around FOE reverted to normal. FOE was stunned and immediately swung his spear to resist the sword attack. However, his speed was a little slower due to the double domain type oppressive method that had restricted his strength. Although he managed to place his spear in front of him and block the black divine sword, the spear was immediately crushed by the black divine sword. The black divine sword carried heaven-shattering power and bombarded FOE's divine body. Puff! FOE's divine body began to tremble violently before his body flew away like a cannonball after coughing out a big mouthful of blood. He had suffered heavy injuries. Not dead yet? Then, let's do it again. The indifferent Jian Wushuang pointed his finger again. Buzz. The same trick occurred once again as the space-time around FOE fell into a state of temporary stagnation. The black divine sword soon appeared in front of him again when he recovered. At that time, he no longer could swing his spear to resist the sword attack as his divine body was again bombarded by the black divine sword. There was still a great deal of power that penetrated FOE's divine body despite the blow being weakened by FOE's defensive armor. The horrifying power then permeated through FOE's divine body with the impact shattering his internal organs, instantly cutting off his life. Chapter 2710 Invitation to Join the Alliance. Is he finally dead? Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief when he saw FOE breathe his last. A smile finally appeared on his face. FOE was a genuine Grand Ultimate God expert, and was extremely powerful among primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. Jian Wushuang felt rather excited that he managed to kill and behead such a powerful Grand Ultimate God and concluded the battle at the same time. He was able to kill FOE by relying on various powerful secret techniques. As an example, the finger-pointing heavenly technique was not as effective when being used on a Grand Ultimate God because Jian Wushuang executed it while at the peak Heaven Ultimate God realm, but it could still create great opportunities for him to launch an attack. The double domain type method, Star Armor Domain and Prison of Punishment were indeed extremely tyrannical. The only part he lacked was his understanding of the sword principle, which allowed him to perform the perfected profound achievement Sword World. If Jian Wushuang had a higher understanding of the sword principle, he would be able to perform the 100,000 miles perfect sword world. The perfect sword world could easily crush FOE's principal world and deprived him of his capabilities to resist Jian Wushuang's attack, which would amount to triple domain oppression. FOE might not be able to display any of his strength had there been triple domain oppression. My understanding of laws and principles is still too weak compared to a genuine Grand Ultimate God, murmured Jian Wushuang. Many experts at the voids nearby were watching the battle and became completely stunned regardless of whether those were from the Sword Alliance or the Star Fort. Their eyes were glued on the cold corpse. Fort Master! Is the Fort Master dead? Did Su Han really kill the Fort Master? The Star Fort experts were shocked and horrified. After Jian Wushuang took away all the treasures in FOE's interspatial ring, he set his gaze on the Star Fort experts as a cold smirk appeared on the corners of his mouth. Rumbling, the perfectly integrated huge golden prison and star armor domain instantly enshrouded the Star Fort experts. Kill! Jian Wushuang commanded as his figure skimmed forward. Many Sword Alliance experts who were at the side were the fastest to react, especially the Divine Sword Army. The almost 100 Heaven Ultimate Gods from the Divine Sword Army attacked the Star Fort experts under Long Shan's guidance after seeing Jian Wuxuang taking action. Kill! Kill! Ha! Kill them all! Monstrous cries to kill resounded. The Star Fort experts panicked and were horrified. Escape! Escape! Run! Fort Master is dead. Well, be dead if we don't make a run for it. The high-level Star Fort experts had come for the battle with a large number of them at the scene. They were initially able to fight against the Divine Sword Army with their larger numbers, but they were stunned by Jian Wuxuang's terrifying strength after seeing Jian Wuxuang kill Foe on the spot and had lost their fighting spirit. The experts were frantically escaping, and so were their peak Heaven Ultimate Gods, who were the fastest to escape. Escape! Escape! Gu Mo's eyes turned red as he fled, overwhelmed by a wave of feelings. Su Han killed Fo Wu a little more than a year ago, and he killed the Fort Master who had just improved tremendously in strength today. His progress is way too fast and scary. I need to quickly run away. The terrified Gu Mo had forgotten about his hatred for Jian Wuxuang. He had forgotten how elder brother Shi Mo had died in Jian Wuxuang's hands. He no longer wanted to avenge his brother, but only to escape from Dragon City, the further the better. However, a phantom-like figure appeared in front of him just when he took his first few steps. It was Jian Wuxuang. You! Gu Mo stared wide-eyed at Jian Wuxuang. He, Palace Master Gu Mo. You should stay here. Jian Wuxuang smiled faintly and swung his Blood Mountain sword across. The horrified Gu Mo tried to resist the sword attack. However, the result was Jian Wuxuang instantly defeated Gu Mo's divine weapon before cutting off his divine body. Jian Wuxuang smiled faintly and glanced around at the various battles occurring around him. Those who surrender can live but kill those who resist or try to escape with no mercy. Jian Wuxuang's magnificent voice reverberated across the void. Those Star Fort experts who were fleeing stopped in their tracks and surrendered after hearing Jian Wuxuang's voice. Nearly 80% of the experts agreed to surrender. Only more than 20% of the recalcitrant experts who were FOE's loyal followers were subdued and killed by the Divine Sword Army. It did not take long for Dragon City to calm down again. Dong Shui had already begun to integrate the Star Fort experts into the Sword Alliance, with the next action was to collect the cities and territories under the Star Fort's control. The Star Fort Master had been beheaded, and many high-level officials were either also beheaded or surrendered to the Sword Alliance. The territories controlled by the Star Fort would naturally fall under the Sword Alliance. After the things were settled, Jian Wuxuang approached Strange Old Snake. Alliance Master Su Han, congratulations on your great advancement. Strange Old Snake congratulated Jian Wuxuang. Earlier, Strange Old Snake thought Jian Wuxuang was arrogant when he refused to join hands with him and went solo ahead to a fierce battle against Foe. Surprisingly, Jian Wuxuang managed to behead Foe. Strange Old Snake was extremely shocked and knew Jian Wuxuang was much stronger than him, since Jian Wuxuang managed to kill Foe whose strength had surpassed himself. Therefore, he was no longer as cold as before when faced with Jian Wuxuang again, and behaved rather humbly on the contrary. All thanks to you, Strange Old Snake, said Jian Wuxuang. You're too humble, as I didn't do much. Strange Old Snake was embarrassed. He knew he did not help much. All he had done was just blocking Foe for a short moment in the beginning, but he failed miserably at even doing that. In the end, Jian Wuxuang called the shots himself. Anyway, I'm thankful you tried your best to stop Foe for a while. Jian Wuxuang smiled. Now that I've killed Foe, while many of the Star Fort experts are willing to surrender to Sword Alliance can take over the Star Fort's territories and swallow it completely. Star Fort is originally a top second-rated force who aren't too far from first-rated forces. The overall strength of the Sword Alliance is now estimated to be comparable to some ordinary first-rated forces after Star Fort has completely integrated into the Sword Alliance. The only area we're lacking is probably experts above the Grand Ultimate God realm. Therefore, I'd like to invite you to join Sword Alliance. I wonder if you're willing to accept my invitation? Chapter 27:11 The First Elder. You want me to join the Sword Alliance? Strange Old Snake was surprised. Jian Wushuang looked at Strange Old Snake expectantly. Although Jian Wushuang's strength had completely surpassed Strange Old Snake, he needed more high-level combat power if Sword Alliance were to continue its expansion. Jian Wushuang could not rely on himself alone, so he had to find ways to recruit more experts. Strange Old Snake was very powerful even among primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods and naturally fell within Jian Wushuang's recruitment target. Strange Old Snake pondered for a moment and smiled. I agree to join the Sword Alliance. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised as he knew a little about Strange Old Snake. Free-spirited Lone Rangers like Strange Old Snake would not easily join any forces. There were many first-rated forces in Danyan Continent, including some top forces that tried to win Strange Old Snake over, but he bluntly rejected the force's generous offers. Jian Wushuang did not have high expectations for Strange Old Snake to accept his invitation and only thought of just trying it out. Unexpectedly, Strange Old Snake agreed. He agreed with alacrity before Jian Wushuang even offered him anything. He made the decision quite hastily, didn't he? Alliance Master, I'll never regret it since I've agreed to join Sword Alliance. I'll accept the tasks you assign to me from now on, said Strange Old Snake. Jian Wushuang felt even weirder to hear his reassurance and said, In that case, you will be the first elder in Sword Alliance from today onwards, Strange Old Snake. Your position is second only to me and has the same level as Shiner, our chief steward. Sword Alliance will try our best to get it for you should you need any resources in the future, explained Jian Wushuang. Thank you, Alliance Master. Strange Old Snake nodded joyfully. Strange Old Snake was indeed a Lone Ranger, as Jian Wushuang said. He did not like to join any forces and preferred to be free. However, his personality was not the main factor that determined his behavior but his extreme concern over the benefits he could gain. Benefits were more important than anything. He would join a force and perform any given tasks if the benefits offered were sufficiently attractive. The forces that previously sent out invitations to him offered attractive benefits, but those benefits did not appeal to him at all. In short, he was not impressed by their offers. On the other hand, the Sword Alliance was different. Jian Wushuang was different, to be precise. He saw Jian Wushuang's huge potential and bright future. There's no doubt that Jian Yi is a real demon, a superior demon. I'm afraid that even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, which was known as a place where geniuses gathered in the 9 realms of Golden Crow, may not have such a super genius. At least I've never heard of one. Which Peak Heaven Ultimate God and Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could kill a Grand Ultimate God? Strange Old Snake muttered to himself. The gap between Heaven Ultimate God and Grand Ultimate God was too big. The Peak Heaven Ultimate God Demonic Genius in Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could probably compete with an ordinary primary-level Grand Ultimate God, but that was about it. There was no chance of a Peak Heaven Ultimate God Demonic Genius to defeat a primary-level Grand Ultimate God. Strange Old Snake was surprised to see Jian Wushuang manage to mercilessly behead a top primary-level Grand Ultimate God with his own eyes. Jian Wushuang's ability to go beyond his cultivation realm was truly terrifying. It was the reason that convinced Strange Old Snake about Jian Wushuang's great potential, a potential so great that it was terrifying. In addition, Jian Wushuang was not only an exceptionally strong talent but also very smart when taking action. In just 2 to 3 years, he managed to create such a large sword alliance to the point he could take over the Star Fort and become a first-rated force. I've always been very good at reading people. From what I see, Jian Yi is impeccable in terms of his talent, strength, and the way he carried out his actions. He also has a special relationship with Crimson Stone Fort. I'm sure he can do a lot of things in the Danyan continent within an extremely short time. He might even change the situation in the Danyan continent. I can even see Crimson Stone Saint's shadow in him. Strange Old Snake was extremely excited. The founder of Crimson Stone Fort, Crimson Stone Saint, was the former ruler of the Danyan continent. Many years ago, Crimson Stone Fort rose to the top in an extremely short period, with its influence spread across the region and finally occupied a great deal of Danyang Holy Domain. Crimson Stone Saint was so prestigious at that time. Strange Old Snake had regretted being too weak with talents that did not appeal to Crimson Stone Saint, so he could not get a place in Crimson Stone Fort. Strange Old Snake could see Jian Wushuang would be the second Crimson Stone Saint. No, Jian Wushuang was even better than the Crimson Stone Saint. Strange Old Snake did not think it was a disadvantage for him to be under such a super genius leadership. Instead, he thought it was a huge advantage because he was the first Grand Ultimate God to be Jian Wushuang's follower. Jian Wushuang would then pay more attention to him, allowing him to reap greater benefits when Jian Wushuang rises rapidly in the future. Therefore, he did not need Jian Wushuang to promise him anything and agreed with alacrity when Jian Wushuang invited him to join the Sword Alliance. As for Jian Wushuang, he felt strange that Strange Old Snake agreed too easily, but did not think much about it. After all, Strange Old Snake could no longer threaten him whether he had any thoughts of doing so. Dragon City had completely quieted down along with those Starfort experts. Once everything had quieted down, Jian Wushuang then instructed Strange Old Snake to take the lead to set off with the Divine Sword Army and high-level Starfort experts to lay claim over the Starfort's territories. In the main hall of the Black Castle, Jian Wushuang was sitting there alone with an interspatial ring in his hand. The interspatial ring had been left behind by the deceased FOE. FOE was a genuine Grand Ultimate God expert, and also the leader of a top second-rated force. Jian Wushuang was looking forward to what he could find inside FOE's interspatial ring. I hope you won't let me down. Jian Wushuang's eyes twinkled excitedly and began to check the ring's contents. He found countless treasures and various cultivation resources. There were more than 2 billion and nearing 3 billion primordial stones in the interspatial ring. In addition, there were many divine elixir pills. He was indeed a wealthy Grand Ultimate God, as he had 4,000 divine elixir pills. Jian Wushuang grinned faintly. 4,000 divine elixir pills was a huge amount, as he had yet to collect that many divine elixir pills even after destroying several third-rated forces. FOE had so many divine elixir pills because he was the leader of a top-tier second-rated force, as ordinary Grand Ultimate God would not have that many divine elixir pills. In the Danyang continent, it was already considered very good if an ordinary Grand Ultimate God had 1,000 divine elixir pills. Chapter 27:12. A big surprise. For example, Strange Old Snake was an extremely powerful primary-level Grand Ultimate God. However, he did not have many divine elixir pills. He had asked for 4,000 divine elixir pills when Palace Keeper Sijin contacted Strange Old Snake and asked him for help, which was a lot to ask for. After bargaining persistently, Palace Keeper Sijin offered Strange Old Snake 1,000 divine elixir pills and 2 billion primordial stones instead, which Strange Old Snake happily accepted. 1,000 divine elixir pills was a windfall for Strange Old Snake. On the other hand, there were some very poor Grand Ultimate Gods in Danyang continent. Scorpion King was one of them. Scorpion King knew of Jian Wushuang's identity when he first saw Jian Wushuang in northern Darkstar territory. He also knew Jian Wushuang needed a lot of divine elixir pills, so he gave Jian Wushuang all the 50 divine elixir pills he had. Scorpion King was ranked top among the primary level Grand Ultimate God and was even a little better than FOE. But he only had 50 divine elixir pills, showing how poor he was. Of course, his wealth was attributable to Yin Suer's difficult situation, as Scorpion King had contributed his resources, including nearly all of his divine elixir pills, to Yin Suer, which left him poor. Jian Wushuang was surprised to be able to bag 4,000 divine elixir pills from FOE's interspatial ring. After that, Jian Wushuang continued to dig into the various treasures in the interspatial ring. There were countless treasures in FOE's interspatial ring. Among them were many mystical weapons, secret techniques, and a myriad of elixir pills. Jian Wushuang was casually browsing through the treasures, and something lying alone in the corner of the interspatial ring suddenly caught Jian Wushuang's attention. That is, Jian Wushuang's eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. He then flipped his hands and the item appeared in front of him. It was an ancient scroll with an archaic feel. Jian Wushuang's heart shook at the sight of the ancient scroll. He was so familiar with the scroll because he had an exactly similar one with him. Wow! A similar scroll that he owned appeared on his other palm when Jian Wushuang waved his hand again. The two scrolls were identical such that even their spiritual aura was the same. Fengtian scroll! Jian Wushuang was shocked. It was a Fengtian scroll. Crimson Stone Saint gave Jian Wushuang a Fengtian scroll in the saint's tomb. It was exactly due to the Fengtian scroll that Jian Wushuang had promised Crimson Stone Saint to help Yin Suer to relieve the tormenting situation afflicting her. Crimson Stone Saint said the Fengtian scroll was extremely precious and had paid a hefty price back then to obtain the scroll. However, Jian Wushuang had just taken out another Fengtian scroll from Foe's interspatial ring. Let's check if this is the Fengtian scroll. Jian Wushuang immediately opened the scroll while trying to control his excitement. A huge stellar map instantly appeared in front of him. There were light spots on the stellar map like dazzling stars moving slowly. Jian Wushuang carefully meditated upon it and could feel the vast expanse of heaven and earth from the star map. This is indeed a real Fengtian scroll! Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. Fengtian scroll was a very rare treasure. Jian Wushuang had been relying on meditating upon the Fengtian scroll to improve his cultivation and was progressing at an astonishing speed. He heard from Crimson Stone Saint that there were many Fengtian scrolls and each of them was extremely precious. It would be of great use to any cultivator if they were able to have 3 scrolls at once, even for one at the Undying Saint realm. Jian Wushuang had no idea what would happen if he obtained 3 Fengtian scrolls, but he was certain that even a single scroll had tremendous benefits. It was unexpected he would obtain a second Fengtian scroll from Foe's interspatial ring. How could this be? The Fengtian scroll is so precious that even Crimson Stone Saint was struggling to get only one of it, yet Foe is just a primary level Grand Ultimate God. How did he get his hands on it? Jian Wushuang was confused. Unfortunately, he could not find the answers because Foe had passed away. Well, it doesn't matter how he got it. This Fengtian scroll is now mine. Adding in the one I previously obtained from Crimson Stone Saint, I now have 2 scrolls with me. Jian Wushuang's eyes gleamed excitedly. 1 scroll is already so useful. I wonder what will happen if I have 2 scrolls. Jian Wushuang was looking forward to finding it out. He then opened up both Fengtian scrolls at the same time with a wave of his hand. Instantly, 2 huge and wonderful star maps appeared concurrently in front of Jian Wushuang. Both star maps started merging into one in the blink of an eye, forming a more complete star map that covered a larger area. At the same time, the cosmic mystery within the star map became even more abstruse than before, such that its abstruseness had been multiplied by several folds. Jian Wushuang tried to understand the cosmic mysteries and tried to meditate upon the scrolls. He discovered his speed of gaining insights was several times faster than before. Jian Wushuang was stoked to make the discovery. The best thing about the Fengtian scroll was the cosmic mystery within. He could use it to improve his understanding of laws and sword principles at a faster pace using such a method. He had been doing that all along, and it helped him to improve his understanding of laws and sword principles at a rapid speed. In just a few decades, he had reached his current achievement. The progress of his meditation was already very fast. Could he possibly be even faster? How incredible would that be? The heaven and earth's laws, not to mention the sword principles, were deep and profound, which became more difficult as I progressed further. My current understanding of the laws and principles is still at peak heaven ultimate God level, and I already find it much harder than before. I've obtained the second Fengtian scroll today, hence my speed of gaining insight will increase once again, and with that my progress will then. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands together tightly in excitement. Accumulation of divine power was not difficult for any cultivators, as it merely needed time. Some people with prominent and resourceful backgrounds could absorb and refine primordial stones or divine elixir pills to enhance their divine power. It might be easy to improve one's divine power, but increasing one's understanding of the laws and principles was not as easy. Many people were stuck at bottlenecks such that their progress remained stagnant for thousands of years at times, just like what FOE had gone through before. The best way to make a breakthrough was using the Fengtian scroll. It was very important for Jian Wuxuang to improve his understanding of the laws and principles. Chapter 27:13, Famous Across Danyang. I managed to kill FOE in the battle because of my various strong secret techniques. However, I'm far behind him when it comes down to understanding laws and principles. This is also my most urgent issue. This second Fengtian scroll had appeared just in time. Jian Wuxuang tightened his fists. His strength could only rise in an unscrupulous manner with his understanding of laws and sword principle leading the way. Let me start meditating on it. Jian Wuxuang soon calmed down and started meditating with both Fengtian scrolls. Old Snake was leading the Divine Sword Army to take over all the territories Star Fort previously controlled as Jian Wuxuang was meditating. Some of the Star Fort's upper management surrendered. On the other hand, those who did not were killed, hence the remaining people dared not fight back, allowing the Sword Alliance to take over all of Star Fort's territories with ease. However, Star Fort was one of the top second-rated forces and quite famous in the Danyang continent. The news about FOE's death and Star Fort being taken over shook the entire Danyang continent. Su Han's name had also spread across the entire Danyang continent. Everybody soon learned about how Su Han had the combat prowess of a grand ultimate god despite being a mere peak heaven ultimate god. Apart from that, he even killed Star Fort Master FOE. Su Han was known as both a genius and devilish. The name Su Han had gained a reputation across the Danyang continent. Apart from that, the Sword Alliance had gained the attention of various forces in the Danyang continent, as it had caused a sensation in that area. The Sword Alliance was a strong force after all. They had spent a huge amount of resources to form the highly competitive Divine Sword Army on top of having taken over Star Fort, and the addition of the Grand Ultimate God, Old Snake. There was a huge possibility for the Sword Alliance to become a first-rate force after taking over all the territories belonging to Star Fort. Although there were many second-rated and third-rated forces on the Danyang continent, there were not many first-rated forces. At a huge hall of the Nanhua Palace, a burly middle-aged man wearing a loose and luxurious robe sat on a throne with a serious expression on his face. His fingers were lightly tapping the armchair. The burly middle-aged man was the palace master of the Nanhua Palace, and also the publicly recognized first-ranked expert on Danyang continent. Su Han of the Sword Alliance? I wonder where this Su Han came from, as he has some useful methods. The Sword Alliance had only been formed for merely 2 to 3 years, and they're now turning into a first-rated force since they had already taken over Star Fort? The burly middle-aged man had a cold expression on his face. Although the Sword Alliance developed so speedily, they're still quite far away from becoming a first-rated force and aren't a threat to my Nanhua Palace, so there's no need to bother them right now. What's urgent to Nanhua Palace right now is still the Crimson Stone Fort. The moment Crimson Stone Fort was mentioned, the burly middle-aged man's expression was not the only one turning cold. The expressions of the Nanhua Palace experts sitting at the bottom also had the same expression. The Crimson Stone Fort has been aloof for too long. Even though they've declined right now and aren't as strong as they used to be, a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Our Nanhua Palace still can't contend head-on with them. The burly middle-aged man understood that fact clearly. The Crimson Stone Fort was still very strong despite having declined. The Crimson Stone Fort seemed helpless because they were made up of many factions with non-stop internal fights. The fact remains that Crimson Stone Fort's power at that moment was still much stronger than the Nanhua Palace. Our Nanhua Palace has a tactical understanding with the Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan. What we need to do right now is to recuperate and build our strength. At the same time, we need to try our best to maintain the situation of the Danyang continent so that the continent's balance is kept. We shall then wait as the Crimson Stone Fort's strength constantly weakens following their internal factions' continuous fights. Based on the current situation, the Crimson Stone Fort will be weakened to an extremely low point within a couple of 100 years. Our opportunity will arrive by then. The Nanwa Palace experts' facial expressions had also changed. It was true that Nanwa Palace and the other top-rated forces hoped to see the Crimson Stone Fort continue their internal struggles, as they had never been affected, hence had been recuperating and building up their strength. Although the Sword Alliance is developing so speedily right now, they are still unable to affect the current situation or break the balance of Danyang continent right now. Therefore, we don't need to pay much attention to them. This Sword Alliance Master Su Han is really a terrific genius. We can send somebody to contact him and learn about his background, and if it's possible, ask him to join the Nanwa Palace, ordered the burly middle-aged man. Yes, Palace Master. The experts from the Nanwa Palace nodded solemnly. In the Divine Demon Sect, their sect master was also standing in a grand hall. Sword Alliance? They can't be considered as a first-rate force at this moment, so they aren't qualified enough to get my attention. As long as this force doesn't continue to cause any huge problems, there's no need to pay much attention to them. Let's directly destroy it when they threaten to destroy the Danyang continent's balance. Every power force on the Danyang continent, including those top forces, had learned about the Sword Alliance's existence and heard of Su Han's name. However, those top forces did not pay much attention to them. The Danyang continent was a huge piece of land, and the situation was very complicated, while there were also all sorts of forces. It was very normal for forces to rise and fall. The force that was being taken over was only a second-rated force and not even considered first-rate, therefore it did not affect the entire situation in the Danyang continent much. It was almost impossible for Jian Wuxuang to break Danyang continent's balance and cause the continent to enter into a complete mess solely with that incident. All the top forces had not put much importance on him at that moment, nor did they have the time to pay much attention to him. However, that was what Jian Wuxuang wanted. At the same time, a thin elder suddenly opened his eyes in a dark hall. FOE was killed by somebody? The Sword Alliance's Su Han? The thin elder had just received news about that but immediately frowned. The item that once belonged to FOE will land into Su Han's hand upon his death. I don't think Su Han has any idea what that item is, nor will he know about its uses, right? That'll be quite troublesome. The thin elder was still deep in his thoughts when his expression suddenly changed as several messages were transmitted to him. The thin elder took the message token out and glanced at it before smiling helplessly. Those elders really know how to divert their responsibilities away and directly pass this troublesome matter to me? However, what can I do when those people are much stronger than me? All right, I shall personally go and meet Alliance Master Su Han. The thin elder soon made a move after softly sighing. Chapter 27:14. A visit. Star Fort had been completely taken over by the Sword Alliance. There was some trouble during the annexation process, as the Star Fort had such a big territory which attracted the interest of many forces. However, those who coveted the territories were some second-rated forces with none from first-rate. Therefore, there was no need for Jian Wuxuang to take action toward those second-rated forces. The Divine Sword Army under Old Snake's leadership was sufficient to easily get rid of them. Most second-rated forces did not have a grand ultimate god who personally attended to them after all. Jian Wuxuang gradually calmed down after taking over Star Fort. He needed some time to slowly digest and increase his strength. Dragon City was still the Sword Alliance's lair. A thin elder had already appeared in the void above the Dragon City. The Sword Alliance Master is in that city? The thin elder looked at the huge black-colored fort from above the void as he slowly descended downward with an indifferent smile on his face. The thin elder was stopped by several guards at the fort's entrance as soon as he arrived. Please send somebody to announce that the Devilish Wind King is here to pay Alliance Master Su Han a visit. The thin elder smiled while exposing his divine power. The guards at the entrance were shocked when they felt his wave of divine power. Mister, please hold on as we immediately go in and make the announcement. One of the guards immediately entered to make the report. In the secret chamber, Jian Wusheng had been sitting there with both Fengtian scrolls opened in front of him. His meditating speed was much faster compared to previously, as he borrowed both Fengtian scrolls during his meditation. My understanding towards the first stage transmigration law has reached an exceptional state since long ago, and am only one step away from the second stage. However, after meditating with both Fengtian scrolls during this period, I feel I'll be able to achieve the second level transmigration law soon, mumbled Jian Wusheng as he was secretly happy about this. At this moment, Master, Master! Xiao Taixin's voice could be heard from outside the secret chamber and interrupted Jian Wusheng's meditation. Jian Wusheng opened his eyes and looked towards the door. Shiner, what is it? Master, somebody who addresses himself as Devilish Wind King is asking to meet you. Apart from that, he seems to be a grand ultimate god from the divine power he revealed, said Xiao Taixin. Jian Wusheng's facial expression changed as he realized Xiao Taixin's reason for interrupting him while he was meditating in retreat. It turns out a grand ultimate god was there to personally visit him. Devilish Wind King? Jian Wusheng squinted slightly as he had never heard of that name. However, Old Snake should know who that was. Jian Wusheng immediately sent a message to Old Snake. Jian Wusheng had previously ordered Old Snake to lead the Divine Sword Army and take over Star Fort. Although Star Fort had been taken over at that moment, their territories were not completely under the Sword Alliance's control yet, hence Old Snake had remained there. Old Snake quickly responded after receiving Jian Wusheng's message. Devilish Wind King? I know about him and had once interacted with him. He's also a primary-level Grand Ultimate God whose power can only be considered common among primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. However, he's very cunning and good at preserving his own life. The Devilish Wind King can be considered one of the hardest to deal with among the lone experts that travel in the Danyang continent. Really? Jian Wusheng's facial expression changed. He realized from Old Snake's words that the Devilish Wind King could be considered a representative character. However, he had no idea why the Devilish Wind King visited him. Jian Wusheng definitely could not turn away the Grand Ultimate King who personally visited him, so he immediately asked Xiao Taixin to invite the Devilish Wind King into the fort. Jian Wusheng finally met the Devilish Wind King in the Grand Hall. Haha! Greetings, Alliance Master Suhan, nice to meet you. The Devilish Wind King was very humble when he met Jian Wusheng, and even lowered his stance. Devilish Wind King, you're being too courteous. Please take a seat. Jian Wusheng waved his hand to gesture for Xiao Taixin and the others to leave. Soon, only both Jian Wusheng and Devilish Wind King were left in the hall. I wonder why you're personally here. Jian Wusheng went straight to the point and asked. I'm here for a reason. It has something to do with FOE, said the Devilish Wind King. FOE? Jian Wusheng slightly squinted. Don't worry, Alliance Master Suhan. I don't have any relationship with FOE, so I won't cause any trouble to the Sword Alliance due to his death. Apart from that, I won't be able to either while you're here even if I wanted. The Devilish Wind King had a gentle smile on his face. Frankly speaking, I'm here for a special item in FOE's interspatial ring. Special item? Jian Wusheng was shocked. He subconsciously thought about the Fengtian scroll. However, the Devilish Wind King continued. Alliance Master Suhan, you'll naturally take over FOE's interspatial ring since you've killed him. I'm sure you've checked the ring in detail, but I'm afraid you've missed something extremely special in the interspatial ring. What is it? Jian Wusheng asked without reacting much. It's a common-looking small-sized broken black sword, said the Devilish Wind King. A broken black sword? Jian Wusheng relaxed slightly. He originally thought the Devilish Wind King was there because of the Fengtian scroll. However, it looked like it was not the case. Jian Wusheng immediately started looking for the broken black sword mentioned by the Devilish Wind King in FOE's interspatial ring and found it within minutes. A broken black sword the size of his palm appeared in his palm with a flip of his hand. Devilish Wind King, is this the broken sword you mentioned? Jian Wusheng asked. Yes, this is it. The devilish Wind King's eyes burned with passion while being fixated on the broken black sword. Jian Wushuang also noticed his burning interest in the sword. However, he was puzzled at the bottom of his heart. He also noticed that broken black sword when he took a look in FOE's interspatial ring but did not care much about it because there was nothing special about that broken sword. He even felt it was just a common item. He might not have taken that broken sword as something precious if the devilish Wind King had not come to visit him and might have gotten rid of the broken sword together with the huge amount of supplies he had. Devilish Wind King, what's so special about this broken black sword? Jian Wushuang asked. The devilish Wind King took a deep inhale and said with a smile, Alliance Master Suhan, this broken sword is not a precious item as it's only made of common materials. Those who don't know its true profound mystery will take it as a common item and dispose of it. However, this broken sword has a significant meaning. The reason is that it's an entry token to a secret realm. Chapter 27:15 Token of the Secret Realm. An entry token to the secret realm? Jian Wushuang was stunned. There were two types of secret realms. One of them was a naturally formed cosmic secret realm that normally had free spirits living in them and was considered a small world. These secret realms were mostly extraordinarily valuable because these cosmic secret realms contained different elements compared to the ancient god domain. The appearance of a cosmic secret realm as such would draw the attention of many experts. The other type of secret realm was those created by cultivators. Just like in his past life, there were many secret realms created by cultivators when Jian Wushuang was in the eternal chaotic world. However, there were no will of heavenly way in the eternal chaotic world, allowing the opening up of secret realms there to be extremely easy. However, it was different in the ancient god domain. The ancient god domain was controlled by the will of heavenly way and the space was extremely stable. There was a huge requirement toward a person's strength to open a secret realm under such circumstances. At the very least, normal cultivators such as ultimate gods could not do that. Even an undying saint was not capable of doing so, but there were still some possibilities for those top-notched or strongest undying saints. The secret realm that devilish Wind King mentioned needed an entry token falls to the second type, which was created by cultivators. A secret realm created by cultivators was extremely valuable. The person who created the secret realm might have left many blessings and precious items inside the secret realm. Such a secret realm was extremely attractive to cultivators. Devilish Wind King, you're saying this broken sword is a token to enter a secret realm? Jian Wushuang stared at the devilish Wind King. Yes, this secret realm has never been disclosed and almost nobody knew about it. The secret realm contains all sorts of blessings with most of them being well preserved, said the devilish Wind King. Most of them being well preserved. Does this mean that a part of the blessings has been obtained by others? Somebody had previously entered the secret realm? Jian Wushuang could not help but frown. Somebody had entered the realm. Otherwise, how will I know that this broken sword is the token to the secret realm? The devilish Wind King smiled and continued speaking. In truth, this broken black sword is the token of the secret realm, but it's not the only token, as there are 6 pieces, with this being one of the pieces that form a long sword. I also have one of the pieces with me. The devilish Wind King also took a similar broken black sword out with a flip of his hand. Jian Wushuang's facial expression darkened when he saw the broken black sword in devilish Wind King's hand. This is nothing, as the token to the secret realm was a complete divine sword. I'm the one who initially obtained it, said the devilish Wind King with a smile. You're the one who obtained it? Jian Wushuang's facial expression changed. Although I've obtained the complete token and found the secret realm based on the token's guidance, the secret realm was extremely dangerous while I'm just an ordinary primary level grand ultimate god, so I did not manage to travel far before directly retreated and later on gathered a group of not many helpers. I only gathered 5 grand ultimate gods, and the 6 of us once again entered the secret realm to explore the place. The 6 of us worked together this time and managed to obtain some rewards from the secret realm, said the devilish Wind King with a smile. FOE is one of your helpers? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, he's one of the helpers I've employed, and who also obtained a precious item from the secret realm. It seemed to be a special scroll, but I have no idea what uses that scroll. As for the others, they've gotten something for themselves too," said the devilish Wind King. Jian Wuxuang narrowed his eyes. He finally knew the reason Foe owned a Fontian scroll. It turns out he gained them from a special secret realm. That secret realm was created by a super expert, and seemed to contain all sorts of precious items that one had the opportunity to obtain inside the realm, to the extent it seemed normal for Foe to get his hands on 1 or 2 Fontian scrolls. What happened then? Jian Wuxuang looked at the devilish Wind King. The 6 of us originally went on an adventure together. However, we met with an extremely dangerous situation before we reached the secret realm's internal area, and the 6 of us could only escape. In the end, all 6 of us had a difficult time leaving the place and were badly wounded. We were in bad shape after leaving the secret realm, hence we did not enter the place again. Instead, we made a promise to re-enter this realm again after 50 years when our strength has almost recovered. Apart from that, the token that was originally mine was also broken into 6 pieces under the request. No, under those 5 people's course, with everyone holding on to one of the pieces. None of us 6 can enter the secret realm on our own under such circumstances. We can only go together if we want to enter the realm. In addition, we made a pact not to tell anybody about the secret realm," said the devilish Wind King. Jian Wuxuang finally understood what was going on when he heard that. He also knew the devilish Wind King's purpose of coming to see him. "Alliance Master Suhan, the secret realm can only be opened after we've collected all 6 pieces of the token. The broken sword piece that once belonged to Foe is now in your possession as you've killed him, hence the others contacted me after they learned of this news and asked me to personally contact you about this matter. You can sell this broken black sword token to us if you're willing. We'll be able to give you a satisfactory price with the 5 of us working together. Besides that, Alliance Master Suhan can also replace Foe and choose to wander the secret realm with us. However, the prerequisite condition is that you cannot tell anyone about this, or all 5 of us will do our best to kill you. Although I'm not extremely strong and I can't do anything to you, the other 4 aren't easy to deal with and are capable of killing you," said the devilish Wind King seriously. Jian Wuxuang smiled quietly and said, "I understand. I'm very interested in the secret realm since it's so wonderful and won't miss this opportunity since it has been offered to me. What you meant to say is that you're joining us on an adventure in the secret realm the next time we enter the realm?" "Of course." Jian Wuxuang nodded with a smile on his face. "If that's the case, I hope Alliance Master Suhan will keep your promise and not tell others about this. Erase my token. The last time we entered the secret realm was 20 years ago, and there are another 30 years before we enter the secret realm again. You can prepare yourself well within these 30 years. I'll notify you with this token when the time comes," said the devilish Wind King. "Thank you." Jian Wuxuang smiled and took the token. The devilish Wind King did not continue to linger and soon left. Jian Wuxuang slightly squinted as he saw the devilish Wind King leaving. Jian Wuxuang mumbled, "This devilish Wind King is extremely cunning. I wonder if the secret realm he mentioned is real or not? No matter which it is, there are still 30 years left. We'll see it after 30 years. Chapter 27:16. God at 30 years was a short time for most cultivators, as the time would just fly by. However, 30 years was a long time for Jian Wuxuang's lifetime. After all, he had barely experienced 100 years since he was reborn. 30 years was enough for him to greatly improve himself, especially now that he had obtained the second Fontian scroll. He was much faster compared to his previous speed in understanding the sword principle and laws. He would achieve a higher level in his understanding of law or perception toward the sword principle after 30 years with such speedy understanding, and would be much stronger compared to his current self. He was not afraid even if there was something wrong with what the devilish Wind King had said. A secret realm. I have to visit the secret realm if what the devilish Wind King said is true and if Oyo really obtained his Fontian scroll from the secret realm. mumbled Jian Wushuang. However, he soon returned to his secret chambers and started meditating in retreat again. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The Sword Alliance had completely stabilized and became one of the first-rated forces publicly recognized by all forces in the Danyang continent within those 5 years. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang was still focused on understanding the laws and sword principle. Suddenly, Jian Yi, come over to the sacred palace. Palace Keeper Sijin sent a message to him. Jian Wushuang immediately opened his eyes, but a smile appeared on his face. It's finally done? Jian Wushuang knew the reason Palace Keeper Sijin asked for him. There was a huge possibility that his royal blood gem had been dealt with. A 230 caddies of royal blood gem was too expensive, and it would have been difficult for even Yin Suer from the Crimson Stone Fort to handle. It naturally took more time. Jian Wushuang immediately left his secret chamber and headed for the sacred palace. Jian Wushuang met Palace Keeper Sijin once he arrived at the sacred palace. Palace Keeper Sijin had a smile on his face when he saw Jian Wushuang before immediately taking an interspatial ring out. This is what you previously mentioned, 10,000 pieces of divine elixir pills and 100 billion primordial stones. All of which are in this interspatial ring. Apart from that, the selling price was much higher than the items you asked for because your royal blood gem is extremely valuable and the fort master sold it to someone who happened to need it, hence the fort master gave you another 2,000 pieces of divine elixir pills and 20 billion primordial stones. Jian Wushuang's eyes immediately lit up and took the interspatial ring to have a closer look. There were indeed 12,000 divine elixir pills and 120 billion primordial stones in the interspatial ring. It was a huge amount of money, something any top force in the Danyang continent would not ignore. However, it was obvious the price Yin Suer sold for was much more than those for her to be so generous. Palace Keeper Sijin, can you tell me who the fort master sold the royal blood gem to? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. Palace Keeper Sijin said the other person happened to need the royal blood gem, and the royal blood gem was the main ingredient to cultivate holy treasures. The person who purchased it must be at least an undying saint, right? This? Palace Keeper Sijin was quiet for a short moment before he said with a smile. It's all right, there's no need to hide matters from you. The fort master sold the royal blood gem to Master M.O. Master M.O.? An undying saint? Jian Wushuang continued to ask. He's an extremely strong undying saint. Apart from that, Master M.O. still has another extremely special identity, the first-ranked craft master in the 9 realms of Golden Crow. Palace Keeper Sijin said with a hint of respect. Jian Wushuang was startled when he heard that. The first-ranked craft master in the 9 realms of Golden Crow? Although his Blood Mountain sword was his life-divine weapon, it did not fully integrate with his perfect chaotic creature's blood essence, so it had failed to completely unleash its power. Therefore, he had always wanted to search for a strong craft master to retemper with his Blood Mountain sword and complete that step. Unfortunately, the strongest craft master he met when he was in Wuxia Wilderness, Master Kuan, was just a 4th-grade craft master. He tried his best and successfully crafted the golden glass armor. However, he was not qualified to retemper the Blood Mountain sword. Master Kun also mentioned back then that it was impossible to retemper the Blood Mountain sword without a peak 7th grade craft master. However, how could it be easy to find a peak 7th grade craft master? Palace Master Sijin, Master Mo's craftsmanship level must be extremely high since he's the first-ranked craft master in the 9 realms of Golden Crow. However, I wonder what level of a craft master he is at right now? Jian Wushuang asked. I don't know his exact level, but I know there are only 2 other well-known craft masters in the 9 realms of Golden Crow apart from Master M.O. Those 2 have achieved the 7th grade craft master level but are still very much behind when compared to Master M.O., hence Master M.O. might be a peak 7th grade craft master or an 8th grade craft master, said Palace Keeper Sijin. Peak 7th grade and possibly an 8th grade? Jian Wushuang's body shook as he felt a wave of happiness surging through his heart. Undoubtedly, Master M.O. was the craft master he was searching for to retemper his Blood Mountain sword. However, A happy surprise was just a happy surprise. He knew that he was still very weak and unqualified to meet Master Mo. Even if he successfully found Master Mo would not even glance at him, a young man who was not even a grand ultimate god. Even Sewer, the Crimson Stone Fort master, also needed to do something special if she wanted to meet Master Mo. In addition, it also depended on whether Master Mo was in the mood and had the time to meet her. There's no rush, as it's nice to know about the existence of Master Mo at this junction. It's not too late to ask for a meeting with Master Mo when my strength has grown and power increased, thought Jian Wuxuang to himself. Jian Wuxuang did not linger and returned to the Sword Alliance after he received the interspatial ring from Palace Keeper Xijin. He then sent a large number of primordial stones to Xiaotiexin, the Sword Alliance's chief steward. The speedy development of the Sword Alliance was purely due to the huge amount of resources they poured into the alliance. Most of those resources originated from the 10 billion primordial stones Jian Wuxuang previously received from Palace Keeper Xijin. However, those 10 billion primordial stones were almost gone at that time with the gradual formation of the Divine Sword Army. However, he still had 120 billion primordial stones with him at the moment. The Divine Sword Army could continue expanding since he still had so many resources. As for Jian Wuxuang, he continued his retreat and started refining those divine elixir pills. He obtained 12,000 divine elixir pills from Palace Keeper Xijin, and when adding together with the 4,000 pills he obtained from FOE, he had a total of 16,000 pills at that moment. I might be able to make a breakthrough in my realm by the time the secret realm opens since I have so many divine elixir pills with me, Jian Wuxuang mumbled as he closed his eyes and started training. Chapter 27:17 Gather spring passed and winter arrived, and 25 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The Danyan continent had remained in a balance during that period as there were not any huge fights. The top forces were still accumulating their strength and waiting for an opportunity. As for the Crimson Stone Fort, the 7 factions were still fighting among themselves. However, Sewer had a huge amount of resources after she successfully sold the Royal Blood Gem and had been continuously attracting experts with the help of those resources, so the pressure she faced had been tremendously reduced. She was in a far less passive position in the situation she was facing. On the other hand, the Sword Alliance had been recruiting during that time period, but they had not continued their expansion as they too had been accumulating their power. Apart from that, the Sword Alliance was not only a publicly recognized first-rated force but was also one of the strongest first-rated forces. The highest-leveled Grand Ultimate Gods aside, the amount of Heaven Ultimate Gods in the Sword Alliance were a terrifying number. The Divine Sword Army alone had already expanded to a total of 500 people. All of those 500 people were Heaven Ultimate Gods and extremely strong. They had extremely high combat power as they knew how to coordinate between military and magic formations. Jian Wuxuang spent a huge amount of resources that was enough to cause distress to any of the top forces during the army's formation. However, Jian Wuxuang did not have any scruples as he had not planned to stay for a long time in the Danyang Holy Domain. Therefore, he used all the resources he had on hand as he did not care much about preservation. None of the top forces in the Danyan continent would dare put all their resources into build an army like him. The combat power of the Divine Sword Army rose speedily because of that. As a result, only the Crimson Stone official army from Crimson Stone Fort was slightly stronger than the Divine Sword Army. It was estimated those armies formed by other top forces were at most the same level as the Divine Sword Army. Jian Wuxuang was still understanding the laws and sword principle with the help of both Fengtian scrolls in his secret chamber. Suddenly, a message token in his interspatial ring slightly trembled. Is it starting? Jian Wuxuang immediately opened his eyes and a wicked smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Jian Wuxuang immediately left his retreat. He then gathered Xiaotiexin and the others. I need to go out and handle some matters, but I'll be back in a short while. Shiner, you shall be in charge of every matter in the Sword Alliance while I'm away, Jian Wuxuang ordered. Yes, master. Xiaotiexin immediately nodded. Sword Alliance's top management experts such as Xinglong, Purple Dress House Master, and Long Shan looked at each other but dared not show any signs of displeasure. Xiao Tiexin was the one who took care of most matters regarding the Sword Alliance when Jian Wushuang was in retreat. Although Xiao Tiexin was not a powerful expert, she had good management skills. Apart from that, most of the Sword Alliance's resources were under her control and she had trained many loyal experts. She had succeeded in building her prestige in the Sword Alliance. Nobody dared to say anything when the Sword Alliance's matters were handed over to her. Shiner, you need to be careful during this time when I'm away. Try your best to reduce the collision between the Sword Alliance and the first-rated forces around us. Jian Wushuang continued to issue orders. Old Snake, assist her in every way possible. Yes, Master. Xiao Tiexin and Old Snake continuously nodded. Jian Wushuang was at ease with the strong primary-level Grand Ultimate gods such as Old Snake keeping watch and his most trusted Shiner controlling everything else. He immediately made a move. In a void near to the edge of the Danyang continent. A thin elder was standing there as he waited in silence. The elder was the devilish Wind King. Whoosh! A figure came gliding over and arrived in front of the devilish Wind King within moments. Devilish Wind King, I hope I'm not too late. Jian Wushuang had a smile on his face. No, you're the earliest to reach this place apart from me. Devilish Wind King smiled. However, he narrowed his eyes in surprise when he suddenly noticed the divine power coming from Jian Wushuang. You've made a breakthrough? The devilish Wind King focused his gaze on Jian Wushuang, and could feel that Jian Wushuang's divine power had reached the primary level Grand Ultimate God from his original peak Heaven Ultimate God. Haha! Luck has allowed me to make a breakthrough a short while ago. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. It was true that he had made a breakthrough. Although he had been working on understanding the law and sword principle within these 30 years of secluded cultivation, he had also been cultivating to increase his divine power. The most crucial point was the 16,000 divine elixir pills he obtained from Palace Keeper Sijin and FOE. He had successfully refined all those pills. Therefore, his divine power had increased tremendously and successfully achieved the high-level Heaven Ultimate God realm. His true realm was a high-level Heaven Ultimate God, but his divine power had been elevated by 2 levels under the Black Stone's concealment, which was why the devilish Wind King thought Jian Wushuang had already achieved the Grand Ultimate God. He was able to kill FOE in 1-to-1 combat 30 years ago, when he had not made a breakthrough and was just a peak Heaven Ultimate God. Now that he has made a breakthrough in his realm and really achieved the Grand Ultimate God realm, his strength has definitely undergone some changes. He must have the strength comparable to a high-level Grand Ultimate God. The devilish Wind King could not help but think to himself. Devilish Wind King, where are the other 4? Jian Wushuang asked as he stood beside the devilish Wind King. Don't worry, they will arrive soon. The devilish Wind King looked forward as he spoke. Suddenly, 2 black dots appeared at the other end of the void in front of them. The 2 of them are here. They must have traveled together, said the devilish Wind King. Jian Wushuang also immediately looked towards those 2 black dots. Those 2 dots traveling speedily turned out to be 2 human figures and appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. They were a man and a woman. The man was muscular, and had messy red hair while both his facial expression and eyes were extremely fierce. He crossed his arms around his chest and gave others a feeling that he was extremely rough. On the other hand, the woman appeared to be an extremely delicate lady in a purple dress that made people feel affectionate towards her. The purple-clad lady was extremely beautiful, with her every move having rippling effects on those people who saw her. However, Jian Wushuang dared not look down at the both of them as he stood before them. It did not only apply to the rough and burly man but also the beautiful purple-clad lady too. It was because he had discovered those 2 were emitting an extremely strong divine power. Their divine power was not something common primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods had, already surpassed primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. That man and woman pair were both high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. Chapter 27:18, 6 People. Alliance Master Su-Han, allow me to make an introduction. These two are Grand Ultimate God Hong Chen and Long Xianzi. Both of them are unaffiliated experts, introduced the Devilish Wind King. Greetings to the both of you. Jian Wushuang also greeted both of them modestly. Although he had never heard of their names, they should be strong as both were high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. Alliance Master Su-Han, it's an honor to finally meet you. The purple-clad beautiful lady called Long Xianzi smiled softly. Grand Ultimate God Hong Chen, the rough-looking burly man, only glanced at Jian Wushuang coldly. There are two others who should be here soon, said the Devilish Wind King. Soon, the other two arrived one after the other. One of them was only a primary-level Grand Ultimate God poised young man. However, he possessed a strong aura. Jian Wushuang learned his name was Ishan under the Devilish Wind King's introduction, who was from a first-rated force. The last person was a tough and stockily built bald elder who emitted a berserk aura. The bald elder's appearance caused a scary aura to come compressing towards them. His aura was extremely strong. It was much stronger compared to the others there, including Grand Ultimate God Hong Chen and Long Xianzi. He was known as Saber Master and came from Crimson Stone Fort. Crimson Stone Fort's Saber Master? He's also one of the six? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes when he learned about the bald elder's identity. He knew of the Saber Master from previously reading information about some experts from Crimson Stone Fort in detail. There were 7 factions in the Crimson Stone Fort, and apart from 3 of the stronger factions, there were 4 smaller factions. All those 4 smaller factions were not weak and had 2 to 3 Grand Ultimate Gods overseeing them, with Saber Master being one of the smaller factions' rulers. Jian Wushuang had once read the Saber Master's information in detail. His cultivation is that of a high-level Grand Ultimate God and is extremely strong with his berserk saber skills. He's capable of being in the top 3 positions among high-level Grand Ultimate Gods in the Danyang continent. There were only a handful of peak Grand Ultimate Gods among the top forces and unaffiliated experts in the Danyang continent, after all. Putting these peak Grand Ultimate Gods aside, the strongest experts were the high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. Saber Master was capable of being in the top 3 positions among high-level Grand Ultimate Gods only meant he was capable of being placed in the top 10 positions in the entire Danyang continent. He was a true expert. He was much stronger compared to Grand Ultimate God Hong Chen and Long Xianzi, who were also high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. Saber Master looked at everybody present once he arrived, with his gaze finally stopping on Jian Wushuang. You're Su-Han? Yes. Greetings to you, Saber Master. Jian Wushuang modestly presented himself. I've heard about you. Your sword alliance has recently developed very speedily and can be considered quite strong among first-rated forces in the Danyang continent. However, you seem to be just a peak heaven ultimate god the last time I heard about you. Who knew you'll make a breakthrough to the Grand Ultimate God realm after 30 years? Your improvement rate is really great, said Saber Master. The people surrounding them also looked at Jian Wushuang. They noticed Jian Wushuang's divine power had elevated, hence they no longer dared to look down on him. Jian Wushuang was the publicly recognized exceptional genius in the Danyang continent who managed to even kill FOE when he was still in the peak heaven ultimate god realm after all. He must have grown even more powerful with him making a breakthrough. There was even a possibility he might not be weaker when compared to a high-level Grand Ultimate God. Alright, let's go now that everybody is here, said Saber Master. The group of 6 immediately started their journey. Jian Wushuang had no idea the exact location of the secret realm, so he could only follow those 5 Grand Ultimate Gods leading the way in front of him. During the journey, the Devilish Wind King glanced at Jian Wushuang and secretly sent him a message. Alliance Master Su-Han will arrive at the secret realm's entrance shortly. Before that, there's something that I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? Jian Wushuang was slightly puzzled. What was it that he could not speak directly and had to secretly send messages? You've seen the strength of all 6 experts who know about the secret realm's location and preparing to venture inside of it are hugely different. Some are strong while others are weak. For example, Saber Master is one of the publicly recognized top experts in the Danyang continent because of his extremely strong combat power. He alone is capable of fighting against 2 or perhaps even 3 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods at the same time. Headwind without a doubt if faced against a primary-level Grand Ultimate God, Devilish Wind King said. Jian Wushuang did not question that statement. It was true that Saber Master had the power to easily sweep away primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. All of us have to be careful of Saber Master because he's too strong. After all, snatching for opportunities and precious items in the secret realm relies a lot on one's strength, and there isn't any fairness during the process. He has a huge chance of winning if there really is a fight over precious items. Even if the precious items landed in our hands instead of his, he can still force us to hand it over with his powerful strength, Devilish Wind King exclaimed. Jian Wushuang was not surprised when he heard that. The fight for precious items had always relied on a person's strength. Apart from that, fighting and killing over precious items was also a norm. Although the 6 of them traveled and seemed to be working together as they wandered in the secret realm. However, the 6 of them would start fighting if they really encountered some wonderful opportunities or precious items. He's not the only one, as there's also Grand Ultimate God Hongchen and Long Xianzi. All 3 of them are very much stronger high-level Grand Ultimate Gods compared to us. You, me, and Ishin are only primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods and will be at a disadvantage when wandering the secret realm. You might be in a better position as you can still defend yourself against Grand Ultimate God Hongchen and Long Xianzi. However, both I and Ishin aren't capable of that, hence we've agreed to work together during this journey in the secret realm. We shall advance and retreat together while dividing any precious items or opportunities we obtained equally. I'm sending you a message now with hopes that you'll join us. If the 3 of us work together, we don't need to be afraid of Grand Ultimate God Hongchen and Long Xianzi. How does that sound? Do you want to join us? The Devilish Wind King seriously asked and looked at Jian Wushuang with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Jian Wushuang was quiet for some time before directly nodding. Sure. That's great. Although the 3 of us are only primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods, the 3 of them, Saber Master, Hongchen, and Long Xianzi, won't dare to be too forceful towards us if we work together. Devilish Wind King smiled while Ishin also looked over at them. It looked as though the 3 of them had achieved a mutual understanding. However, each of them had his hidden motives. Chapter 27:19 Enter the Secret Realm. Jian Wushuang and the others appeared in front of a gloomy, mysterious old forest that was lingered with gray haze. This is the City of Bones. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Danyang continent was the core of Danyang Holy Domain and had an extremely large area. There were some extremely dangerous areas on such a huge piece of land. The City of Bones was one of those extreme places on the Danyang continent filled with dangers. It was said there was a huge possibility for Grand Ultimate Gods to fall if they entered the inner area of the City of Bones. There were even rumors that some horrendous dangers in the deepest area of the City of Bones could even kill an undying saint. In short, the City of Bones was famous for being vicious. The secret realm is in the City of Bones? Jian Wushuang frowned. Let's go. Devilish Wind King waved his hand before the group of 6 entered the City of Bones without any hesitation. The City of Bones was extremely dangerous, but they had 6 Grand Ultimate Gods working together to explore the place, and would not face any great dangers as long as they did not enter the extremely dangerous inner area. The 6 of them skimmed through the entire journey and finally arrived at an insignificant canyon after a day. Alliance Master Su Han, do you see this canyon in front of us? The Devilish Wind King stood beside Jian Wushuang. I indeed see it. Why? Is the secret realm inside this canyon? Jian Wushuang asked. Inside this canyon? No, the canyon you are seeing isn't a real canyon, but just an illusion, said the Devilish Wind King with a smile. An illusion? Jian Wushuang was stunned and stared at that canyon again, but could not determine if there was anything wrong with it. Devilish Wind King said with a smile. This illusion is extremely powerful and was personally created by the Secret Realm's owner. Not only you, but even a real undying saint could not notice any flaws when they fly over this canyon. Even if somebody accidentally arrived at this canyon, they won't be able to feel anything. Only people who own the token like us can activate the secret realm hidden in this canyon. Alright, let's take our tokens out. The Devilish Wind King was the first to take his broken black sword out. The others, including Jian Wushuang, also respectively took their broken black swords out. 6 broken black swords speedily combined before a unique aura radiated from the black sword. The canyon in front of them slightly vibrated under that special aura as a spatial passage appeared amid the void. The spatial passage was extremely dark and mysterious. It was impossible to see what was located at the other side of the passage with their bare naked eyes. However, the Devilish Wind King and the others had an excited expression when they saw the spatial passage appearing before their eyes before entering the spatial passage. Jian Wushuang followed behind them. Waves of light flashed past them, and they reappeared once again. Jian Wushuang discovered he had arrived at a huge dark void. There was no end to the dark void without a glimpse of light. This is the secret realm's interior? Jian Wushuang curiously looked around him. There were all sorts of things found on heaven and earth in the dark void. It was not any different from a normal world. However, that secret realm was formed by an expert with great means. Only top experts could manage such means. As for the remaining 5 people, they were not as curious since they were quite familiar with the situation around them as they had visited that place 50 years ago. This visit will be the same as our previous trip with the 6 of us working together to explore this area. Everybody should be careful as this secret realm contains all sorts of dangers. We'll be eternally doomed if we accidentally fail and can only blame ourselves for our weakness with it having nothing to do with the others," said the Saber Master in a low voice. "That's for sure." The others who traveled together nodded in agreement. "Come, let's walk towards the deeper areas," said the Saber Master before 6 of them immediately started skimming forward. Even though they had previously experienced exploring the area, Saber Master and the others still traveled at a slow and cautious pace. It was a secret realm created by top experts after all and was bound to be extremely dangerous, hence nobody dared to act carelessly. Although this dark void was extremely huge, there was only one path that headed towards the deeper parts, which only meant they had to keep skimming forward. The group of 6 skimmed forward for around an hour but encountered nothing during their journey. At that moment, Saber Master, who was leading in front, suddenly exclaimed, "Stop!" The 6 of them immediately stopped and looked towards the void in front of them. That void's area was different from the dark voids they previously passed by, as there was a huge amount of hazy air current covering the entire void. "We've arrived at the first dangerous spot. All of you have to be careful and don't get lost, as nobody will be able to rescue you," reminded Saber Master. Hong Qin and Long Xianzi seemed to be at ease. However, Yi Xin and Devilish Wind King looked a bit more solemn. "Alliance Master Su Han, are your soul and state of mind considered strong?" The Devilish Wind King looked toward Jian Wushuang. "Soul and state of mind?" Jian Wushuang's facial expression slightly changed. The Devilish Wind King continued, "We need to cross through the first dangerous spot in this secret realm. We've ventured through this area previously. Although we succeeded in doing so, this area is capable of leading one's soul into chaos. There are even illusions in this area that can affect a person's soul and state of mind, causing those with a weak soul or state of mind to get lost. They might even become mad, so you need to be extremely careful later." "Understood." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly as he was quite confident about his soul and state of mind. The 6 of them immediately made their move. 6 figures skimming into the void that was filled with hazy air current void in front of them. A strong wave of unique energy immediately came rushing towards them as they entered. The power wave was directed to a person's soul. However, Jian Wushuang had a layer of indestructible exquisite pagoda around his soul which had astonishing defensive capabilities towards soul attacks. The chaotic effects toward the soul in this void had no effects on him. As for the illusions in the void, Jian Wuxuang had completely ignored them. In terms of the state of mind, his state of mind had always been lofty. His state of mind was as though made of steel, as it was trained after experiencing many tribulations and tortures. Although the void's illusion felt extremely authentic, it was almost impossible for it to affect him. Jian Wuxuang skimmed through the void and did not stop at all during the entire way. He only traveled forward and had directly crossed the area filled with hazy air current in a short moment. Chapter 27:20 Principal Spirits on the other side of the special area. The bald and stockily built Elder Saber Master had ignored the soul's and illusion's obstacles by relying on his peremptory strength, and was the first person to step foot to the edge of the area. Saber Master stopped and turned around to have a look after he passed through the area. He originally thought the second person to go through and follow behind him should be either the Grand Ultimate Gods Hong Qin or Long Xianzi. However, the first person to appear beside him was Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang was the second person to pass through the area. "Oh, Su-Han, it looks like your soul and state of mind is quite strong," Saber Master said. "Thank you for your praises, Saber Master." Jian Wuxuang only smiled indifferently as his line of sight continued to focus on the people still inside that area. The chaotic soul effects and illusions in the area were extremely powerful. Jian Wuxuang only managed to cross the area with ease due to the help from the exquisite pagoda. As for the others, Hong Chen and Long Xianzi were all right with perfectly calm expressions on their faces. They were only slightly slower. However, Devilish Wind King and Ishin had darkened expressions on their faces. It was obvious the two needed strenuous effort to resist the chaotic soul effects and illusions. Although they required strenuous effort, they did not stop their pace because of it. Hong Chen, Long Xianzi, Ishin, and the Devilish Wind King continued to advance the area, with the Devilish Wind King being the last to pass through the area. "Alliance Master Su-Han, I never expect your soul and state of mind to be of such a high level." The Devilish Wind King looked at Jian Wuxuang in a slightly surprised manner. He had some information about Jian Wuxuang, and also knew that Jian Wuxuang had improved extremely fast. In his opinion, increasing one's realm in such a quick manner would usually result in lowering one's soul and state of mind. On the contrary, Jian Wuxuang was much more relaxed than any of them and was only slower than Saber Master. "I managed to raise it after experiencing a lot of hardship." Jian Wuxuang only casually made an excuse before the group of 6 continued moving forward. Not long after that, the 6 of them arrived in a special void. That void also had a huge amount of hazy air current enshrouding it. However, those air currents were golden in color. "We've arrived in the second dangerous area." The Saber Master looked at the void in front of them. The expression on Hong Chen, Long Xianzi, Ishin, and Devilish Wind King faces had turned extremely serious. They had explored the secret realm 50 years ago and faced many dangers. The first dangerous area they faced just moments ago focuses on their soul and state of mind. It was considered the least dangerous area. However, the second dangerous zone was much deadlier compared to the first. "Alliance Master Su-Han, do you have any pills or items that can recover our divine power within a short time?" The Devilish Wind King glanced at Jian Wuxuang. "I do have some pills and precious items that can recover one's divine power in a short time," replied Jian Wuxuang. "That should do. The second dangerous area we're going to face is going to be much more difficult compared to the first. You have to be extremely careful. Apart from that, don't be reluctant to use those pills and precious items to recover your divine power, as you have to ensure your divine power is always abundant," said the Devilish Wind King. "I understand." Jian Wuxuang nodded slightly. "Let's go," the Saber Master said, and was the first to enter the void filled with golden air currents in front of him. Jian Wuxuang and the remaining 4 also followed behind him and skimmed into the void. At that moment, when they entered the void filled with golden air currents, whoosh, 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 some soft noises could be heard from the void around them. "They're coming." The Saber Master had a cold glint in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, Whoosh! 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 Several golden figures could be seen densely packed in the void around them before turning into golden streams and shooting at the six of them. What are these things? Jian Wushuang's facial expression changed as he focused on the golden figures that had no substance and formed purely from the golden air currents. Jian Wushuang could feel the strong existence of principle in those golden air currents. Could they be principal spirits? Principal spirits. Jian Wushuang learned about that term from Purple Blood Saint's insights he previously obtained. Purple Blood Saint had a high understanding of the sword principle, and clearly understood the number of levels the sword principle had. There was a huge difference between the beginning principle world, the second stage principle tree, and the third stage formation of all things. Stepping across each stage would result in a huge improvement to a person's overall strength. Especially the third formation of all things stage was an unimaginably incredible method. These principal spirits evolved purely from principles but had self-awareness. Many principal spirits formed and attacked the six of them from all directions in the special void at that moment. Jian Wushuang dared not act carelessly, and immediately unsheathed his Blood Mountain sword before waving it single-handedly. Slash! The shrill sword shadows directly cut outward and slashed the principal spirits coming towards him into halves. The sword shadows continued to slash outward and killed many principal spirits before disappearing. These principal spirits are actually so weak? Jian Wushuang was extremely surprised. He originally thought the owner of that secret realm was an extreme expert, hence the principal spirits formed should be extremely strong. However, he discovered that these principal spirits were not that strong upon engaging them. Every principal spirit was only at the ordinary high-level heaven ultimate god level of strength. A wave of his sword was sufficient to kill many such principal spirits. However, Jian Wushuang was unable to cheer up even though he knew those principal spirits were very weak. After all, there were too many principal spirits around them. They were so densely packed with at least tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of them. On the other hand, those principal spirits did not have any self-awareness and only knew to attack them. The six of them were extremely strong and able to resist the attacks. However, the most crucial point was they still had to utilize their divine power to block the attacks of so many principal spirits. Apart from that, it consumed an extremely high amount of their divine power. He finally understood the reason Devilish Wind King asked if he had prepared divine power recovery pills that took effect in a short time. It would take them a slightly longer time to cross through the wide void. During that time, they had to resist the crazed attacks from those principal spirits with their full capacity, which consumed a huge amount of their divine power. It would result in their deaths if their divine power had been exhausted before managing to completely cross over the area. Be careful and try your best to conserve your divine power. Damn it, there are really too many of these principal spirits. There was really a lot of them. The densely packed principal spirits came swarming toward them from their surroundings such that even Jian Wushuang had to use his full might to withstand them, which also caused his divine power to be rapidly consumed. Chapter 27-21 Golden Principal Spirit. Don't meddle with these principal spirits and cross over as fast as possible. Saber Master yelled softly before waving the purple battle saber tightly in his hand. Whoosh! Purple saber lights immediately traveled forward with a burning purple flame and burned the principal spirits completely wherever it went. However, Saber Master only managed to walk 2 steps forward after that attack as an overwhelming number of principal spirits immediately blocked his path. The other Grand Ultimate Gods were also facing an uncountable amount of principal spirits. Those principal spirits might only be at the ordinary high-level Heaven Ultimate God level or lower, and poses not much threat to those Grand Ultimate Gods. However, there was a huge number of them that came rushing over in a dense state. Although they were able to easily withstand the spirits, they also used up a lot of their divine power. They could only try their best to conserve their divine power, while their bodies slowly moved forward and with extreme difficulties. After half an hour, those Grand Ultimate Gods had only traveled 1/3 of the journey in the area but already used up a huge amount of their divine power. Primary level Grand Ultimate Gods like Devilish Wind King and Ishin had even used up 40 to 50% of their divine power. The two of them had no other way apart from moving forward slowly while consuming several pills at once to replenish their divine power. Jian Wuxuang was also facing the same situation alongside the two of them. He was able to easily withstand the huge amount of principal spirits that came rushing toward him, but was also greatly consuming his divine power. However, his divine power was really vast compared to the Grand Ultimate Gods there. He owned a truly vast and almost endless divine power ocean. Even when coming across a fight that needed him to use all sorts of secret techniques on top of everything else, his abundant divine power was sufficient to support his crazed killings for a very long time. His current situation constantly utilized his divine power, but it only used a small portion when compared to the vast divine power ocean he had and barely affected him. It would not be an issue for him even if he stayed there and continued using his divine power for 10 to 15 days based on his current utilization rate. Therefore, he was the most relaxed person compared to the 5 other Grand Ultimate Gods. However, he did not want to show his relaxed expression to the Devilish Wind King and the others. Therefore, he also pretended he had utilized a lot of his divine power and was struggling in extreme difficulties while fighting those principal spirits by covering his forehead with sweat and taking a couple of pills during the fight. Those pills were also used to replenish his divine power. However, he was just putting on an act as he did not want to be too conspicuous with all of them being primary level Grand Ultimate Gods. Time flew by and another hour passed by in a flash. Apart from Jian Wuxuang, the others had used up half of their divine power with the Devilish Wind King, and Ishin's divine power was near to the point of being exhausted before the group of 6 finally arrived at the edge of that special area. Once they arrived at that area's edge, the principal spirits that initially came attacking crazily had slowly backed away. "Have we finally made it through that area?" Jian Wuxuang lightly exhaled and pretended to be relieved. "It's still too early to be happy as we haven't completely crossed over this dangerous area yet," said the Devilish Wind King solemnly beside him before taking out several pills and swallowing them at the same time. "Oh?" Jian Wuxuang was surprised. The principal spirits had already faded away, but they had not completely walked past that dangerous area. "What's coming next is the most difficult part in passing through in this second dangerous area," said the Devilish Wind King with a serious expression on his face. The others also had the same expression on their faces as they stared at Jian Wuxuang. 3 golden streams of light had started gathering on the other side. In the blink of an eye, 3 extremely huge golden principal spirits appeared in front of Jian Wuxuang and the others. These principal spirits? Jian Wuxuang squinted and could sense that those 3 principal spirits were completely different from the other principal spirits they bumped into just moments ago. Those previous principal spirits only had the combat power of ordinary high-level Heaven Ultimate Gods or lower and were unable to threaten them. They only had to use some divine power to withstand them. However, any of the 3 principal spirits before them brought extreme pressure to Jian Wuxuang. "Alliance Master Su Han, don't look down on these 3 golden principal spirits. They are extremely powerful. We need to pass through these 3 golden principal spirits if we want to continue advancing. Those things are extremely difficult," said the Devilish Wind King seriously. "That's right. All 3 of these golden principal spirits are extremely strong." Ishin also spoke up. "We shall follow our previous agreement. There are 3 golden principal spirits. I will handle the first one and directly pester it without allowing it to have any attacking chances. Hong Chen and Long Xianzi, the 2 of you need to work together and pester one of them. As for the last one, Su Han, Ishin, and Devilish Wind King, the 3 of you should be able to force your way past if you work together," said Saber Master. "No problem. All right." Everybody nodded together. "Attack!" Saber Master spoke while suddenly moving forward and directly appeared in front of the first golden principal spirit to attack with the purple battle saber in his hands. The purple battle saber carried a burning purple flame and looked as though it was going to burn the entire void. The golden principal spirit also carried a sword and it waved it overbearingly as it only attacked with the sword and not using any sword principle. As a result, the purple flames covering the entire void were completely extinguished following a loud banging sound. The Saber Master also staggeringly took a couple of steps backward. Such strength! Jian Wuxuang could not help but be surprised when he saw that. Saber Master was a top-tier expert placed among the top 10 within the Danyang continent. He was famous for his tyrannical strength and his extremely frightening saber skills, but he was still forced back by the Golden Principle Spirit. Undoubtedly, the Golden Principle Spirit's power was at the peak Grand Ultimate God level. Alliance Master Su Han, this Golden Principle Spirit is too strong. Remember, we aim to rush past it from the area and not engage with it. Later we shall rush by it when we have the chance, yelled the devilish Wind King softly. Understood. Jian Wuxuang had a cold expression on his face. The three of them skimmed forward in a row and directly appeared in front of the third Golden Principle Spirit. The Golden Principle Spirit moved without any hesitation and directly waved the sword in its hands. Whoosh! An extremely huge golden sword light directly came swinging toward Jian Wuxuang and the two others. Before the sword light arrived, the monstrous power had already caused the devilish Wind King and Ishin's facial expressions to change. Let's take action together and block this sword attack, yelled the devilish Wind King softly. The three of them immediately made a move at the same time. The devilish Wind King and Ishin gave their best while Jian Wuxuang also waved the Blood Mountain sword in his hands as they released a valiant that was close to one released by a high-level Grand Ultimate God. Chapter 27-22, Badly Wounded Bang. Jian Wuxuang, Ishin, and the devilish Wind King were directly sent flying by the golden sword light after a loud bang. However, Ishin waved his hand at the moment they were sent flying. A mighty wave of gray haze immediately came pouring out like huge gray snakes. There was a huge number of gray snakes that completely covered the Golden Principle Spirit entirely. Let's go now! Ishin yelled softly. Jian Wuxuang and devilish Wind King also grabbed this opportunity to walk past the Golden Principle Spirit and skim toward the void in front of them. The Golden Principle Spirit they met was pestered by the gray snakes, so it failed in taking action to stop them. They almost succeeded in moving past the Golden Principle Spirit when suddenly, a ghostly golden figure appeared beside the three of them. What? Jian Wuxuang and the two others' expressions changed. They noticed that the golden figure which suddenly appeared was the second Golden Principle Spirit. However, was that second Golden Principle Spirit not being pestered by Hong Chen and Long Xianzi? Why did it run over to their side? Whoosh! The Golden Principle Spirit waved its sword as the golden sword light directly attacked Jian Wuxuang, who was the closest. Be careful! Alliance Master Su Han, dodge! Both the devilish Wind King and Ishin immediately called out loudly. Jian Wuxuang also had a frightened expression on his face and subconsciously waved the sword in his hand to block the attack. As a result, Jian Wuxuang was crushed the moment both sword lights met. Puff! Jian Wuxuang directly vomited a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. Retreat now! The devilish Wind King and Ishin beside him immediately took action. Moments later, Hong Chen and Long Xianzi also rushed over and finally relieved the pressure on Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang, devilish Wind King, and Ishin finally made their way out of this void area shortly and appeared at the edge. Saber Master, Hong Chen, and Long Xianzi had soon got rid of the Golden Principle Spirit that was pestering them and arrived at the area. Alliance Master Su Han, are you alright? The devilish Wind King looked over at him. I'm alright, I'm just slightly wounded. Jian Wuxuang was extremely pale with his breathing comparatively weakened to before. It obviously looked like he was badly wounded. Of course, it was all just an act. The sword attack from the Golden Principle Spirit was extremely powerful, but still slightly insufficient to really injure him. In addition, he would be able to instantly recover by relying on his divine power even if he was badly injured. Although the six of them seemed to be working together, everyone had their own motives. It was only natural that Jian Wuxuang did not want to expose too much of his strength. Apart from that, he had to purposely hide his true strength so the 5 other grand ultimate gods did not pay too much attention to him. The golden principal spirit's attack provided him a great opportunity to hide his strength, hence he pretended to be badly wounded by the golden principal spirit. Hong Chun and Long Xianzi are supposed to pester the second golden principal spirit. The 2 of them are high-level grand ultimate gods with high combat power, so they can't possibly fail in keeping a golden principal spirit distracted. Hence, if I guess correctly, the 2 of them purposely allowed the previous occurrence to happen. More specifically, Grand Ultimate God Hong Chun did it on purpose, said the devilish Wind King softly while standing beside Jian Wushuang. Oh? Jian Wushuang's facial expression slightly quivered as he glanced at Grand Ultimate God Hong Chun beside him. The latter acted as though it had nothing to do with himself, and did not even glance at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently when he saw the situation. He knew Grand Ultimate God Hong Chun had purposely lured the second golden principal spirit over but did not bluntly point it out. He must be trying to test my true strength, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He knew that among the 6 grand ultimate gods who entered the secret realm that time, 5 knew of each other well as they had previously explored the realm together. Although their visit was 50 years later, there should not be any huge changes in their strength. However, he was different. Everybody in the Danyang continent knew he was a top genius who killed FOE head-on when he was still a peak heaven ultimate god. Currently, he had already made a breakthrough from peak heaven ultimate god to a primary level grand ultimate god after 30 years. His strength must have increased to a whole new level, but the 5 present had no idea how strong he was. Therefore, Grand Ultimate God Hong Chun had planned to test him on purpose with the help of the Golden Principal Spirit in forcing him to take action. It was best if that move forced him to show his true strength. Unfortunately, Grand Ultimate God Hong Chun was fated to be disappointed as Jian Wushuang did not display his true strength, and even pretended to be heavily wounded. On top of that, his pretense was so good the Grand Ultimate Gods around him could not see through it. This Su-Han, Grand Ultimate God, shot a glance at Jian Wushuang but slightly frowned. I heard he killed FOE head-on 30 years ago, when he was still a peak heaven ultimate god. He should be extremely strong since he is currently a primary level grand ultimate god. Even if he's not as powerful as me, he should be comparable to my strength. However, the power that he displayed just now, humph. Looks like there's some embellishment about his previous success in killing FOE. After all, the difference between a heaven ultimate god and grand ultimate god is huge and isn't something a person can easily compensate for. Apart from that, FOE had strong combat prowess, hence I don't think he did it alone and must have worked with a couple of people to kill FOE. Even if he did it alone, he must have paid a serious price and used some unbelievable final measures that must be something not easily used. His true strength is just like this. Even though he had made a breakthrough, his combat power is still some distance away when compared to a high-level grand ultimate god, thought Hong Chun to himself as though already had a vague judgment toward Jian Wushuang's combat prowess. He had no idea what he saw was Jian Wushuang purposely putting on an act to show him. Therefore, his judgment had been wrong from the beginning. We've passed the second dangerous area, so let's continue onward, said Saber Master. All right. The other grand ultimate gods nodded. Alliance Master Su-Han, don't worry. We should arrive at the inner area of this secret realm after passing through the second dangerous area. Apart from that, there will be a place for you to rest and recover your divine power, said the devilish Wind King. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. The group continued to glide toward the void ahead. Jian Wushuang was still extremely pale during the journey as he continuously took a couple of healing pills before his complexion finally got better. After continuously gliding forward for half an hour, a huge floating castle located at the black and huge void in front of them appeared. The old castle was the true core of that secret realm. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.